we warriors. Yeah, let's go, let's go. One time, go get it. It's yours, let's shine. Come on. 'Cause we warriors. Yeah, we warriors.
Every young gamer wants to become an esports professional. We make it happen. You just keep on winning.
Apply now at redbullcampusclutch.com.
Users of Roblox are all around the world, and all of them expect the same level of experience.
The success of games is measured by how much can you keep users engaged.
Esports mission is all about player experience first. Everything we do, the player is sort of core to our thinking.
ここ数年でリッチなユーザーエクスペリエンスを提供するために
If you don't want to worry and you don't want to think about things like asset delivery and the ability to have your connectivity between your devices and your servers as fast as you can, just go with Akamai.
Akamai gets into places and markets that other providers of similar services don't quite hit as easily.
その上で、アカマイさんのシステムを使うことで、大容量のセットを高速に配信させて、いただけているかなと。
The workflow without that, I'd probably have a lot more CDN support because the amount of capacity we'd need from the others wouldn't be there. There's one less problem we have to solve.
If Akamai wasn't around, we would probably have to multiply our team by I don't know what kind of factor and understand what we would need to do to replace what Akamai provides to us.
Something different. He gets a 2K. He gets a third one as well.
Yeah, 'cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go, let's up. One
Going to be Amitarasu gets one. Will he get another? Yes, he gets another. Rasu saves the day.
we push forth, we stand strong, we stand tall.
Having strong individuals can help us take us to the final.
No pressure, but a lot of eyes on us.
Yeah, we warriors. Nothing to say, I ain't have words, I erupted in thunder and rain. If you're made strong, then why call me running away? It's just a game, but nobody coming to play. I bless. Rise up though, all my people where you at, rise up though. Let's go, yeah, let's go, let's up, one time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on, yeah. we warriors. Yeah, let's go, let's up. One time, go get it. It's yours, let's shine, come on. 'Cause we warriors. Yeah, we warriors.
Every young gamer wants to become an esports professional. We make it happen. You just keep on winning.
Users of Roblox are all around the world, and all of them expect the same level of experience.
Well, the success of games is measured by how much can you keep users engaged.
Zorot's mission is all about player experience first. Everything we do, the player is sort of core to our thinking.
ここ数年で、リッチなユーザーエクスペリエンスを提供するために
If you don't want to worry and you don't want to think about things like asset delivery and the ability to have your connectivity between your devices and your servers as fast as you can, just go with Akamai.
Akamai gets into places and markets that other providers of similar services don't quite hit as easily.
その上で、アカマイさんのシステムを使うことで、大容量のセットを高速に配信させて、いただけているかなと思います。
The workflow without that, I'd probably have a lot more CDN support because the amount of capacity we'd need from the others wouldn't be there. There's one less problem we have to solve.
If Akamai wasn't around, we would probably have to multiply our team by I don't know what kind of factor and understand what we would need to do to replace what Akamai provides to us.
Something different. He gets a 2K. He gets a third one as well. Going to be Amitabh who gets one. Will he get another? Yes, he gets another. Rasu saves the day.
Having strong individuals can help us take us to the final.
No pressure, but a lot of eyes on us.
Nothing to say, I ain't have words, I erupted in thunder and rain. If your man's strong, then why call me running away? It's just a game, but nobody coming to play. I'm less. Rise up though, all my people where you at, rise up though. Let's go, yeah, let's go, let's up. One time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, let's go, raise up, that's right, ride with it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. With each day we wake up, we get stronger and stronger. It's our time now, yeah. Cause we warriors. Cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go, let's up. One time, go get it.
Every young gamer wants to become an esports professional. We make it happen. You just keep on winning.
Users of Roblox are all around the world, and all of them expect the same level of experience.
Well, the success of games is measured by how much can you keep users engaged.
Esports mission is all about player experience first. Everything we do, the player is sort of core to our thinking.
ここ数年で、リッチなユーザーエクスペリエンスを提供するために、
If you don't want to worry and you don't want to think about things like asset delivery and the ability to have your connectivity between your devices and your servers as fast as you can, just go with Akamai.
Akamai gets into places and markets that other providers of similar services don't quite hit as easily.
その上で、アカマイさんのシステムを使うことで、大容量のセットを高速に配信させて、いただけているかなと。
The workflow without that, I'd probably have a lot more CDN support because the amount of capacity we'd need from the others wouldn't be there. There's one less problem we have to solve.
If Akamai wasn't around, we would probably have to multiply our team by I don't know what kind of factor and understand what we would need to do to replace what Akamai provides to us.
Something different here. He gets a 2K. He gets a third one as well. Going to be a Metras who gets one. Will he get another? Yes, he gets another. Rasul saves the day.
Having strong individuals can help us take us to the final.
No pressure, but a lot of eyes on us.
Nothing to say, I ain't have words, I erupted in thunder and rain. If your man's strong, then why call me running away? It's just a game, but nobody coming to play. I bless. Rise up though, all my people where you at, rise up though. Let's go, yeah, let's go, let's up, one time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, let's go, raise up, that's right, ride with it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. With each day we wake up, we get stronger and stronger. It's our time now, yeah. Cause we warriors. Cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go, let's up, one time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Cause we warriors. Yeah, we warriors.
Every young gamer wants to become an esports professional. We make it happen. You just keep on winning.
Users of Roblox are all around the world, and all of them expect the same level of experience.
Well, the success of games is measured by how much can you keep users engaged.
Zoroark's mission is all about player experience first. Everything we do, the player is sort of core to our thinking.
ここ数年で、リッチなユーザーエクスペリエンスを提供するために
If you don't want to worry and you don't want to think about things like asset delivery and the ability to have your connectivity between your devices and your servers as fast as you can, just go with Akamai.
Akamai gets into places and markets that other providers of similar services don't quite hit as easily.
その上で、アカマイさんのシステムを使うことで、大容量のセットを高速に配信させて、いただけているかなと思います。
The workflow without that, I'd probably have a lot more CDN support because the amount of capacity we'd need from the others wouldn't be there. There's one less problem we have to solve.
If Akamai wasn't around, we would probably have to multiply our team by I don't know what kind of factor and understand what we would need to do to replace what Akamai provides to us.
One v2, the recon comes in. They are not going to get spotted. The recon dart will get deleted with the clutch.
No!
Chokes, he's going to be right next to the jet. And as the reload comes in, both these players are going to be running around.
पे है और ये चीज आपको बहुत जरूरी करनी पड़ती है। कापा बिल्कुल तैयार थे, जंप शॉट देने की कोशिश, दो के लगाते हैं, कापा तीन के लगाते हैं, कापा ऑन फायर। यही है ना कि आज ना लक फेवर कर रहा है ना उनका 24 HP Rossi on the back foot, Rafa with the beautiful kill there, but एक kill मिला है, दूसरा भी मिलेगा।
Hellfighter trying to move in, but Killjoy is able to get some distraction. Hellfighter, as soon as the peak comes in, he'll be able to get that kill. He's able to get that kill on the Ghost.
The play style that Team Mahi is going to vouch for as Antidote once again he'll be landing a collateral as he's going to be flashed here from the defending Sky, but Antidote this time will not be making any mistake. Hector will be however securing the frag onto right to ace. The Jet versus Jet is going to come in. Antidote secures one, going for a triple here.
Going to get a couple here. White House goes down, Scarlet goes down as well. Pixels is changing things again for his team. Deathmaker on the other hand gets rid of Pixel. Ditto bites us as well. Deathmaker gets a 3k. Hit a little aggressively. Ditto is going to make them pay for that as he's going to land a couple, but Deathmaker, he's looking at something different here. He gets a 2k. He gets a third one as well. Deathmaker again. Land a kill or two. Shivi it is. Who's going to do? Oh yeah, he gets the kill on the Thanos. The perfect opening which was needed. It is Pixels who finally gets that kill, but Haiwan and Shivi are going to get one each. And now the Sova, the last remaining player.
Slowly, if the spike is planted, Haiwan will be pulling off the plant as White Horse will be securing the frag onto Pixels. However, it's going to be honest lead with one White Horse with a triple now.
They have got 4 kills. It's down to the last player. The last player, it's going to be Amitras who gets one. Will he get another? Yes, he gets another. He gets a 3k as well. Oh, Amitras who saves the day.
Let's go, yeah, let's go, let's up, one, two,
Kappa on fire.
come on, yeah, let's go, raise up, that's right, roll with it, it's yours, let's shine, come on.
Looking at something different here. He gets a 2k. He gets a third one as well.
Yeah, 'cause we warriors, yeah, let's go, let's up, one,
Going to be Amitras who gets one. Will he get another? Yes, he gets another. Amitras who saves the day.
we push forth, we stand strong, we stand tall.
Having strong individuals can help us take us to the final.
No pressure, but a lot of eyes on us.
Yeah, we warriors. to say, oh God, nothing to say. I ain't have words, I erupted in thunder and rain. If your man's strong, then why call me running away? It's just a game, but nobody coming to play. I bless. Rise up though, rise up though. All my people, where you at? Rise up though. Let's go, yeah, let's go. Let's up one time, go get it. It's yours, let's shot, come on. Yeah, let's go. Raise up, that's right. Ride with it, it's yours, let's shot, come on. With each day we wake up, we get stronger and stronger. It's our time now, yeah. Cause we warriors. Cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go, let's up one time, go get it. It's yours, let's shine, come on. Cause we warriors. Yeah, we warriors.
Every young gamer wants to become an esports professional. We make it happen. You just keep on winning.
Users of Roblox are all around the world, and all of them expect the same level of experience.
Well, the success of games is measured by how much can you keep users engaged.
So Red's mission is all about player experience first. Everything we do, the player is sort of core to our thinking.
ここ数年で、リッチなユーザーエクスペリエンスを提供するために
If you don't want to worry and you don't want to think about things like asset delivery and the ability to have your connectivity between your devices and your servers as fast as you can, just go with Akamai.
Akamai gets into places and markets that other providers of similar services don't quite hit as easily.
その上で、Akamai さんのシステムを使うことで、大容量のセットを高速に配信させて、いただけているかなと思います。
The workflow without that, I'd probably have a lot more CDN support because the amount of capacity we'd need from the others wouldn't be there. There's one less problem we have to solve.
If Akamai wasn't around, we would probably have to multiply our team by I don't know what kind of factor and understand what we would need to do to replace what Akamai provides to us.
One v2, the recon comes in. They are not going to get spotted. The recon dart will get deleted with the flash.
No!
Shows he's going to be right next to the jet, and as the reload comes in, both these players are going to be running out.
पे है और ये चीज आपको बहुत जरूरी करनी पड़ती है। कापा बिल्कुल तैयार थे, जंप शॉट देने की कोशिश, दो के लगाते हैं, कापा तीन के लगाते हैं, कापा ऑन फायर। यही है ना कि आज ना लक फेवर कर रहा है ना उनका 24 HP रोसी on the back foot Rafa with the beautiful kill there, but एक kill मिला है, दूसरा भी मिलेगा।
Hellfighter trying to move in. Vertical Jetter is able to get some distraction. Hellfighter As soon as the peak comes in, he'll be able to get that kill. He's able to get that kill onto Ghost.
The play style that Team Mahi is going to vouch for. As Antidote once again, he'll be landing a collateral. As he's going to be flashed here from the defending Sky, but Antidote this time will not be making any mistake. Hector will be, however, securing the frag onto right to ace. The Jet versus Jet is going to come in. Antidote secures one, going for a triple here.
Going to get a couple here. White House goes down. Scarlet goes down as well. Pixels is changing things again for his team. Deathmaker on the other hand gets rid of Pixels. And Ditto bites Russ as well. Deathmaker gets a 3k. Hit a little aggressively. Ditto is going to make them pay for that, as he's going to land a couple, but Deathmaker, he's looking at something different here. He gets a 2k. He gets a third one as well. Deathmaker again. Land a kill or two. Shivi it is. Who's going to go? Oh yeah, he gets the kill on the Thanos. The perfect opening which was needed. It is Pixels who finally gets that kill, but Heaven and Shivi are going to get one each. And now the Sova, the last remaining player.
Slowly, if the spike is planted, Haiwan will be pulling off the plant, as for White Horse will be securing the frag onto Pixels. However, it's going to be Orange lead with one White Horse with a triple now.
They have got 4 kills. It's down to the last player. The last player, it's going to be Amitras who gets one. Will he get another? Yes, he gets another. He gets a 3k as well. Oh, Amitras who saves the day.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Let's up. One time.
Kappa on fire.
Come on. Yeah, let's go. Raise up. That's right. Roll with it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come
He's
on.
looking at something different here. He gets a 2k. He gets a third one as well.
Yeah, 'cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go. Let's up. One
Going to be Amitras who gets one. Will he get another? Yes, he gets another. Amitras who saves the day.
We push forth. We stand strong. We stand tall.
Having strong individuals can help us take us to the final.
No pressure, but a lot of eyes on us.
Yeah, we warriors. Yeah, right. Yeah, the odds are all against me. I'm ready to go, burning it down. They ain't noticed till the temperature rose. Bless the energy, then we erupt in a blaze. Mama save us. I swear the baby's lately crazy these days. People dancing like they warriors. Use the passion. I got my head in the clouds, intergalactic. I'm on a venomous prowl, ready to snatch it. Are you prepared for it? Then let it happen. Rise up though, rise up though. All my people, where you at? Rise up though. Yeah, let's go, let's up. One time, go get it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come on. Yeah, let's go. Raise up. That's right. Run with it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come on. Yeah, 'cause we warriors. Yeah, 'cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go. Let's up. One time, go get it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come on. Yeah. There's nothing to say, oh God, nothing to say. I ain't have words, I erupted in thunder and rain. If your man's strong, then why call me running away? It's just a game, but nobody coming to play. Alright, I got this, watch out, I got this, boy. Raise up, max out, then blast the noise. A perpetual dream shattered by exceptional thieves. Forget what you think, live for you, resting in peace. Bless. Rise up though, rise up though. All my people, where you at? Rise up though. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Let's up. One time, go get it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come on. Yeah, let's go. Raise up. That's right. Roll with it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come on. Yeah, 'cause we warriors. Yeah, 'cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go. Let's up. One time, go get it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come on. In these days, we push forth. We stand strong. We stand tall. All together now. Yeah, 'cause we warriors. Yeah, 'cause we warriors. With each day, we wake up.
This is the semi-finals of the ESPL India Valorant PowerUp, and this is me, Dr. Dang, and today with me is going to be a special guest as we are joined by CA. So how are you doing, CA?
Oh, I'm hella excited, man. I remember the last time we got together, it was an exciting set of matches, and I'm sure we're gonna get the same deal here today. It's the semi-finals of this massive tournament, and I know all the teams, they're gonna come in with a bang.
That is definitely true. Today is the semi-finals of the Valorant PowerUp, and out of the 1,024 teams that came in through the 4 qualifiers, we're down to the last 4. This is the top of the top. And today we are going to be seeing who's going to be booking themselves a spot in that grand final.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting affair, especially considering when you look at the teams that we have on the table. The first matchup, Global Esports versus TempesT, I think is especially cool because Global in 2021 so far, they've been one of the unstoppable teams, the team that has really come together in itself and has developed a formidable synergy, right? But on the other hand, you have this underdog team in TempesT, a team that has really proven themselves time and time again at the very best. They've climbed a heavy mountain to get where they are. And now it's just a question of whether they can take down the Kings at the top of it.
Well, Global Esports has definitely been a team that, you can speak a lot about. We definitely know that Team Mahi as well as Global are going to be as you said, the undisputed top two that we have in the country. Now, yes, there is Godlike playing against Team Mahi today in the second semifinals as well. But TempesT are the ones where everyone is going to be focused on, because if today TempesT pull off the unspeakable, which is taking down Global Esports, it's definitely going to be a huge thing. It's going to upset a lot of people.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the sort of mindset that I want TempesT to have going into this matchup. It's about taking what you feel you are rightful to. The win that you have really pushed forward to get to this stage. You don't want to be thinking about the team you're facing, rather the team you're going to end up taking down. And with that mindset, hopefully they will be able to do exactly that. Now, the key factor that they have in their arsenal is that unlike Global Esports or Team Mahi or even Godlike Esports, TempesT is not a very well-known team in terms of the plays made before. So they have the option of being able to go looking back at the WODs, the way Global Esports plays, try to come up with a plan to specifically try and deny them their strengths and hopefully turn their strengths into weaknesses.
That is definitely true. And that is something that is more of an underrated concept in a lot of comp games. Having information on the team that you're playing is basically winning 60% of the game. If you don't know what the other team's doing, you don't know what you need to be what can you expect, whether it'll be an aggressive push, whether it'll be a passive play, will it be a fake, or will it just be all out gun games. And we know for a fact that TempesT definitely has one of the best aims as a team in our region. So if you don't expect what's happening and you suddenly get wide swung by Arena, that's definitely going to be tough to counter.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the end of the day, I think for Global, their strongest aspect is their preparation. Like Hellranger as an IGL, his game plan always is to know what to expect coming into a game. And that knowledge is what gives him an edge, right? And the way Global end up playing, it's all about that information-based space. They'll try to find rotations, try to bait out the utility. So TempesT, they're gonna have to be on the edge of their seats, because if they make one mistake, one pick gone wrong, Global are like a pack of hyenas who'll just instantly pounce on it and turn it into mincemeat.
Well, that is definitely true. One thing that Global has going for them is the experience that they have. And it's not experience on one player or two players, it's experience across the board. And you can't beat experience. You can't beat experience no matter what. If there's a player who's more experienced than you, he has seen situations similar to one that he is in, he definitely knows how to outplay that. And who better to point it out than Hellranger? I mean, the man probably has spent a lot more time than me and you combined in game.
Yeah, definitely, right? Like it is like the idea that hey, he knows more than you possibly could, and it's because he's dedicated to the art. So TempesT, it's all about now showing up, whether how much dedication you have. Like you made it to the top 4 stage, that in itself is a huge achievement. But if you can go one step further, if you can get to the grand finals, nobody's gonna forget the name TempesT.
Well, it's no longer about being the 3rd or the 4th place team for TempesT. They've already booked themselves a spot there. They already know that despite whatever happening, they are definitely going to get that 4th place. But that's not the spot that you want to settle for. You want to settle for the top spot. You want to be the team that came in when no one knew who you were, and you took down Team Mahi and Global and Godlike. And if TempesT does that today, well, that's going to be a very big upset, to say the least.
Yeah, but I mean, I know all of us, I mean, most of us out here, we favor that underdog story. Like the David versus Goliath matchup, David does end up winning out, and it's exciting to see that, you know, when the little one, so to speak, ends up like really challenging the bigger opponent, the bigger foundation or the bigger organization in this case, and gives them a run for their money. Even if a win does not happen, I want to see TempesT playing with the freedom that, hey, we got here because we played our own style. You need to make sure you don't compromise on that, because the minute you start playing their game, that's when they will start just being more the experience factor, the fact that they have a lot more simplicity in the game coming into play. I want to see a lot of those cocky swings, the 1v1 duels that TempesT really are good at, come out for them. Really just sort of frustrate GE. Like, these guys are not playing standard, and this is kind of irritating.
I think that plays out perfectly. If you want to take down a team like Global, you can't play standard. If you play standard, they already know what you're going to be doing, and it's going to be an easy counter. So doing something that's not expected from your side and doing it well, because or rather more than half of the game is going to be decided on gunfights, because it's at the end of the day an FPS game. You need to shoot people either in the body or in the head to make sure you win that round. TempesT does know how to do that. The problem is that Global knows how to play the mind games as well. So if TempesT plays the way that Global wants them to play, it's going to be relatively easier for Global to take them down. But if TempesT goes the other route, I think we will be seeing the opposite side of the coin today, and Global will be the one that's struggling.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, if TempesT can just sort of, you know, fluster Global really early, I've always said I think Global's biggest, you know, sort of kryptonite is the fact that if you just sort of make them a bit less confident in what their plan is, they do tend to start trying to play spontaneously, and that's where the thread really starts to fray. So that's what I think TempesT really need to attack. Like, as you said, that Reyna wide swing, if you can get that going, get like an easy dismiss, be like, peace out. That will 100% fluster Global Esports, and you can use that to your advantage, because at this stage, when you're with the top 4 teams of the tournament, every single round that you can edge over your opponent because of a simple concept can just push you along the way. We tend to see a lot of 13-11, 13-10 wins, so each round is crucial and important.
That is true. I think that the most important factor that's going to be affecting the total outcome of this game is going to be down to one player. And yes, a single player can't change a game, but that's usually. We saw what happened yesterday, and yes, the man is Kirosi. If you don't figure out a way how to survive or take him down, you are going to be having a lot of problems. And the lesser that you say about the man, I mean, the more you say about the man, you just realize that there is so much more that you can speak about him, because I'm pretty sure that yesterday the only reason Team Mahi got taken down was this man.
Yeah, I mean, single-handedly bringing back the mental for your team, not just the mechanical aspect, right? Obviously, the mechanical aspect is absolutely phenomenal, but the idea of the tempo he gives to his team, the momentum, be like, guys, I am at my best right now, and I need you to be at your best so we as a team can become the very best. That sort of momentum you can only bring when you're able to make nutty plays like that, and the fact that he's able to do that consistently is just crazy. Now, looking at the motivation these teams have for doing so, like, just winning today's match for either team is literally about 125% jump in the amount of prize pool they get. So definitely a lot of motivation besides the bragging rights behind the win.
That's definitely true. So this is exactly what these players are going to be fighting for. The first place prize of 4 lakhs, the second place for 2 lakhs, and the third and fourth will be settling for 75,000 rupees each. So third and place, there's not much of a difference except the spot number, but the first place and the second place, that's straight away a 200% difference, and that's a lot of money online on stake. And not just that, as you said, bragging rights. Who wants to brag by saying I came second? Everyone wants to brag by saying I came first.
Yeah, exactly. Right. You want to be you want to be the team that has the onus in being able to pull off, like, at the end of this tournament. Hey, it was a long affair. It started from all the way January. They went through the qualifiers, got to the main stage, and now this is where, like, the culmination of all the efforts really comes into play. You want to be able to say, over the 2-month affair, we as a team improved the most. We as a team became the best, and that's exactly why we can claim that we are the winners. So it's a lot in stake for all of the teams, but hey, there's also a lot in stake for the viewers, right? We have a lot of gifts for the viewers. So Dan, tell us a bit more about that.
Well, so if you guys are watching, which you obviously are, because we have people in chat, you can head over to the link in the description and you can register yourself for the live stream giveaway, which is being held by HyperX. And if you are lucky, the grand prize is going to be an Alloy Origins keyboard, a Cloud Core 7.1 headset, a Pulsefire Core mouse, and a Fury Ultra RGB mousepad. And doesn't matter if you do not get the grand prize, you can still get tier 2, which is going to be a Cloud Core 7.1 headset or an Alloy Core RGB mouse, or you might just be able to get the Pulsefire Raid mouse or maybe even a Fury S-Speed mousepad. So there's nothing that you need to do except head over to the description, register yourself, and you're good to go. And as far as things go, HyperX products, they're definitely going to be one of the best that you can get out there. So why not? Why not get some free headphones or keyboards for yourself?
Absolutely. Like, I think for all the fans, not only do you get that piece of spicy action that is about to get started anytime now, but also you get a chance to really play like pros, become that top tier player with those top tier peripherals. So make sure you do participate. I am sure none of you have my luck because I never tend to win any of these, but like, don't worry, I'll make sure my blessings and prayers come your way and one of you will be getting that prize. But then coming back to the matchup itself, tell me a bit more about TempesT. Like, tell the viewers which map do they really favor. I've seen them a couple of times in Ascent and they look really scary. But where else do you think they can upset GE?
I think that any map where TempesT is hitting their shots, they are a scary team, because what I have seen from TempesT is that it doesn't matter if you're going to Icebox, you're going to Bind, you're going to Haven or Ascent or even Split. I haven't seen them on Split just yet, but these 4 maps that I have seen them on, they are a team that loves fragging. They don't care whether you're holding with an AWP. As long as they know your position, they're going to hit you in the head. And sometimes, yes, it is a stupid decision to peek an AWP a lot of times, because you need to land that headshot. If you have a Vandal, you need that headshot. And if you have a Phantom, you need that spray on his head. For an AWP, he hits any part of your body and you're as good as done. So it's a really bad decision to peek an AWP sometimes. But TempesT, they just go for it. And the surprising thing is they win that gunfight. So yes, you can say that TempesT can get taken down if they make mistakes like that, but if you're hitting your shots, it doesn't really matter if you're peeking mid on Split or you're peeking Heaven on Bind, as long as you hit your shot. And that's what TempesT does best. So I'm really hoping that TempesT is on their A game today, because some things that we saw from Kubrick's as well as Chobes the other day, they were inhumane, to say the least.
Yeah, I think every single player in TempesT, they're gonna have a little bit of a weight on their shoulders. They're gonna come here looking to prove themselves. It's not gonna be as much about the win as it is about the fact that they need to prove that, hey, even going up against such a juggernaut, we will come out swinging, as you said, the way they do, taking those uncanny gunfights and coming out winning. That's what their identity has become. Now, as you talked about those couple of players, Shobes and Cubics, I've also heard a lot about AZ. So like, these players, I want to see them just sort of thrive. I want to see them go to their comfort, but I also do want to see that Split, because I think since we've not really seen much of TempesT on Split, it could be them bringing some surprising new composition that just completely throws GE's plans out of the window.
That is definitely true. A big thing, as we said in the start, Global does not have a lot of information to go around with for TempesT. As far as TempesT goes, they basically have everything. So counter-stratting Global, it's not an easy job, but even if they do say 70% if they can use the 70% of the information that is out there, that is a big deal, because TempesT basically has the wards. Global only has the wards for TempesT from this particular tournament. And yes, TempesT, this is their first major tournament, but there are a lot of things that teams hide from their on-stream games or just in general, so that they can use them at a later stage in the game. And saving strats, that's not something new in competitive play.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure GE themselves will not be trying to reveal anything here. They're gonna save everything they can for that grand finals, because for them this matchup is not about necessarily the same way it is about TempesT, right? For them it's about getting to the grand finals and becoming the champions. Their eyes very much set on that goal, as compared to who for TempesT it's step by step. You need to take down GE first, then look towards that grand finals. So it's going to be an exciting affair either ways. And it also makes sure that for global esports, they need to try and get to that area by sort of showing a dominating run. If you end up dropping a map, put yourself in a stage where you have to reveal the stress, that makes sure that if you are eventually going to the grand finals, that one extra strat that you no longer have in your pocket, one extra just ace that you no longer can pull out, and that might go a long way. So we'll see if GE can remain as dominant as people would expect them to, or if TempesT will just completely flip the tempo and show up today with their white swings, with their aim, and just completely upset the odds. Either way, for me, I think now we are about to get into the matchup. So I'm going to ask the viewers to share their predictions in the chat. I'm going to ask you, do you think we're going to see 3 maps or 2 maps?
I think we are going to be seeing 3 maps. I'm going to say
All
we're
right.
going to be... If we don't see 3 maps, we will be seeing really close 2 maps. Because I know for a fact that TempesT is not here just to have fun. They're here to take down global esports. Like as you said, it's a step-by-step process. And if you ask me, right now, Team Mahi as well as Godlike, they are going to be watching this match because they want to know what's happening. Because as a team, Godlike as well as Mahi, they know what global is and they can kind of expect what is going to be coming in from their side. But for TempesT, they have nothing to go forward with. So every match that they can catch for the side of TempesT is definitely going to be great. But there you go. It's going to be the map veto coming in. As no surprise, TempesT is choosing Ascent, where they'll be starting on attack, while Global have to start on defense. While Global, again, no surprise, going in for that Haven pick. Haven in recent times has been one of the strongest maps that Global has had in their kitty, and what a map is it for Global. Every single team that Global takes there has an extremely tough time.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Hellranger on that Phoenix recently has been so phenomenal, but I do like TempesT's thought process here in the veto, picking up the Ascent and banning out the Bind, leaving Global with an option where they either have to ban this split, where TempesT hasn't really shown much, so it could be favored to TempesT, or ban that Icebox/Haven map, both of which are really favored by Global. In this situation, it sort of forces Global to take away one of their own strengths. They are just as good on split, so it is a good veto process for them. But I will say, Bind, one of the weaker maps for global esports, so I'm hoping to see that TempesT has something prepared for Haven, because as you said, going into Haven Global, they're going to look extremely dominant. But coming back to the first map, Ascent, we talked about this. I mentioned that I've seen TempesT a couple of times on this map before, and they look so dominant. It's also one of the map that really enables those white swings. Getting that mid control by picking up the early kills, it can be absolutely huge for a team on attack. And with TempesT starting exactly there, they're going to have to rely on that. I'm looking to see a lot of those aggressive A-main fights or the mid control fights, see which team can come out on top.
Yeah, that is true. Definitely. Ascent is going... Actually, if you think about it, Ascent, Haven and Icebox, they're all 3 maps that allow you to play that wide swing game. Because if you think about it, Haven, it's only C site where you really see the prominence of that operator helping you out. If you think about it, A is not a site where the op can be used as well as C, and neither is B, because B is a hard retake site. You basically cannot hold B and stop the plant from inside unless the attackers mess up royally. So B is always going to be a site that will favor the automatic weapons. But coming back to Ascent, almost every single site that you can go to, either operator or no, you can definitely use automatic weapons to take people down at whatever range they may be on. And we have seen TempesT not favor that op. They take down the player with the op, they pick it up and they drop it. They are not a team that loves to play with that weapon. And if you think about it, Global, they're the flip side. Give SK Rossi an op, the man is the happiest in the world. And trust me, if you are on the team opposite to SK Rossi with an op, you're not going to be happy at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you can, as far as TempesT is concerned, if the rounds are going back and forth, or if they're having the win streak, that's where you're ideal. If you give Global Esports a chance to snowball their eco, a chance for SK Rossi to pick up the operator, at that point, it's almost like it's that raid boss time, you know? It becomes ridiculously hard to get past him because flash him, rush him, irrespective of what you do, he will definitely put a dent in your approach before he gets taken down. And that dent is more than enough for his team to rally behind him, take the rest of them down, and at the end of the day, save the operator for him. So TempesT, they're going to have to be very, very, on point with the way they shut down the operator. And I'm excited to see that because I have seen them really favor the Reyna pick, and the Leer can be a really good tool to shutting down that angle for the operator. It becomes very difficult for the operator holder to get the flash down and peek at the same time, as compared to like a Phoenix flash where you can just turn around, dodge half of the flash and then go for the repeat. The Reyna flash, you have to shoot it or you have to get out of the angle.
Well, yes, and not only that, it's going to be a very interesting game with respect to either the Omen or the Brim, because smokes, they are one of the best ways to stopping an operator for long lengths of time. Yes, the Lure, as you said, is a very useful tool, but for how long? 3 seconds at max. The smoke is going to be a lot more of, as you can say, a permanent fix to an angle for the operator. So smoke plays, they are definitely going to have to be very, very good. And if you really want to go down the rabbit hole, the Omen or the Brim on the side of TempesT, if he performs well today, if he does his job, I think that there is going to be a lot of problems for SK Rossi, because yes, the man is very good in his aim in general, Stormblades, automatic weapons, Vandal, Phantom, whatever, but the man really shines on that operator. And if you can shut him down, that's going to put a huge nerf on the attacking prowess, or rather just the gun game that Global has, and it'll go a long way in making sure that TempesT has the option, or rather the opportunity, to take down other players that usually play around SK Rossi to either protect him or to take his trade.
Yeah, it's going to become very important for either teams end up revolving around that itself. So you want to start off right. The pistol rounds really good. And with the recent frenzy nerfs, I'm excited to see what different approaches teams have coming into those pistols, because you can't really go for those 5-stack frenzies anymore. Yeah, while we still see a lot of frenzies, teams usually have 1 or 2 at the minimum. Teams are now starting to lean towards more of that tankier playstyle. You go for the classics and the light shields, rely on your aim to get those constant headshots or even the right clicks in those close range battles, and then use the extra light shields that you have to just be able to win out in the battle against a better weapon. But for both of the teams, like, that pistol is going to be so huge, because as considering like TempesT's identity, all about that mechanical power, if they end up losing the pistol, it could give that extra bit of confidence, snowball that eco, get the operator online for SK Rossi. And yeah, I mean, I feel like we can't say enough about it, because he is just so captivating on that. But I'm more excited about Chobs specifically. I think he's the sort of player who's going to get in your face and take you down. So I'm hoping he can be the kryptonite to GE's standards.
I think that it's as I said, it's going to be a big game for every single role that TempesT is going to be filling in. As for Global, I think that they are a team, since they are a team that has been playing for so long, they have their role set in place. They already know what they can expect from their teammates. You know that Lightning Fast is going to be that Sentinel. You know that Hellranger is going to be on that Phoenix or that Omen for the, for the sake. But when it comes down to SK Rossi, he was already so prominently known as the duelist. But in the last few weeks, you can say, the man has just shifted it into another gear altogether, and it's not easy for you to just grow from the kind of player that you are and become someone better, especially once you've reached a certain level. But this man, he just doesn't stop getting better. And imagine going up against a player like Antidote and still being the standout performer. And again, this is not to throw shade on Antidote. He is still one of the best players that you have in the region. But Rossi, in his recent form, he has been at a different level. And honestly, I think you can basically play the song for him, All Eyes on You.
Yeah, absolutely right. Like, it is going to be just that, but now we're in the Asian select. And Tempest, are you baiting me right now? Because this composition is like a dream come true. You have that Sky, understand? I think it's one of the strongest picks and a very good pick, especially for an aggressive team that likes to take proactive control. But I do think they are going to end up straying away for that. For GE though, standard composition. Skills on that Phoenix, Rossi on that Jet, lightning fast, as you mentioned. He's the Sentinel. There's going to be Hellranger picking up that Omen and Kappa going onto that Sova. Tempest, I'm excited to see if you bring out the Sky, the Killjoy, and the Raze. It's like the perfect composition because, as you said, they're not the kind of team who relies on the operator. They're a very aggressive team, and the agents they picked up perfectly slot into the playstyle they want to play.
Exactly, and one player that we didn't talk about is Koki Kumaru, because that Sentinel Killjoy plays that Koki has, they are extremely underrated, to be fair, because there are so many rounds where we have seen Tempest just lose their duelists or their initial fraggers so quickly because the other team expects that kind of an aggressive play, and then it comes down to your initiator controller and your Sentinel to make sure that they get the round through. And one place that Koki has been extremely good at is playing those post plant, playing the utility, or rather the mountain of utility that Killjoy has, because the only real reason that a lot of teams love to go for that Killjoy nowadays is the fact that she is so versatile in doing what she can. She can do the role of a Cypher, she can play the role of an attacker pretty well and not really get burdened down by the passive utility that is usually there on the hands of a Sentinel. The downside, she needs to play around that utility, but Koki, he has been able to keep himself in positions where he can use his utility for both sides and make sure his team does not feel, as you can say, the void that a Cypher has on attack, but at the same time, the immense amount of pressure that a Cypher can maintain on the side of a defense.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Ascent especially one of the better maps for her to be able to do that. There's these nifty corners that you can put your alarm bot or turret in to be able to, for you, allow access to both of the sides. But now going into the game, we're just going to see the teams in action immediately. It is the side of TempesT on the attack and Global Esports on the defense. Already an aggressive A main push. They take that ult-top control, get it for themselves, and are now looking to spread themselves out, get that catwalk control, and then go for a fast execute onto the side. Global Esports just looking to hold on. Discipline is the name of the game.
Well, yes, that's definitely true. Global, they don't want to give that first pick. They'll be playing for that, but Hellranger getting dinked with that ghost once is going to be important as counter smokes coming in from both sides. Tree as well as Catwalk. It's going to be a push coming in. The paranoia is going to be there. Hellranger making sure he moves away from that boom bot, not giving away his position as Lightning Fast and Hellranger are going to be there, but Skirossi comes in with the friends. He's going to get taken down by Kubrix. The first pick goes to TempesT, and that's going to make sure that Global are going to be starting off on the back foot. Now Chobes holding that backstab despite getting down. Hellranger a little low on HP, but now it's down to Global to make this retake work out for them.
Now you can see TempesT, they are in perfect post-plant positions, right? The Sova ready with his lineup. The rest of the team holding down. This flipping through the flash. It's Kubrix and AZ picking up a kill each. Breaks our team with another. It's TempesT in a commanding lead in this round. And we just Kappa last man standing. There's not much hope for him. TempesT, they're just trying to make sure they don't drop any kills. And they're going to do exactly that. A flawless pistol round for TempesT. They start off in a phenomenal fashion, exactly how we wanted them to.
Exactly. Now, it's really on TempesT even now to make sure that they do not let this get to their head, because we have seen it's very easy to get a 2-round lead once you win your pistol as well as your half buy. But as the full buy rolls in, that's when teams usually start dropping the first few rounds. So let's hope that TempesT does not get into that position, as it looks like this is going to be a forced buy coming in from the side of Global. They really want to make sure that they do not drop any rounds, as the paranoia is going to be coming in. Hot Hands will have to get dropped by Skills to make sure it doesn't get caught out there.
Yeah, you can see that Global Esports are going to be end up going for the eco. So TempesT, they want to push their advantage ASAP. Actually, scratch that. Global, they picked up the buys for themselves. This is a first buy situation. The Stingers and the Bucky coming online. I think TempesT, if they don't enter cautiously, they're going to get caught off guard. They are making sure to do just that though. The grenade coming out combined with the shock dash trying to get some damage, and they have caught Kappa down really low. But Kappa, he's willing to hold on to this angle. He just wants someone to pop up right in front of him to get that Bucky headshot through.
Well, yes, that's true, as
Oh
they're
my
not
God.
going to be checking that corner. Hellranger getting the first pick. That's going to be Kubrick's. Rena stuck in the corner, but he's still going to get that kill. The dismiss, the flash, as he's going to come out. He's going to get taken out by SK Rossi. And, well, the trade game really favoring Global right now. But if you think about it, Jet, very low on HP. So is Chobes, though. So TempesT still has, enough utility as well as manpower and gunpower to make sure that they can make this round work out for them. But Lightning Fast, he's going to be the welcome party for this team on the side of B. Or rather, hey, there you go. It's going to be a welcome gun buckshot to the head of Brickshot. And that's going to be the end of the Omen. 10 seconds on the board. I think that this is a round that Global is definitely going to be taking right now.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, now Hellranger with another pick. The first buy is working out perfectly for Global Esports. It's Hellranger with the triple kill. They get the round, they get the better guns, and they put themselves back into the lead. They tell TempesT, you got a flawless, but you pissed us off. There is no way we're allowing that to happen again. And with the first buys, they put their stamp on this matchup, and they make sure to just completely deny any momentum that TempesT could have got off the way the map started. Now this next round going to be really important because I do expect TempesT to go for the eco. You can't go for a force buy into a force buy, and that's exactly what they're going to do. But the fact that they do have the sheriffs, if they can get those one taps, maybe a thrifty on the cards.
Well, yes, that is definitely true. So for TempesT, it's going to be important to make sure that they keep their calm right now. It's an eco round for them. They should not be expecting too much. But at the same time, it's going to be trick shot with a dink and a body shot. Hellranger is going to be taken down. And so is going to be Lightning Fast. Now Skills with walking through that paint shed. Going to take some damage. He'll get that kill though. But 42 HP on the man. No hot hands, I believe, for him to heal himself up. And with no Sage on board, it's going to be a little difficult for the Phoenix to take gunfights on his own, as you can say, own wish.
Now an aggressive push coming in for TempesT. They actually have the advantage, and with the kills they've got, they picked up the guns and they're taking down Global Esports. This chaotic playstyle going in the favor of TempesT. Those ones that we were talking about, it's Rixorty with one and Chobes with another. TempesT, they say, you think you can pull back a surprising round? Watch us in action. Beautiful round for TempesT. Pulling off an eco win just puts GE on the back foot. Makes sure that they have to think for a second, guys. Okay, we need to slow the pace of this match down, because if we keep going for these fast, chaotic gunfights with TempesT, they're gonna thrive in it.
Well, and here's a surprising fact. There have been 2 rounds that have been won by TempesT, and majority of the frags that have been taken in both these rounds have been with pistols. So if you think that TempesT is a team that you can take down with simply aim, I am sorry, my friend, you have something else to think about. Well, there you go, the Firebolt as well as the Owl Drone going to be spotting the players. Skills will have to make a fallback, making sure he does not take damage from that shock dart. Curveball comes in, there's no one going to be there. Skills, you're going to have to make sure that you play this a little more passive. But Hellranger, he's there for his cover. No more flashes on the side of the Phoenix, as TempesT is just burning utility on the side of Global right now.
Yeah, for Global, they've got a really nice aggressive push down, taking A main control for themselves, and this is giving them so much information because they're able to play for the peaks. But it's TempesT winning the first gunfight, taking down Hellranger. And while Skills is able to find the trade, it does mean that Skills, taken down really low, has to invest his firewall to heal himself. Now TempesT, with that control, they're going in. Kubrick, he finds one, but the shock dart and Skills healed up once again. This Phoenix making use of his utility perfectly to keep his health bar up and find the picks for his team.
Spike planted.
Well, there you go. The spike will get initiated, but now it's down to the side of Global to make that retake. They're going to spot the Killjoy turret, get rid of that. The Killjoy has been spotted in Hell as well. The wall banks coming through, but none of them connecting just yet. There's a player on Black Box. I believe his position is known as well. The smoke getting dropped for the main. As the drop comes in, the swarm grenades are going to prevent any kind of free play as Skills is just too good for the side of TempesT to deal with this round, as if it doesn't matter. If SK Rossi gets taken down early, you still have the whole team of Global to take down, my friends. You can't think that it's going to be an easy game if you take down Rossi.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Like Global, they are showing up now. Skills with that 4K, the way he's able to pair up with Hellranger in that main push. Even though Hellranger goes down, that's the reason you want two people in that main push, so you can find the trades for yourself and maintain your forward position. Doing so ensures that you're the team that has the aggressive control. And with that main control, even though TempesT get A site for themselves and are able to get the plant, the fact that they don't have main control or rafters control means that they don't have any room to get into their post plants, and therefore the post plant just becomes a matter of time for GE to take over. Now 2-2, both of the teams struggling a little bit with their eco. We see buys for most of the players, but a couple of players with the Spectres, meaning both of the teams are feeling the effects of these back and forth rounds so far. The first team to take a lead will be the first team to set up a nice eco advantage.
Exactly, and eco right now is a very important thing, because if you think about it, it's not just about having a phantom or a vandal in your hand to shoot people with. It's a lot more about, do you have anything to fall back on? Because eventually you are going to lose a round, and what happens when you do lose that round? Do you have no money to go in and just buy a sheriff and a half shield, or will you have enough to go in for a full buy again? So eco is really going to be an important aspect of the game, especially if rounds keep flowing back and forth like this.
Yeah, and the teams need to stabilize that to do so, but right now TempesT, they're feeling it. They're very comfortable here because the back and forth bad eco does mean no operator, but that showstopper, your reaction said it best, dang. That showstopper left us a bit wanting into the wall, able to deny it, but hey, he is able to compensate for it by taking down the running back of Skills. Throwing out a grenade to tag him down real low will mean that Skills lost a quarter of his HP bar, and with no shields, TempesT is looking to push in aggressively, but GE, they're poised, they hold on and they find the picks.
Well, it's all down to Koki now in a 1v4. He'll get spotted out by lightning fast, and that's going to be a free weapon for everyone on the side of Global, because it was an investment that TempesT made, and now it's going to be down to Global to get those exploits. And looking at the smile that Hellranger has, things are going to plan in the Global Esports camp, while on the side of TempesT, a lot of mute faces, a lot of concentration on their face. They need to make sure that they do not give this up right now. Though, yes, TempesT is on attack, but you can't really force the defender or the attacker sidedness of a map, especially when you're going up against a team like Global, because if Global's good on defense, they are definitely very good on attack as well, and you can't hope that it's going to be something that will help you out. You really need to force the agenda over here.
Yeah, absolutely. And TempesT, they're looking to switch something up, doing exactly that with a mid-control approach. We haven't seen as much from them with this approach in the first half so far. And GE, they're taking heavy advantage of that. This is where the lack of a Cypher really starts hurting, because you don't have easy A-main and B-main control. And SK Rossi, having pushed in from B-main, he has a huge flank. He picks up Koki, drops that spike carrier. He's looking for more and more picks. That new skin with the Vandal as well, looking real nifty. He's gonna find 3 for himself and demolish TempesT on that B-mid spot.
Well, Kubrick still has a sheriff to work with, as he's going to get one, but not more, as SK Rossi will get denied that ace by a kill from Kappa, I believe. But at this point, it doesn't matter. It's all about the rounds, and rounds are going to win you games. It's not going to be the ace. Yes, it's going to look cool in the next montage that Rossi will be putting up, but the montage is not going to be something that he is after. The trophy is what he is after right now. So for the side of TempesT, I believe they need to take a breather and figure out what they want to do, because the economy on their side, it's very, very fragile, as Global is slowly building themselves a foundation. 2 rounds and you already have a buy for another round after that, while TempesT will have to work with what they have in their banks right now, and if they do not win this round, things are going to get very difficult going forward.
They are trying to use the Killjoy lockdown to force the issue. The blinds coming in as well as the CT smoke with Lightning Fast detained. This is TempesT's chance to close the site, but Skills able to spam through on Lightning Fast position, picks up a double, and while Kubrix is able to take down one, CT control maintained by Global Esports and the picks picked up for them. Now Drixort, he's able to pick up one, but Kappa on the flank with 2 more. He's going to take them down, and that will be 5-2 for Global Esports. They look like they've sort of slotted into a comfortable playstyle where they're willing to just give TempesT what they want but punish them on the retake.
I think that I completely agree with you, and that's really smart of Global, because in the 2 rounds that TempesT has won, Global realized you cannot force the agenda against a team like TempesT. You cannot force them to take gunfights, because they are absolutely cracked at aim and they're going to hit you or shoot you in the head before you realize what's happening. And there you go. TempesT, you have to look after yourselves now, because SK Rossi has picked up that operator. And coming back to what I was saying, TempesT, they need to make sure that they play around what Global is trying to do with them, which is that retake game. as Kappa is going to be using both of his shock darts, get enough of a tag on the 2 players, as SK Rossi will be there with Lightning Fast. Neural Theft is going to be coming in. Lightning Fast going in for that aggressive play. He's going to walk past the Killjoy turret, take that damage, not worry too much about it, but he shoots out the holograms. He's going to spot out Kubrix, but Kubrix is too fast, and he's going to get that kill for himself, as the game is now going to be falling in to a small, or rather a slower pace, as both teams are going to be dropping a frag each. It's time for the rotate coming in, and Hellranger, he's there for the welcoming party.
Hellranger with his forward position is going to be so devastating to TempesT's rotate, because now he's going to find one. Misses his first shot, though needed that instant headshot so he could get more than 1 kill. With only picking up 1 kill, it puts him in a sticky situation. But Skills now they're ready for the backup, and TempesT going for the greedy ultra play means that they lose a couple of seconds. 1 person going down, meaning 2v3 for TempesT, and with Kubrix really low, the running back being popped by Skills. He wants to finish this off right here. Knows where Chove's likely to be, so throws out the molly, but Chove's able to barely dodge it out. Now 1v3, this spike dropped right in front of GE's eyes, meaning Chove's with an impossible task. He's gonna have to walk into this SK Rossi op crosshair, and well, I don't need to tell the viewers much about what happens when you walk into SK Rossi's op crosshair, because you're just gone.
You don't need to talk about if you walk into his crosshairs in the first place. It doesn't matter if it's an op, if it's a vandal or a sheriff. You know what's going to be the outcome. And all around, it's just happy faces on the side of Global, not so happy on the side of TempesT, is they really need to figure out how they want to make sure, they need to fix the leaks in their boat right now, because if that leak gets too big, it's really going to be downhill from there. Not to mention, this is their map choice, and the next map coming up is going to be Haven, where I'm not saying that Global is going to be winning that, but yes, they have the track record to prove it, that they are a team that can take down most of the teams that go up against them on Haven, as SK Rossi taking a lot of damage thanks to shock darts as well as the Nanoswarm grenades, but he's still going to be standing strong. And that op, it doesn't need a man on too high of an HP to make use of that weapon too well. But the Rena, she is still there in the corner, as she's going to be peeking. She'll give away her position with that first shot, as Rossi is not someone that you give a second chance to. And maybe had the jiggle peek just come in and the first shot had been based on information, you could have been seeing AEZ getting that one tap on the head of SK Rossi, but not today, my friend.
You can see though, TempesT, they are learning, right? They are trying to slow down their progress, but it seems like a little too late, because SK Rossi, that quick peek for the 3rd kill was nasty. Finds a triple and just completely destroys TempesT in that mid area. It leaves it down to Drixor and Kubrix here, and they're gonna try to go for this B push, but with Kappa ready in lane, Rossi and Market and Lightning Fast in CT, it's a bloodbath here in B main. is lightning fast with one. And Kubrick's actually able to pick up a couple. Rossi has to switch to his classic to take him out, but Kubrick's almost giving GE a scare.
Well, see, that's the thing. If you take those one-on-one gunfights, TempesT is going to be having a big advantage. I mean, think about it. AEZ only lost this because there was an op on the side of SK Rossi. Had that been a regular gun, maybe we would have seen AEZ come out on top. And again, Kubrick's with those two peaks, the one tap onto I believe Kappa and skills, so clean. There was no way that they had a chance to get that kill. It's only when Global is playing together as the team that they are able to make use and win out gunfights. So TempesT, they really need to figure out how they want to break that. And I've said that earlier before, and I'm going to say that again. If they don't play as a team, it's going to be very difficult to take down this team of Global right now.
A nice boombot combined with the Lear forces SK Rossi back from his forward position, has to give up the A-main, and with A-main control now being taken, they're trying to use the alarm bots to switch it up, but SK Rossi, he takes all that damage hoping to tempt Kubrick's into a peak, but the discipline reigns supreme for Kubrick's. He will not take that now. Skills with the flash, pushes in aggressively, takes him down, and TempesT, like, they start off rounds really well. They cause a lot of noise, but then they stagnate in the same position for a little too long, and GE always ends up punishing them for that.
Exactly, and G is just showing us what experience is. They are showing us what it is like to play with experience versus just gun skill. And this is not to say that TempesT is not playing smart. They're also trying their best. It's just that Global is just so ready for everything that TempesT is trying to do. I can basically say that they have read TempesT like a book right now, because TempesT is making those kind of mistakes again and again, where they are just trying to push into places, trying to get map control and playing for picks. While Global, you see every single time they realize that a rotate might be in play, they basically just make sure that they push someone aggressively to a retake position, and they are the welcoming party, as I've been saying. It was lightning fast on B, and it was Hellranger and Kappa on the side of A. And what do you do against that? You basically need to make sure you check every single angle, which is going to bleed a lot of time. And as you can see, time is something that is not on your side, especially when you're on attack.
Yeah, the TempesT, they are like bleeding a little too much now. With just 2 rounds in their pocket, GE, they have a huge lead, and they're able to use this lead to just aggressively take control of the map. Like, they are comfortable in every single manner possible. Like, talking about like the initial stages of the round, right? TempesT, they do really well forcing GE off of their forward positions, taking control of the A main. Once they get the ult up though, they should be rotating out. You don't want to stagnate in the same position for a while, because when then GE, they're able to rally back on their own accord, use their own flashes to force the fight back, and making sure to do so in a team manner where you have those double peaks inside of the solo peaks means that even if TempesT can pull off a crazy shot, it will be GE winning out at the end of the day. And that's where TempesT, they need to try and change the pace of their gameplay with respect to the round. You still want to keep it fast-paced, but you want to keep it fast-paced across the map. Maybe spread yourselves out like in a 1-3-1 fashion, where you have that Raze lurking towards the A main or B main, have that Reyna lurking towards one of those sites as well, and then put the rest of the 3 towards that mid and force every site along the way, wherein GE starts spreading themselves a little thin, and then you can maybe take advantage of that.
Exactly, and I completely agree with you, because what we have seen from a lot of teams that have made GE struggle is that, or rather any team for that matter, if you stretch out a team thin enough, you will be able to force those 1v1s. And that is exactly where TempesT has the advantage. If they can force the 1v1s by spreading Global Esports out thin, because at the end of the day, no matter what you do, no matter what team you may be, you have 5 players to work with. And if you can spread them far enough that, there's this rule in a lot of competitive games. I don't know if, it's something that a lot of people talk about in competitive Valo, but it is, if you're 5 seconds away from your teammate for a trade, you're in a good position. And if TempesT can force Global to play 5 seconds away from each other for a trade, I think they will be able to walk away with a lot of rounds. And right now, all that I'm seeing is Global just having quadruple digits everywhere in their economy, while for the side of TempesT, it's down to triple digits or sometimes even a single digit.
Yeah, you're saying for TempesT, the economy really starting to hurt because they have to pick up the Spectres, the Bulldog even, and they're not able to get the full buys, but they have to force because they need to try and pull back as many rounds as they can here on the attacking side. Because if you do go down to the 9 or 10 scoreline for Global, then those pistol rounds again become so important, and if Global able to win them or even win the force buy in the next, it puts TempesT in almost an impossible situation to make a recovery. Now the drone coming out at B main, TempesT, they get the information that the op for SK Rossi is towards his B side, and instantly you can see he's gonna rotate, but this is what we are talking about. I feel like they're spending a second too long in this B main area, waiting for something to happen, but hey, they actually do commit to this side. The paranoia comes out, in they go, but is GE coming out on top? Let's see if Kubrick's can get something with the showstopper.
Well, he did not get anything with the showstopper, but he did get one with the paint shell as the Hunter Spirit is going to be coming out. Trickshot will pick that kill as Scarpa is going to be left with the bow and arrow in his hand, but Hell Ranger again there for his teammate. 5-second rule applies right here. He's going to pick up that kill as he's going to get 2. Skills is going to get 1 onto the Rena, and now Kubrick's with that op. He's going to miss that shot, and that's not going to be good because he's going to get flashed. His position will get called out, and that's not the weapon that you want to take multiple gunfights with. And Skills just finishing things off quick and easy for the side of Global. 9-2, 1 round away from split, and we're just seeing TempesT getting outsmarted by Global Esports.
Yeah, on every single turn, Global Esports, it does feel like they are one step ahead. They are much more coordinated in their approach, and it is coming down to the experience. They are like being continuously denying TempesT those duels too. Wherever you see the trades come out, it's always Global together as a team, as a 2-man squad or a 3-man squad taking those duels. Meaning that despite the fact that TempesT gets some kills, Global always able to trade it out. The TempesT, they're trying to switch it up, go for this aim, but the running back is ready. These operator, these duelists, they go in all guns blazing, pick up a double kill for GE, and just obliterate any chance of TempesT in this round.
Nowhere to run! Well, TempesT still going to be in a 3v5. They can kind of make it work as the Hunter Fury is going to be coming out from the side of Chobes. It's basically a formality at this point. He wanted to use that ultimate, maybe tag a random player here and there and try to work with that, but right now it looks like Global has everything on lockdown. The only thing that I think is going to affect the outcome of this game is the fact that Rossi is very, very low on HP, but so is Omen down to 50 as Lightning Fast just holding on from the side of CT. He's going to make sure that no kind of rotate comes in from the side of Market. He has a tripwire on B main. He has the door closed, which means that the only real place that the players can be coming from is going to be CT. Well, there you go. The door getting destroyed is going to give away the position. Lightning Fast gets 1. He's going to get 2. Will he get a 3rd? Yes, he will. No reload needed for this man, and 10-2 is going to be the split that we will have here as Global just proving why they are the team that you do not mess around with. And TempesT, there are concerns all across their faces.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate occurrence here because GE, they're carrying over the form that we saw from them recently, right? There is no stopping them. Not only are they on point with their mechanical prowess, as you're going to see in this replay, like that peek from SK Rossi, it's so dangerous, but he makes it look so easy. And then another here, Lightning Fast with the jiggles holding down that BCT angle, just doing it so effortlessly that it does feel like it's such an easy task. But hey, when we actually go and try to do it in the game, that's when you realize, oh wait, this is why these guys are pros, because damn, are they good at what they do.
Well, that goes without saying. SK Rossi going to putting on that hoodie because things are getting heated here, but the man is still feeling a little chilly, I guess, huh?
I think for just a second, Kappa was paying homage to his fans, but I'm going to actually ignore that because I think it might have been something else altogether. TempesT though here, it does look like the calls are coming out like, guys, We just need to rally around, forget what happened first, start fresh from the pistol, and hopefully make a comeback on the basis of that. Because right now, Global Esports, they're gonna look to close it out right here in with the pistol itself. Because at a 10-2 stage, if you win the pistol, then you put yourselves in a position where the other team in that 2 position has to go for a forced buy, but go for a forced buy with a disadvantageous situation wherein they get stingers and light shields, and with the stinger nerf recently, that is a very bad situation to be in. So this pistol extremely crucial for both of the teams. If TempesT can pull it off, they get some sort of breathing room with the next, looking for their buy to then snowball their eco. But if GE win this round, I think it may be over very, very soon.
Well, yes, because G winning this round is basically going to mean that we will be seeing a half buy coming in from them, and unless TempesT could force the issue in either their eco or their force buy, it will be match point for them. And if you put Global on match point, you may pick up a round, 2 rounds, 3, 4, 5 rounds, but you're not going to be able to get that kind of a comeback back in. Well, there you go. It's going to be the jet dash coming in. The turret will get taken out, but Koki is going to make sure he takes down the player, as Chobes will be falling lightning fast. There's going to be an all-out brawl on the side of A. It's everyone coming. Big Shot gets one, Kappa gets one, Koki gets that trade, but Hellranger is going to trade him out as well. It's all down to the Rena. A easy coming in from heaven. It should be a plant going down, but no, it looks like they might just be waiting a little bit to make sure they can confirm the position. And there you go. Once they know what the position is, they're going to smoke off AEZ and make it a lot more difficult for him to clutch the fake plant coming in. But as the peak comes in, it's going to be 2 players that he'll have to deal with, and Global just playing it so smart. And I'm pretty sure that was a call from Hellranger that, Kappa, wait up. Let me make sure that I can smoke off this angle, and then let's fake a plant, because what a way to play a 2v1 situation. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's picture perfect from Global Esports. They know exactly what the right move to make is in the circumstance, and they're able to do it so consistently that it feels like maybe there is no way out for teams that are facing them. But hey, that's where you have to prove your mettle and try to find one. Because right now it's as we expected. Global Esports with the buy. You see the Marshall coming out for AZ. Almost landed that headshot. Could have been huge, but the shot missing does mean that Global can, with the smoke coming down in mid, take mid control for themselves. Use that drone to get the catwalk info, and then use that to push in further. Now towards the A main angle, the duelists have taken aggressive control, and with the defensive smoke going down, it's going to be Skills and SK Rossi looking for the picks.
Well, I'd just like to point out something that, for a lot of people, this will be, a situation where they can say that TempesT is getting bullied. But, I wouldn't count on that, because, yes, TempesT is not having a great time right now, but looking at the difference in experience that you have from the side of Global as well as TempesT, it's just night and day. Like, there is probably more experience on the side of the players of Global than the actual ages of the players that is there on TempesT. So if you think that they're getting bullied, they may be, man, but they are on screen and they are in that position and you're not. So I'd say that don't make fun of them and accept the fact that they are a great team, and they're just going to get better from here. There's no downhill from here. It's all uphill.
Yeah, the fact that they're still giving it their very best proves exactly that. You can see Koki doing just that. He's able to pick up a double, but with time running out and this flank from Kappa, Koki in impossible position. He's picked up the 4K go. Will not be able to get his ace. A nice effort from Koki there. Does take away all of the guns of Global Esports, but it is Global Esports with match point. As you said, TempesT, they're a team that is giving it their very best, and the scoreline not really an indication of their skill as a whole. It's more an indication of how confident GE have been as a team, and because one team is good, that doesn't necessarily mean the other is bad. So TempesT, for them, it's all about that learning experience, and I'm sure they're going to take everything they can from it, use it to just better themselves as a team, because already having reached top 4 in their first stint, it's only up and above for the rest of their tournaments for them.
Exactly. And there is a map more. Ascent may just be going in the favor of Global. Who knows that we know Global to be the team that takes down any team on Haven, but who knows, it might be TempesT today who's going to walk away with that. The full buy is going to be coming in. This is going to be a tough thing. Chokes will be falling. It's match point for the side of Global. Skills will make it worse. The Guardian coming out, ringing. Skirossi holding, missing a few shots, but connecting with the headshot finally. It's down to the Rays as well as the Omen. Kubrick's and Rickshot, they have everything riding on board. Kubrick's will collect at one tap. Rickshot will get one with the judge, but it's all down to the man with a judge in his hand. And every single position that he can be in is known. I think that this is going to be calling for a GG from the side of Global Esports. And well then, there you go. Flash coming out. Oh, Rickshot will still get that kill, but the backstab comes in and SK Rossi, who else to finish it off as he's going to get that kill. Hellranger is smiles all around.
He's happy about the way the first map went, knows that his team played it very, very well, and that they were continuously able to dictate the pace of the map and just sort of deny TempesT the opportunity to do what they're best at. We were talking about how we wanted TempesT to sort of turn the strengths of GE into their weaknesses, but it felt like it became the other way around, where GE were able to utilize the fact that Tempest's strongest aspect is their the mechanical prowess, and turn that against them by continuously playing as a duo or playing for the retakes and making sure that that strength for TempesT never came into play. So well done by Global Esports, a good effort by TempesT. And hey, as you said, maybe we will see them just fire up and pull off an insane map 2 in Haven.
I think that, as far the players of TempesT, if I know anything from what we have seen from their side, it's going to be the fact that they're not going to be going into Haven thinking that we've lost this. They are definitely going to put up a fight. And I think they just need to go in, freshen themselves up and think about it with a fresh mind. And if you were talking about freshening up, why don't you guys scan this QR code and get yourself some Red Bull? Because, it's just going to be helping you out a little bit as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You need that energy to just sort of keep yourselves going, because today it's going to be a really exciting affair. Not only do we have this semi-finals, but then we have Team Mahi and Godlike as well. So you guys want to make sure to catch every piece of that action, and throughout that you will be able to grab yourselves a Red Bull along the way. I know that both of us casters have the same thing, but like coming back to the matchup, looking at these highlights, right? TempesT, they started off well. Like the idea that they had in the first few rounds was really good, and they're able to sort of force GE to play in that chaotic playstyle. But as soon as GE were able to just sort of calm themselves down, play a little slower, it looked like the end of the road for them.
Well, yes, I think that after the first 2 rounds, when Global really understood what's happening and what is up with TempesT, you could see them reading them like a book, and as you can say, it just worked out the way that I kind of expected Global to be able to read TempesT. I just did not expect them to read them so well, and it basically left TempesT in a position where they didn't have any other way of moving around the map. Every single play that they were trying to make was just read perfectly by the side of Global Esports. And if you know Global at all, once they've read you, it's going to be very difficult. I mean, just think about it. For them to take down a team like Team Mahi, it took them time. But once they figured them out, it was not that tough.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, as we were talking about, right, that is their biggest strength. They come in prepared and they take their time to understand. And as soon as they're able to do that, there is nothing stopping them. But hey, Haven is one of those maps where you know exactly what Global is going to be going for. It's going to be the exact same composition, but people carrying different roles. Skill's going to shift onto the Omen, but Hellranger comes onto that Phoenix. So I want to see if TempesT have some sort of curveball, some sort of, just I'm going to take away what you think is standard and surprise you all together prepared for that Haven matchup, because they're going to need that, because otherwise that Global, as you can see, they just adapt so well within the map itself that becomes very hard to take them down.
Completely. I mean, that is so true, because if a team like Global understands what you want to do, as I said, the experience that every single player has on their side just kicks into action, because they know that once a rotation like, or maybe a push like this is coming on to B main, the rotations that are going to be coming in are either from mid or from the side of T-spawn, and that is exactly what happened. Hellranger playing that perfectly, positioning himself in a place where if players pushed into catwalk, there was someone holding from tree to stop that push, and he himself was in a position where either he could get traded out or in a position where he could stop that push, and that is exactly what happened. The second that the team of Tempest made their way from T-spawn and they tried to push A main, they were already caught off guard because Hellranger was ready and waiting over there. And it doesn't matter at that point of time if you have the better aim, because if you want to think about it, Kubrick's probably has one of the best aims that we saw in the game, because landing those shots with the sheriff, that is not easy. We don't see Rossi doing that consistently as well. Yes, Rossi is a different kind of an animal, but it didn't matter today because Kubrick's did not have his entire team playing around him to help him to take those gunfights the way he wants to take them. While Rossi, he was able to take those kind of gunfights, holding those close angles with the operator. It's basically a death wish if you do not have someone watching your back, and he always had someone do that. Most of the times it was skills, sometimes it was Hellranger. So just helping your teammate take gunfights in the way that he wants to take them can go a long way in just getting a single kill and getting traded out, or picking up multi kills the way we saw SK Rossi do.
Yeah, absolutely. Like that could be the plan for Tempest going into map 2, sort of lean into the form that Kubrick is feeling himself on right now. Hope to sort of enable him play in that dual squad or triple squad with him, where he's able to pick up multi kills and you can set him up. Like you can even use the Reyna flushes when you're not sort of feeling that Reyna much to yourselves, to try and set up your teammates for those entry points, and that's where you can find your advantage. But hey, GE itself, 6 first bloods out of 13 rounds, with most of them going to his skills and SK Rossi. That's just insane. So it's going to be a long task before they take them down. But as you said, Tempest, they definitely have the talent and the caliber to do it. So I'm really excited for what they show up in map 2.
I agree, because as you said, this was a defender favored map where there was a big difference in the level of teams that were playing, but at the end of the day, Ascent is still a defensive favored map. So it's not going to be a map that you can say will allow the openness that Tempest is used to. So I'm kind of excited for Haven, for the fact that either it's going to be a map where, again, we're going to be seeing Global just take the first 3-4 rounds to figure out what Tempest wants to do and then read them and then have a game like this. Or we might just see Tempest's all-out frag mentality come into play, and if that comes into play, an attacker favored map is really the best place you want to do that, because an attacker favored map is a map which has open angles, long lines of sight, a lot of place to push in, and not to mention it's going to be very, very essential for your duelists to do their job. And if Kubrick is going to be hitting the kind of shots that he was, then I think we have a very, very interesting map coming up for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it will be down to him, right? He was on point in a couple of those rounds. Now it's just a matter of translating those shots that he's able to find into round wins for his team. We'll see if he's able to do that. But for now, I think we will be going to set up, and I hope that Tempest take this time to really sort of funnel in on one win condition, like you as GE have, right? While every single one of their players is top notch, like GE rely on that power for SK Rossi. They're willing to give him that extra bit of resources to help them out, so that even when he goes down in a position where his team is able to just sort of capitalize on how much resources the other team has done to take him down. So it's all about that win condition. You find that win condition for Tempest, you push that to the maximum, and you take down GE, because if you do so in Haven, you will definitely surprise them. And going into Icebox, that's one map that literally anything can happen. So hey, the comeback might definitely be on the cards for Tempest.
Well, that is, Icebox, I really hope that, in fact, I want to see Icebox between both these teams. Yes, we have seen the regular map, we have seen the Ascent, we're going to be seeing the Haven coming in, but I really want to see the unorthodox Icebox coming in, because Icebox is a map that, unlike a lot of maps in Valorant, allows vertical play to be made from every single agent that you have. Till now, it's basically been limited to the Omen, the Raze, and the Jet, because you can TP to a higher position, you can Sassel boost, or you can use your updraft. But for the other agents, it's not been a viable strategy. While on Icebox, the simple mentality, or rather the simple possibility for all of these agents to get into positions that you haven't seen. I mean, I remember I was watching, rather, I was casting the game where Hastar B2 was playing, and he's a Sage main. Walks up onto the catwalk in Icebox, goes up onto the box that is right in the middle of A, makes a wall on top, and can see all the way to CT. He's basically cut out one of the major entries that you have into sight. I mean, how hard is it to hold a single door on rafters? Not that hard. And if you have a Sage who basically cannot get shot from anyone walking in from CT, how do you win a post plant like that?
Yeah, exactly, right. It's that sort of innovation. So we'll see which team is able to come out on top. It's going to be a really exciting affair.
Well, so again, it's just a little bit about the prize pool again. So it's going to be first place for the 4 lakh prize pool, the second place walking away with 2 lakhs, third place walking away with 75,000, the fourth place getting 75,000 again. So, we're just waiting for the teams to make their way into, as you can say, the map the map veto has been done. Make their way into the map. They will be taking a short break to just rejuvenate themselves and figure out what they want to do on the next map coming in. And I think this break is going to be really important for the side of TempesT, because Global knows what they want to do on Haven. That is a done deal for them. But for TempesT, it's really going to be a map where now the ball is in their court. If they make the plays, they make the big moves, and they make sure that they do something new, or rather not even new, if they just do the basic things right and they are able to come out on top, Icebox is going to be a map where Global will really be the team that will have to think twice about what they're trying to do.
Absolutely, right. Like, it will come down to that sort of innovation and that sort of surprise factor for TempesT, because right now is that extra 1,25,000 on the plate. Like, the teams really need to dig in deep to do that, and to be able to say that, hey, you know what, we're going to make sure that we are giving our very best, because you don't want to go away thinking that, wait, what if I had done that differently, or what if I had been in such a different position and been able to do. You don't want those what ifs in your mind. You want to be able to make sure that you are confident in that approach. Now, as you see on the screen, the giveaways are still present. You can check out the links in the description. There is this major giveaway with all of these peripherals, also a mini giveaway with a couple of Ghana subscriptions. So you can go check that out. Give yourselves a chance. It's free. All you have to do is fill out a couple of things. So go click that link, and hey, maybe your luck is going to work out. Maybe you will be the one picking up something huge for just a simple task of doing a very simple entry. Now, either ways, it's something that can really make up your day and give yourselves a chance to show off to your friends. Now, Dang, I think coming into Haven, it's going to be a very sort of dicey set considering the morale. But you did say that TempesT, they're not the sort of team that they're going to think about what happened in map 1. They're going to reset themselves and come in thinking this is a brand new map. And that's going to be very important, because GE, it's not like that for them. They're going to remember we demolished them in map 1, and they're going to have that momentum and confidence in map 2.
Exactly. If you think about this matchup, there was nothing that TempesT could do to lose this, because irrespective of losing this matchup or winning it, they had nothing to lose. If they win against Global, it's a huge thing. If they lose against Global, who cares? It's not a big deal. They came here for the experience, and trust me, if TempesT is going to be facing Global the next time on Ascent, trust me, Global is not going to be anywhere close to this kind of a scoreline, because TempesT for a fact is already started to counter-strat Global, and that's just the way that TempesT works. They are a team that I personally have seen in a best of 3. They won the first map, they lost the second map, realized that the opponent team was just doing something new that they did not expect, and the third map, they completely counter-stratted the other team and made sure that there was no way that their opponents was able to get the edge on them. And that is the hope that I'm going on with, that maybe Tempest has already done this in Ascent and they're going to make their way to Haven. Because let's face it, if Global is really strong on Haven, which means that they won a lot of games, which means that there are a lot of wards for the side of Haven. And I'm pretty sure that Tempest expected the Haven pick coming in from Global. I mean, it's not rocket science, right?
Yeah. Absolutely right. Like out of the maps available, like Haven is one of the strongest maps for global esports, especially if you have kept your eye on the recent happenings between both of the team, between global esports and other teams. You realize that they have to be feeling that confidence on Haven because they've taken down some of the best in our region on that map. So for them, like they have to be ready with something, because if they come in with standard gameplay, it's just going to be a whitewash the way it was in this map. And talking about that, like I did see Chobes hovering over that sky in map 1. He didn't actually go for the pick, and I can understand why the Sova really important as his scent. I think going on to Haven, I would really like to see that Sky come through, because I think she's the perfect answer to sort of perfect facilitator for that aggressive playstyle, especially when you have a player like Kubrix who's really on form today and can land these insane shots.
Exactly. I think that the Sky Flashes or the Hawks that we have, I think they are one of the more skill intensive flashes that you have. Phoenix Flashes, relatively easy to use unless you mess up the radius, where you end up flashing yourself and your team. Rena Flashes, I think they are the easiest one to use. It's basically impossible to mess up a Rena Flash. Breach, yes, there is a lot of skill involved in it, because you need to know the lineups, you need to know the angles that are going to get flashed, because sometimes you might flash on the other side of a obstacle, but it turns out the entire angle was not flashed because of a secondary, as you can say, obstacle in between. While for the side of Omen, it's basically a straight flash, there's no too much. But with Sky, you can basically place the flash anywhere you want, and from a long distance away. You could be at Ceylon, but you could be flashing Garage, and that is such a strong a strong ability on the side of Sky, that if teams, or rather any team, can use that properly or figure out how they want to use it, then it's a very, very important way of using the flashes that you have in this game.
Absolutely, like the idea of being able to control where it goes and the sort of intensity with it lands, right? Sky flashes that are directly in the face of a particular player, that does flash them for longer as compared to whether if a player is able to turn around in time and avoid it altogether. So that sort of skill aspect does bring out either the best or the worst in players, and I hope that that's what Tempest rely on, because as we keep talking about, I think they are one of the more skill-based teams in this tournament, and already I can see it's locked in. So hey, we're gonna get what we want. That Sky gonna come through for Tempest, but it's actually, I think, Kubrix carrying it, right? Yeah, Kubrix gonna go onto the Sky. So I think we might be seeing a battle Sky in the mix.
Well, it's really going to be an interesting way that Kubrick, or rather an interesting choice that Kubrix is going to be picking up for, because usually it's Chobes who is the person responsible for the utility play, which is your Sova, your Breach, and everything. While this time it's going to be Chobes on the duelist, and Kubrix is going to be on the initiator. So a switch up in roles, and it's not to say that they're not going to be fulfilling those, because Chobes, as we have seen, has amazing aim as well. So it's really going to be down to the, as you can say, the plays that are going to be made by this team of Tempest to really know whether the change up is going to be important. While on the side of Global, it's just their basic lineup: the Sova, the Omen, the Cypher, the Phoenix, and the Jet. So
yeah, we expected this from Global Esports. They're gonna carry over what works for them, not gonna change a single thing, and rightfully so, right? Why bring changes into something that has already been working for you? That's gonna be the name of the game. But hey, Tempest, we wanted them to try something different, and they have, and I'm really excited for this. Drixer was playing that controller in map 1, he's going to shift over to that Phoenix role. So going to get a lot more agency for himself. So we'll see if he's able to pull it off. And on the other hand, Cubics on that Sky, that's something I can definitely appreciate, because the one thing you have to be on point with your Sky, besides the placement of the flashes, is your aim. Because unlike most other agents, you don't really have abilities to help you out. Your aim has to be on point every single time. So Cubics, he has proven himself to be exactly that. But now GE on the attack, they're not going to waste a second, looking to push their form forward. They've taken aim and control sewers as well. The smoke's coming out, the dashes and the molly. It is GE looking for a side.
Well, there you go. The flash is going to be coming in, and Rossi will be blinded completely as he is not going to be able to get a kill as AZ Jill goes insane, and TempesT. Oh my god. Oh boy, the complete lockdown on the side of TempesT. Well, it's going to be the first round as the pistol will again be going in the favor of TempesT, and what a way to make sure that you start things off well.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, we saw this flawless in map 1 too, and TempesT, it just looked like they're too damn good in these pistol rounds, and a large part of it mainly because their aim is just absolutely nutty. So hey, a flawless round does mean that they can pick up these weapons, maintain a nice eco while doing so, and keep that pistol only for Chobes, because I think they're looking to get him on an operator ASAP. Now you can see TempesT, a very nice setup, leaving that Killjoy to hold down the A side while they double stack B and C. They left Garage open, relying on Drix's capability to hold down the C angle, and we'll see if it ends up panning out, because the flash is coming out. It's Drixit for the keep. I mean, another really nice fake control there. Now force by for GE.
Enemy remaining.
This time TempesT, they're ready for it.
Player standing.
Massacre and lays it down to 1v1. AEZ versus Hellranger. Hellranger revealing his position. It's AEZ going for the peak with the knowledge of where the molly is at. This time, the force bite does not work out for GE. It's TempesT with the round win.
Well, that is going to be a big game changer, because now Global will be forced into an eco again, and while for the side of TempesT, they can basically roll with Phantoms and the Lone Spectre that probably AZ will be dropping off to maybe a Sentinel or to a controller. But it's really important to. It's the important aspect about this is the fact, Chobes has picked up the operator. All right, Rossi is probably going to be getting a taste of his own medicine. I don't know. I hope that Chobes is able to land his shots, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, they need to be on point, because if they do end up losing this round, Rossi will be like, thanks for the free operator, and pick it up for himself. But hey, TempesT were able to adapt already with the way they approached it, and now looking to do so again. But GE on the eco rush onto B. It's Kappa able to pick up the first kill, and now Drixit, he's trying to answer back. Picks up one, the volley to post another couple skills. What was that headshot skills?
Oh, that's a GN if I know one, as Cubics is going to get one. The flash should be coming in, as it's going to be Chobes dropping the operator skills. Hellranger will get spotted out as it's all down to Sky. Lightning fast with that op. He will miss his shot. The flash should be coming in. The fake defuse has been popped. As it peaks, the Cubics is going to get one. The Sheriff on Lightning fast, very low HP on his side. It's going to be the Wolf coming out with Lightning fast to connect that shot. And what a way to take that round for Global. A free op for SK Rossi, as you said, CA.
What are those shots? I mean, skills first with those headshots, but then lightning fast. I hope we get to see that again. Yeah, we are going to get to see that instant replay right here. Like, he's going to get... as you can see, a second later, if he missed that first shot, he would have got concussed by that Seeker op. He needed to instantly land the headshot, and he does so. And I just feel like I've cast the curse TempesT right now, because that op, as you said, it's going to go out to SK Rossi. He's going to be dancing right now. He's going to be like, wow, I didn't even have to invest 5,000 credits for this. Well, GG, thank you very much. And now Skills on the look. He's picked up one kill. Like, this is the sort of momentum round that completely flips how the map is going to go. Now, Chobes, he's in a very sneaky position. Can he pick up the one kill? Instead, it's Rossi able to dash out with very little health. So, because it's a classic, Chobes not able to
He's going
to take him down. Be like, that's my operator, bro.
mine.
One enemy remaining.
Not yours. Well, there you go. He's going to drop that again as the op is just cursed in, I don't know, in this round or this game, as no one is able to retain it for themselves, nor SK Rossi, nor Ischobes. It's going to be back in the hands of Rossi for a second round in the row, as the man, he's just happy. He gets the op back, and TempesT is not going to be happy for that.
Yeah, that's not going to be ideal for TempesT, but hey, the last round was an eco for them, and they did pretty well in it, so maybe they can pull it back in this next round and try to find some sort of approach on the basis of that. You see, this time they're not going to go for the op. They don't have the eco to go for the op, actually, so they're going to rely on that, the fact that they can somehow shut it down using the Sky Flasher, and they're stacking up for the aggressive push down C-Long. The guiding light coming out, the dash in from Chobes. They're looking for the place, but SK Rossi, he's ready. He knows a peak is going to come out now, and with this nifty angle, he's going to find Drix and take him down the paranoia to enable the push of skills. They'll take down Chobes as well, and that's the sort of stagnating playstyle that we saw bring down TempesT earlier. They make the right play to start off the round, but they don't execute it to its full. Instead, they wait, and that wait ends meaning that GE able to punish them.
Yes, you give time to GE to figure out what's happening. That's not time well spent, my friend. If you keep doing it, it doesn't have to be that, you do something new every single round. As long as you just give, a surprise, or rather, as you want to call it, a heart attack to GE every once in a while, it's going to be more than enough for GE to make sure that they don't know what is happening. But as for the side of TempesT, they just need to make sure that they keep forcing the issue. They keep doing the things that they do right, and if they keep doing things the way that they have been, then as far as Haven goes, if they keep doing things the way they have been doing, I think that Global will not be able to set up a momentum that they had for themselves on Ascent, and we could be seeing maybe TempesT trying to take some few rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like TempesT, they are looking much stronger on this map. The Sky pick really enabling the rest of the team. You can see Kubrix, he's still on point with the frags, right? As we were talking about, you need to be on point with your aim with Sky, because there is no real, all your abilities are sorted to support your team. She's not like Breach where you can flash for yourself, because the flashes do take a second to set up, and by the time you peak, they're usually done. So it's all about that team play. So without any ability to support your self aim, it does come down to just your pure talent and ability. And you see Kubrix, he has a lot of it, but the fact that he's gone on to such a supportive agent means that his team can also step up to a large extent, and because of that, they look much more coordinated in their approach. Now it's just a matter of adding that extra tinge of decisiveness, that, like, for example, that C-Long approach, once they go in for the dash play, you have to commit. You have more flashes, you just go for another flash, push forward and try to find the peak, because even if you wait for just like half a second or 1 second, GE, they're going to pounce and they're going to beat you up.
Well, exactly. Global is like that bear. You don't want to wake up. As far as you can, make your moves around them without waking them up, you're good to go. But if you wake the bear up, well, it's going to take a lot more than, simple counter strats to put them back to sleep. And right now, that is exactly what is happening. They have TempesT. They've tried their best. They've done some things that have worked out in their favor. But since then, it's just been Global slowly figuring out what is happening. And if that continues to happen, it'll be a similar story to Ascent. But, the side of TempesT, they have probably realized what they were doing right and what they were doing wrong. But Hellranger getting taken down. Will he get taken down? Yes, he will. Koki just having the presence of mind to make that push right then. He's going to get rid of Hellranger. And that, that was a questionable place to start your run it back.
Absolutely, a small mistake from GE, heavily capitalized by TempesT. Now Chobes with the Blaze Storm, he's gonna drop the Spike Carrier, and a gun picked up for Koki as well in that situation, meaning suddenly TempesT in a beautiful space here to close this round out and equalize the scoreline. Now Chobes, He has the operator for himself, so he's gonna look to use that to just hold down the A side for GE. They're just trying to fluster TempesT. They're trying to make them think that they've rotated, but TempesT, the discipline is there. Chobes and the rest of the team, they hold it down. Defense one kill, and now the stinger ready for Koki to find the triple, and a thrifty round picked up for TempesT. This is exactly what we're talking about. This is the reason a lot of people have sort of made space in their heart for this team. They just don't give up.
They just don't. I mean, just look at their face. Does it look like TempesT has just come back from a 13-2 spanking from the side of Global? No. It looks like this is the first map that you are having in this best of 3, and it's in fact Global who is looking worried right now. They're the ones who are really talking into their mics and trying to figure out what they want to do next round, as Rossi will be picking up an op for himself. It's going to be Chobes versus Rossi again. Last time it was Chobes coming out on top. Rather 2 times Chobes coming out on top, because he got the kill on Rossi with the classic and then with the Bladestorm picked up the op. And now it's going to be the Jet versus the Jet again, as Rossi in an aggressive position with the op this time. The op will get picked up by Hellranger, making sure that he can use that run it back soon enough and possibly be able to do a lot more with it than he was able to do last time, as Koki will be going in for that peek. He will get spotted. The swarm grenade will get spotted, but the second one does get used, as Rossi will be picking up 1. Skills will be getting 1. It's easy, and Koki falling, as Drickshot will be going in with that lineup for the hot hands. He will miss by a few inches, as Lightning Fast will survive for just long enough. Drickshot with the run it back. He's going to be running in. He will get flashed and he will get reset again back to his position. And Rossi coming out on top with the clean shot with the op. He's going to get 1 more. As it's all down to Chobes now, as he's going in for that save. He wants to save that up for himself, and that's going to be a round that Global will be taking.
Now 3-3 Global, they came back so strong in this round, and Chobes, he makes a smart move, saves his operator for Global Esports. So they're on the hunt. They want to make sure that he has no chance to do so, and they're gonna try to hunt him down. They have enough time to do so, because the spike, I believe, has about 10 more seconds. That combined with the postmon, it does give them a decent bit of time, but it's only Kappa now here going for the peak. The recon bolt to reveal Chobes' position. He's gonna use that smoke, get out of there on time. Doesn't want to take the risk of that dual battle. Make sure to save the operator, and is able to do so. TempesT, they did go down in the round, but hey, that's something bought out. But GE, damn, they look like a team with a vengeance. The way they stormed into the A side in that round. Rossi with the aggressive long positioning to cover that heaven angle with the operator. They did not miss a single aspect of their push, and they easily got into the site and were able to make use of the control to get the spike planted. A very flawless execute from Global Esports, meaning that TempesT, once again, they're gonna have to find something creative in this next round.
Well, yes, that is definitely true, as Koki will be the one to start things off. The Nanoswarm preventing the push coming in. That will basically reduce the time that the wall is going to be up for, but Koki will fall, as there's one player in the back. Trickshot get 1, but Kappa is there for the trade, as complete seaside control is going to be in the hands of Global. It's going to be down to TempesT to get this retake working out for themselves.
Now 4v3 on the map. TempesT don't really have any ultimates, and with the long plant set up, Global in a very good spot, but the guiding lights are coming out. They're trying to use it to push in, and Kubrick he finds 1, but SK Rossi finding another. Chobes trying to dash in and change his gun to pick up the kills, but SK Rossi is just too quick on the trigger. Raid boss level opping. Hellranger is just like, bro, what? My teammate, I know he's my teammate, but this is just insane. You can see Kappa, he's like shell shocked. You're just like, man, what?
Hellranger just needs a moment to take in what just happened. I think we can successfully call that a bro moment.
Yeah.
we can definitely see. Yeah, Hellranger definitely took time out to say, like, bro, really? Are you sure? Like, look at that no scope. Like, the speed with which Rossi knows when to peek. I mean, this is after the nerf that happened to the operator, where even if you're having a slight movement, it's very likely that you might miss your shot. And the only way to get around that is to actually stop and shoot. And the speed at which Rossi peaks, stops, takes the shot and comes back in is so fast, it's like he doesn't stop at all.
Yeah, it's literally God mode, Rossi. That's just insane. But hey, TempesT, they're trying to pull it back. They went for the hold. They were able to get 1-for-1, but still, Global Esports able to get the side down. TempesT trying to use the lockdown to retake, but the Hunter's Fury ready. The ult for ult traded out. It's Global Esports coming out on top because they're able to maintain side control. Now the flashes to herald the entry of TempesT denied by Global, though they're finding the picks. And now SK Roxy holding down with the up. He's gonna find one. With a couple more, but Jones Jones in a 1v2 almost pulled it off. Shoves takes down SK Rossi, but skills there in the backup in the opposite position in long to take him down and save the operator. GE, they're having a lot of fun.
Yep, that is true. I think that this is more of, one of those it's one of those games where you really warm up and have team bonding, where it's a try hard game. You need to put in the effort that you have, but at the same time, it's not the kind of game where you are absolutely sweating yourself off. And for the side of TempesT, that is definitely a game like that. But for Global, they're just having fun right now. They're just maybe trying new things. They're just getting to know each other better. And you can clearly see that SK Rossi and Hellranger, they're both having a lot of fun. And to be fair, it's not something bad. Hellranger is going to be picking up one with the run it back this time, going much better than what he was able to work with last time, as the Killjoy holding an off angle will get spotted, but Drickshot with a clean Sheriff one tap is going to put an end to the player right outside Garage, as the weapons will get picked up. That's going to be a flash coming in, but Skirossi will get spotted out, and the Jet Tailwind does not help him out. It's Drickshot will be picking up that kill.
Now 3v3 on the map. The plant gonna go down for Kappa onto this A site. This position by Hellranger is huge, so he can find Drixit here. He's gonna do exactly that. Taking down the Phoenix not only gives GE an advantage, but denies that run it back for the retake for TempesT. Now TempesT swarmed on all angles. It's gonna be up to Chobes to find the equalizer. Does just that with the kill onto skills. It's 2v2. Now Chobes and Kubrix. Chobes holding down the flank while Kubrix moves into the site. It's going to be Initiator versus Initiator and Duelist versus Duelist. But Hellranger peeking. Chobes, he turns away a second too early. That could have been a huge kill for him. But now you can see Hellranger, no idea that Chobes is there. But that operator barrel just way too long. He's going to pick up the kill. And with Kubrix left in a very bad situation, he needs to die to make sure that he gets the full buy. Meaning Global Esports, they pick up the round. I just wonder if Chobes hadn't turned away, if that kill had gone down, maybe we would have been seeing a very different round.
I agree. I think that if Chobes did not, it's just unfortunate timing at this point. You can't really blame anyone for it. It's not Chobes' fault. It's not some big brain that Hellranger used. It's just down to timing, and sometimes that's how the game works out, as it's going to be the full buy for the side of TempesT. They have picked up 3 rounds. If they can pick up 2 more here, I think they'll be at a very good position in the map to make them work it out. But easy, just falling to Rossi's pick, and there you go, bye. That's what the Jet says, and that is exactly how it felt like.
Night says SK Rossi, and Night it is for that Omen. Like Rossi, he does not miss, man. This guy is a madman, and he is just able to continuously find these first bloods for his team that works so well. Now Hellranger looking for his own. Did get flashed out in that A-main angle, but his objective here is just to cause as much noise as possible, pull pressure to him. But TempesT refusing to give in to that temptation. Drixit holding down mid, he taking down skills, will equalize it to 4v4 on the map here. Now Hellranger causing a lot of noise at A, pulling Chobes and Kubrix to him. But amongst all of that, you can see GE, they're making their way onto C side. Hellranger finds one, but Drixit, the Phoenix is starting the map. Drixit with his 4th, can he find his ace? Needs to hunt down his clone, and it's Hellranger now. Will he play for the 1v3 or will he play for the denial of the ace? We'll have to see.
You have 10 seconds on your run it back. You have 15 seconds on your run it back, and what a spray down by Drickshot. Oh my. I mean, it's one thing to control the spray in this game. And then it's one thing to control that spray in such a place where, oh boy, that was a very, very good play coming in. Unfortunately, not able to secure the ace, but a round is a round, and one more round in the split. If Global drops this, then TempesT will definitely be in a very, very good position, as it's going to be a full buy for both these teams. Global already had the credits in their pocket, and TempesT, they definitely had the credits in their pocket after that kind of a round.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Well, it looks like it's going to be AZ with that from the shadows, as he will just about get spotted and make sure that he does not get taken down. But Koki will fall to Skirossi, and that's going to be the opening pick for this round. So that's going to be the spike initiated, as well as Global will be in a 5v4 retake. Well, there you go. The scatter is going to be coming in from the side of Skills. He will make his way to CT, and the backstab from the side of the Omen will really be something that TempesT will have to worry about. The smoke coming in from the side of AEZ is going to make sure that he will have some cover, with Rickshot getting one, Choops with two with the Stormblade. It's down to Skills as well as Kappa. They can make this work from long, but the backstab is still in place. Skills picks up one kill, and that's going to be an important one. Choops having to make this push. He will miss his shots and gets taken out, and the wall bangs are going to be coming in. The player at long is going to be the one to stop the defuse, and Kappa it is. Picking up that op is not going to make any difference right now, because the round is done, and so is the split.
Yeah, Kappa there holding on strong despite his teammates going down to Chobes. He's like, I'm just gonna delay and delay and delay, and Chobes, you're gonna have to come to me, because in that situation, even if Kappa had gone down, he bought so much time that Skills on the flank would have been able to prevent the defuse, and the round would have eventually gone to Global Esports. A very nice hold from them in the post plant, meaning they pick up an 8-4 lead. Now for TempesT, they've shown a lot of promise, and considering that Haven an attacker favored map, especially with the Sky, this is going to be their half to shine. This is where they can make proactive plays, take the fight to GE, so they're going to have to start it off strong in the pistol. The first pistol we saw in this map was a flawless for TempesT, and they need something like that to continue the tempo. Now the Trailblazer for Kubrick's gonna get some information at mid, and with that information, they're gonna force into the site. The smoke for A-Link and C-Link, it's Drixit with the first blood, and SK Rossi stuck in the smoke looking for more. But Skills actually able to pick up Hellranger with another. It's chaos indeed, dang, and it's GE coming out on top.
Well, the last time it was a complete lockout from the side of Global, as this time it's going to be the complete lockout, or rather it was the complete lockout from the side of TempesT last time, as this time it's going to be a complete lockout from the side of Global Esports. And Koki, not a good position to be in, but he has some time to work with. He's waiting for that Dark Shadow to get over, but the Storm, that's going to be the recon dart coming in. Koki will get one kill, but it's a hot hands dropped on the spike, and that's going to limit the angles that he can peek, as Kappa knows exactly what's happening, picks up that kill. Koki falls. Global Esports 9, TempesT 4.
Yeah, it feels like maybe the pistol just favored for the defenders who are ready to fend off the attack. A very similar situation to the first half, except this time Global on that defensive side were able to pull off the win for themselves, and were able to just showcase that, hey, when you allow us to set up those crossfires and play with our backs to each other, we will be able to come out on top. So a nice round picked up for them to get themselves the lead. And with this bonus in this next round, you see Hellranger, he picked up the Vandal. Damn, that headshot clean from Hellranger, utilizing that assault rifle to perfection to get Global Esports a nifty lead.
Well, it's surprising to see a good team go up against an extremely good team. Like, usually if I saw a match separately from TempesT and then I saw a match between Global, I would say that the teams are closely matched, because that's how things would look like. But looking at them played right next to each other, you really realize the small things that Global does that TempesT still needs to incorporate into their gameplay. And they are small things, but they are going a long way in making sure that the lead that is there for the side of Global right now is justified. And there you go again. It's going to be a quick rotation coming in from the side of Global, figuring out what TempesT was trying to do. Garage to C, and after that, no presence on C long or no kind of cover from the side of CT. It's going to be a difficult post plant for you to play Tempest, and they were just not able to get to the post plant situation at all.
Yeah, absolutely right. Like, as you're talking about those little things Global does, just the sort of idea that they are sort of amalgamating into something so much bigger as a team coming together and being able to get information in so many aspects of the map, but also deliver that information to your teammates for them to be able to translate it into an advantage. That's the sort of communication I'd like to see from Tempest in future occurrences, or maybe even in this map going forward if they can spontaneously adapt. Because for them, that's the next step to become an extremely good team, to challenge the very top tier and become the king of the mountain themselves. It's not any longer about getting better as mechanical players, it's about that communication aspect, like sort of bringing your game from less of a solo queue, a competitive oriented focus, to more of an esports oriented focus, where you focus on your team and how you're able to enable each other and cover each other's weaknesses. Because that's what global esports look like, a refined unit where if you find a weakness with them, it's not a player itself, it's about the team. And similarly, if you find a strength with them, it's not a player itself, it's about that team. And when it's about that, it just makes them way too strong to handle.
I completely agree. I think that it's really it's experience at the end of the day. I think that Tempest may be a month or 2 months down the road, they are going to be someone that a lot more teams will have to worry about. Because if you think about it right now, teams like Global, they know that there's a team like Tempest, and they have to think about what they want to do when they're playing them. But as you can see, they're not a team that Global has to worry about right now. It's not a team that Global will have to sweat to win against. But in a month or two, I think if Tempest adds these small things to their arsenal, boy oh boy, teams like Godlike, Global, and Mahi, they're gonna have to think, oh, what a shot from Skills. What a connect, the swing that we were talking. And Rossi with one more, the flick works out before he gets taken down by Chobes. But the damage has already been done by Kappa and Rossi at this point of time. It's a 4v2. This team to play on and then make that a 4v1, make that a 4v0. As every single player from Global just landing their shots left, right, and center.
Global at this point, they want to just make sure they're pushing their advantage as much as possible and taking the win right now when the momentum is in their favor. They're feeling it, they're having fun in this aggressive push. On the side of defense, they're willing to take these peaks and just take control of that window. Even though SK Rossi goes down, as you said, the damage already done. Kappa, amongst all of that chaos, able to make the A-long push, pick up the flank and get a couple of kills for themselves, leaving Tempest in an impossible situation. Now the recon into A lobby will reveal all of Tempest's hopes. And with this running back coming through from both of the players, it's Hellranger able to hold it down, but actually the kill to take down the clone of Hellranger as well. Now flashes on it's the players all blinded, and Tempest, amongst all the chaos, Shobes makes his way onto side, picks up a double kill, but now on the pushback, Skills and Lightning Pass getting a kill each, leaving Brixit 1v1 with SK Rossi. He'll find the headshot and make sure match point not yet gone to Global Esports.
Well, Matt, that was a good round coming in from Dixrod, and he's really showing us that it's not about always being the all-out aim god, and walking into side, picks up 2 kills, knows what kind of a play Rossi might be going in for. A long play would have probably been an unexpected play coming in from Rossi, and he would have been able to clutch it, but because I believe Rickshot knew that the spike was going to get that's just Rossi things. That's we don't need to talk about it. That's just Rossi doing Rossi. Not too much to speak about there, as it's going to be a peak, but this time it's going to be Rossi coming out on top. As Drickshot will fall, Hellranger getting 2. Looks like match point is right around the corner, fourth side of Global Esports. It's all down to Chobes. The Stormblade's missing his position called out. He'll still get that kill with the Spectre though, but the op is a much bigger gun than that Spectre, and Rossi is not someone who misses his shots.
he took down that turret before the turret even got a second to sort of settle itself. Like in that like half a second while the turret is sort of settling just insta peak and shot, Rossi is insane. We're gonna see the actual kill right here, which honestly, while it's insane itself, is a lot more expected because he simply does not miss. But damn, the reactions on this guy are nutty. The round picked up for global esports. It is now Tempest forced to just play with a mixed eco buy here. And they're gonna have to contend with that as they try to pull it back. 7 match points for global. Not just match points, but series points for global here as they look to make their way onto the grand finals. Now Tempest, they made a bunch of noise at C, use their flashes, they're trying to make their way onto A, but Kappa, he's ready. The peak for him will be denied by that cloudburst with the sneakers coming out as well. Kappa, he's likely just going to end up leaving site, allowing his team to play for that retake.
Well, playing for the retake is going to be smart as there's one player in heaven as Rickshot will have to worry about that as well. As Kubrix will be picking up one with the Sheriff. The man just is insane with that gun. He does not think twice before peeking and gets that shot as the Phoenix will get concussed by the Wolf coming in. But the run it back is going to be coming in as well. He'll get slowed down by the shots coming in. He'll spot one. He'll get that kill. The flash pops out as he will get reset. No, he still will not. As there you go, Hellrange is going to pick one up on the choke. It's going to be Skirossi missing his shots. Koki picking up one up. Trickshot getting that trade coming in from Kappa. Koki with one more. It's all down to Hellranger as he will fall to the turret of all things as Tempest is still going to be alive for a round.
Yeah, Tempest keeping the hopes alive. Kubrick's doing really well with that Sheriff to take down skills. Clearing the heaven angle was extremely important to their hold in that round because if skills had been able to maintain his positions, it would have facilitated that running back retake from the side of GE much stronger because he would give them a lot of pressure and information. Now you can see for GE though, the fact that they lost the round is going to hurt their eco. The op comes online for SK Rossi, but for skills, just the frenzy. So this is a chance for Tempest to pull it back. But GE, they're just going to deny it. A-main and Suez control is Hellranger and Kappa with the kill each. Now Chove's looking for more, runs into the barrel of that prime vandal. Hellranger with a triple, looking to close out this series for his team right here, right now. The hunt is on for the Sky, but Kubrick says no. Gonna keep the hopes alive. 1v2, can Kubrick pull off a clutch?
Well, if Kubrick can pull off a clutch, well, there you go. The answer is there for you, see. It's a no. SK Rossi, the man, the myth, the legend, finished the thing off for the side of global esports. But Tempest, they still have something to fight for. They can still fight for that third or the fourth place, depending on which team will they be meeting in the third place playoff. Whether it be Godlike or will it be Team Mahi is going to be the question. But global esports has booked themselves a spot in the grand finals of the ESPL Valorant India PowerUp.
Yeah, absolutely. Global esports doing so well. 13-2 and 13-6, winning this semi-final series in a quite a dominating fashion to go over to the grand finals, but a really good effort from Tempest. Like the way they went down in map 1, any other team, like in general, you could expect them to sort of lose their morale coming into map 2, but they came in strong. They brought out the Sky, they showed their versatility and were continuously contesting global esports in many of those rounds, trying to find the win for themselves. And that's what you have to look out for, the dedication to being able to continuously put out your best, trying to improve. Tempest, that's what it is noteworthy about them. I'm excited to see, as you said, man, in a month or two, this team is going to be a serious thorn in the side of every other team in the community, and it's going to be up to them to make sure that they keep their eye over here, because otherwise Tempest, they're going to sneak up on you and take you down.
I agree. I think that the only thing that Tempest really needs to work on is figuring out their map rotations, their map positions. Other than that, I mean, they really have nothing to work on with respect to gunfights. You give Tempest a 1v1, it's a 70-30 in the favor of Tempest, and we saw that consistently over Ascent as well. Though only 2 rounds taken on Ascent, a pistol round and an eco that they were able to take. But irrespective of that, looking at the rounds that Tempest has taken, the 7 rounds that they have taken, it's still a big thing in thinking about the way that they've taken rounds. And even if you look at individual kills that have taken place over the course of these two maps, Tempest in positions where a 1v1 can be forced is usually the one that comes out on top. It's just that there are so many more aspects to a single gunfight in a game like Valorant that single 1v1 usually does not remain an isolated gunfight, and you end up having a player sneak up on you, or maybe just a different swing from a different direction.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's basically the idea that, hey, you're playing a tactical FPS, and with respect to the FPS part, Tempest is on point. Now it's just a matter of getting the tactical part a bit more refined. Like, they have the right ideas. We saw a lot of plays from them along the correct path, but the execution just felt a bit lackluster, and that was largely due to that inexperience. So as they get more time, as they get more chances to pull through, I'm sure they will be stronger. But for now, global esports dominating so far in 2021. They're continuing their run into this grand final stage, looking to become the ESPL Valorant PowerUp champions. It's just a question of which team can pull together to stop them, or is Global just going to be the dominatrix of like this entire tournament? Refuse any hope. I mean, this shot is the perfect way for me to segue it over to you, because like with players like that, Lightning Fast, SK Ross, in fact all, we saw moments from Kappa, Skill and Hellranger too. Like how do you stop them?
I don't know. I honestly, if I knew what to do, I'd be the one you would be casting plays for, and I'd be the one on the screen rather than me casting plays for these players. But it's one thing knowing what needs to be done. I mean, if I was in that position that Rossi was in, I can say that, yeah, after looking at this play, it doesn't seem that tough. That, you know what, I look at one direction, I flick around to the other, and then I shoot another guy. It doesn't seem that tough. But when you need to do that mechanically, when you actually have your mouse in your hand and you need to move it to hit that shot, that's when you really realize what kind of a man Rossi is. Because thinking about a play is not the tough part. Actually making that play and it working out and doing it consistently is really the tough part.
Yeah, absolutely right. Like the consistency, especially, that's what I think GE has as their biggest plus point. Even when they go down in rounds, they understand that, hey, we need to change this, and they're able to consistently adapt in the moment to be able to pull through stronger. I hope TempesT will look at this as a learning experience and do just that, because they have a lot to offer with respect to that. Now, as you said, like, we can theory craft all day long, but it's up to the other teams to really pull that theory into practice, bring out the execution, and defeat Global Esports, because otherwise, in this current vein of form, it looks like there is no stopping them. Now, moving on to the grand finals, I think it does remind us that, hey, we have another semi-final series, and I think that one will be considerably closer than this one was. Team Mahi versus Godlike, that's going to be really interesting.
Team Mahi versus Godlike is definitely going to be an interesting game, because there it's not going to be about one team that is new. Yes, Godlike is a relatively new team compared to how long Team Mahi has been playing together for. But if we are talking about established teams, then both of them are really, really established, and it's going to be the game that is going to define whether it's going to be all down to an El Clasico back in the finals for as long as we have ever seen, or is it going to be a new team making their way in? And will it be team, is it going to be an El Clasico between Global and Mahi, or is it going to be a new team like Godlike making their way into the finals? And who knows, maybe this is the opportunity that Godlike needs to prove that they are not just a team that you can leave out of the top two, and maybe we have to think about 4 teams for the top 2 teams in India.
Yeah, it will be a really interesting match, because as you said, it's about that conversation of whether or not Team Mahi and Global are just a tier apart, or whether a team like Godlike or other teams out there have the opportunity to just sort of upset the balance. We're like, hey, calm down right there. We are here too. You need to bring us into the discussion. You need to remember us there. and that's exactly what we're going to be looking towards. But looking at this scorecard, I see Hellranger 5 first bloods, SK Rossi 6 first bloods. We saw this in map 1 too. Like, they played a total of 19 rounds, 11 of which their duelists pick up first bloods. That's just something that you simply cannot play against, because once your duelists are able to get the first blood, it's not just about the kill, it's about the amount of space that they're able to create because of that kill. Getting so much area control because of those duelists, it's how GE then facilitate the approach towards the entire map. And that's something teams are going to have to look at. You need to prevent them from being able to do that.
Exactly. I think that it's so important for teams to see. It's one thing going into a game thinking that I'm going to frag everyone out, but it's one thing going into a game knowing that we can frag everyone out, but let's just play the way let's just play the way that counters this team's game style. And today Global did that, and it's not something that they have just done against TempesT today, because Global has been doing that consistently. It's just that sometimes a team's playstyle is so robust that it takes you a lot longer to figure it out. I'm guessing this is not this is not proven, but I'm guessing that Global, especially Hellranger, was able to figure out what TempesT was trying to do in the third round of Ascent. That's when they realized that what, this is what TempesT is trying to do. Let's just do this, and that's going to be the counterplay that we need. But if you look at a team like Godlike, it's going to take a lot longer, even for the kind of experience that Hellranger has, or anyone from the side of Godlike or Team Mahi. It's going to take you a lot longer to do that. So the second TempesT gets into that phase where they realize that we have these intricacies to work with, we can play around this way, we don't have to go in with the mentality that what, at the start of the round we thought we have to do this, and that is what we're going to do. If TempesT gets that X factor in, they already have the aim, man. I'm telling you that they are definitely going to be one of those teams where teams are going to think twice about going to any map with them.
I mean, exactly, right? It's just about for them sort of encapsulating their gameplay within a larger spectrum where they are able to sort of pull off these pocket strats where, hey, like, if this is happening in a particular round, they have the right idea of how to start it, but with experience, they will be able to get the right idea of how to adapt to the particular playstyle of that opposing team, and then look for the adaptation to give them the edge. Because in such a top stage, like before, I think from the top 5 to 15, you can rely on a much more simpler playstyle. But when it comes to the top 5 of any tournament, you start having to rely on those mind games. You need to be able to predict what your opponent is doing, and that prediction capability only comes with experience. I'm sure, as you said, we're going to see a lot more from TempesT, but for now, they will be making their way out of the tournament. So kudos to them, a really good effort and a really good path so far over the last 2 months. And a very well deserved. They will be taking home a decent chunk. I hope that prize pool itself will be enough motivation for them to just keep striving and keep moving forward. But today, Global Esports, damn, I mean, it really did feel like Rossi had a couple of these with him, because damn, he had those wings.
Well, and I guess that's why he plays the Jet. I mean, why not?
Yeah,
it gives you wings. But irrespective of that, it's really one thing that I would really like to point out is the fact that yes, I think that TempesT still has one more game left, which is going to be the third place game. So technically they are just not out yet. But coming back to what we really saw and what we can expect from TempesT going through is the fact that I'm just excited for this team. And even if that prize pool is not really something that that needs to motivate them monetarily, the fact that they reach this spot, the fact that they have so much limelight, the fact that so many people know them is the important part. So with this, we are going to be going in to a short break. As we make our way to semifinals 2, it is going to be me taking a leave, but Captain Price will be joining us with CA. So till then, stay safe and have a lot of fun. And as for TempesT and Global, a very, very good game played out between both you teams.
say, oh God, nothing to say. I ain't have words, I erupted in thunder and rain. If you're mad strong, then why call me running away? It's just a game, but nobody coming to play. I bless. Rise up though, rise up though. All my people, where you at? Rise up though. Let's go, yeah, let's go. Let's up one time, go get it. It's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, let's go, raise up, that's right. Ride with it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. With each day we wake up, we get stronger and stronger. It's our time now, yeah. Cause we warriors. Cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go, let's up one time, go get it. It's yours, let's shine, come on. Cause we warriors. Yeah, we warriors.
Valorant Agents of India. Are you ready? The ESPL Valorant PowerUp Series is a tournament open to players of all skill levels. Whether you are an agent with competitive experience or not, this series is meant for you to test your skills and have fun. Agents will battle for a total prize pool of 7.5 lakhs and the title of Series 1 champions. It's time to power up. Let's break down the tournament format. At the beginning of the tournament, there will be 4 open qualifiers. In the qualifying rounds, players will go through a best-of-1 single elimination, battling their way up the ranks. Those ranked top 16 onwards of the qualifiers will face single elimination in a best-of-3 match. The top 4 teams from each qualifier will earn a spot in the group stage, resulting in a total of 16 teams. These teams will then be split into 4 groups, with 4 teams per group. Teams will then compete in a GSL format, where 2 opening matches are played. The winners will then battle in the winner's match, which will determine who tops the group. The losers will battle for survival. The victor of this match will then battle the loser from the winner's match to determine who progresses further in the tournament. The 2 teams from each group move on to the playoffs, where 8 teams will compete via sudden death, single elimination, in a best-of-3. The quarterfinals and semifinals will be an exhilarating battle of skills, wits, and strategy to win through a best-of-3 elimination process. And finally, we reach the grand finals, where our final top 2 teams of the series will battle for glory through a best-of-5 elimination. Valorant Agents of India, will you and your team be the one that reigns supreme? It's time to power up.
Every young gamer wants to become an esports professional. We make it happen. You just keep on winning.
Apply now at redbullcampusclutch.com.
Users of Roblox are all around the world, and all of them expect the same level of experience.
Well, the success of games is measured by how much can you keep users engaged.
Zoroark's mission is all about player experience first. Everything we do, the player is sort of core to our thinking.
ここ数年で、リッチな ユーザーエクスペリエンスを提供するために
If you don't want to worry and you don't want to think about things like asset delivery and the ability to have your connectivity between your devices and your servers as fast as you can, just go with Akamai.
Akamai gets into places and markets that other providers of similar services don't quite hit as easily.
その上で、アカマイさんのシステムを使うことで、大容量のセットを高速に配信させて、いただけているかなと。
The workflow without that, I'd probably have a lot more CDN support because the amount of capacity we'd need from the others wouldn't be there. There's one less problem we have to solve.
If Akamai wasn't around, we would probably have to multiply our team by I don't know what kind of factor and understand what we would need to do to replace what Akamai provides to us.
One v2, the recon comes in. They are not going to get spotted. The recon dart will get deleted with the flash.
No!
Shows he's going to be right next to the jet, and as the reload comes in, both these players are going to be running around.
पे है और ये चीज आपको बहुत जरूरी करनी पड़ती है। कापा बिल्कुल तैयार थे, जंप शॉट देने की कोशिश, 2 के निकालते हैं, कापा 3 के निकालते हैं, कापा ऑन फायर। यही है ना कि आज ना लक फेवर कर रहा है ना उनका 24 HP रोसी on the backward drop out with the beautiful kill there, but एक kill मिला है, दूसरा भी मिलेगा।
Hellfighter trying to move in. The kill is able to get some distraction. Hellfighter, as soon as the P comes in, he'll be able to get that kill. He's able to get that kill on the Ghost.
The play style that Team Mahi is going to vouch for as Antidote once again he'll be landing a collat as he's going to be flashed here from the defending Sky, but Antidote this time will not be making any mistake. Hector will be however securing the frag on to right to ace. The Jet versus Jet is going to come in. Antidote secures one, going for a triple here.
Going to get a couple here. White House goes down. Scarlet goes down as well. Pixels is changing things again for his team. Deathmaker on the other hand gets rid of Pixels. Ditto bites Russ as well. Deathmaker gets a 3k. Hit a little aggressively. Ditto is going to make them pay for that as he's going to land a couple, but Deathmaker, he's looking at something different here. He gets a 2k. He gets a third one as well. Deathmaker again. Land a kill or two. Shivi it is. Who's going to go? Oh yeah, he gets the kill on the Thanos. The perfect opening which was needed. It is Pixels who finally gets that kill, but Heaven and Shivi are going to get 1 each. And now the Sova, the last remaining player.
Slowly, if the spike is planted, Haivan will be pulling off the plant as White Horse will be securing the frag onto Pixels. However, it's going to be Orange lead with one White Horse with a triple now.
They have got 4 kills. It's down to the last player. The last player, it's going to be Amitras who gets one. Will he get another? Yes, he gets another. He gets a 3k as well. Oh, Amitras who saves the day.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Let's up.
Kappa on fire.
Come on. Yeah, let's go. Raise up. That's right. Go with it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come on.
Looking at something different here. He gets a 2k. He gets a third one as well.
Yeah, 'cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go. Let's up. One
Going to be Amitras who gets one. Will he get another? Yes, he gets another. Amitras who saves the day.
We push forth. We stand strong. We stand tall.
Having strong individuals can help us take us to the final.
No pressure, but a lot of eyes on us.
Yeah, we warriors. Get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, let's go, raise up, that's right. Go with it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, 'cause we warriors. Yeah, 'cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go, let's up, one time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. In these days, we push forth, we stand strong, we stand tall, all together now. Yeah, 'cause we warriors. Yeah, 'cause we warriors. With each day, we wake up, we get stronger and stronger. It's our time now. Yeah, 'cause we warriors. 'Cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go, let's up, one time, go get it, it's yours, I'm ready to go. Burning it down, they ain't noticed till the temperature rose. Bless the energy, then we erupt in a blaze. Mama save us, I swear the baby's lately crazy these days. People dancing like they warriors, use the passion. I got my head in the clouds, intergalactic. I'm on a venomous prowl, ready to snatch it. Are you prepared for it? Then let it happen. Rise up though, rise up though. All my people, where you at? Rise up though. Yeah, let's go, let's up. One time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, let's go, raise up, that's right. Run with it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go, let's up. One time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah. There's nothing to say, oh God, nothing to say. I ain't have words, I erupted in thunder and rain. If your man's strong, then why call me running away? It's just a game, but nobody coming to play. Alright, I got this, watch out, I got this, boy. Raise up, max out, then blast the noise. A perpetual dream shattered by exceptional deeds. Forget what you think, live for you, resting in peace. Bless. Rise up though, rise up though. All my people, where you at? Rise up though. Let's go. Yeah, let's go, let's up. One time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, let's go, raise up, that's right. Run with it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go, let's up. One time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. In these days, we push forth, we stand strong, we stand tall, all together now. Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, cause we warriors. With each day, we wake up, we get stronger and stronger. It's our time now. Yeah, cause we warriors. Cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go, let's up. One time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, let's go, raise up, that's right. Run with it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go, let's up. One time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Cause we warriors. I got you. Yeah, we warriors. Cause we warriors.
Hello and welcome back to the ESPL Valorant PowerUp. My name is Captain Price. Presenting with me alongside is going to be CA. And what a match did we have in the previous one? CA, tell me, how enjoyable did you feel in the previous two games that we have had? Global Esports versus Team TempesT.
Oh, it was exhilarating. I think for both of the teams, we got to see very different styles of gameplay, where Global East was much more about the synergetic team play game that came out. And then for TempesT, it's more of that fresh blood, you know? They were just doing what they were doing best and trying to learn from the entire experience. And from both of the teams, seeing that it really did set the stage for what we have coming up here with Team Mahi and Godlike, where it will be different styles, but still very close in terms of how they are.
I believe so, because Team Mahi and Godlike, these two teams are on a different level. We have players like Haiwan, we have players like Deathmaker, Shivi, ScarGod, and then there's going to be Team Mahi. We all know them. Antidote, there's going to be Amit Rasu, probably one of the best IGLs in India. Then there is, Xkali, we can call him like the god of fragging when we are talking about this particular team. So I believe it's going to be very exciting and very competitive, just because of the fact that these two teams, when they face off each other, it's going to be happening for the first time in the tournament. And I believe both of the teams, they have done equal amounts of homework, and now stepping in, they can do a lot more productive work and probably secure the semifinals in their own names.
Yeah, absolutely. Like this matchup is going to come a lot more down to just that tactical aspect about which team has come better prepared. On one side, Godlike, they're relatively fresh to the stage with their current roster. Haiwan has been a recent addition, but slowly but surely, they are able to just sort of build that synergy, right? Very recently, I think just in the quarterfinals against Inglu, I noticed that they carried a different composition on Ascent with both the Breach and the Sova playing without a Sentinel. So they are open to experimenting within themselves, trying to find the best style that suits their identity. And I think that might be the X factor for them. On the other hand, though, Team Mahi, for them, it's all about getting to that grand finals to take revenge against GE. So they're going to look to blitz past Godlike as much as possible. And Godlike, they're going to have to be careful about that.
Well, that's very true. But, talking about the having different meta in their particular game, talking about Team Godlike, what I was witnessing, I believe in an interview of Haiwan yesterday evening, that Haiwan said he, as an IGL, he doesn't like to hold on to his players like, yeah, you have to play this agent on this particular map. He really wants to explore the boundaries. He wants his players to be free and play for fun. Because when you are playing in a tournament, when you are playing on probably the biggest stage currently in the Valorant scenario, the ESPL Valorant PowerUp, you need to have a free and open mind. You need to be able to be productive, and that is exactly what Haiwan is trying to do. Being the IGL, he's trying to put in his players all that momentum that they have the freedom of functioning, and if they are pulling out results, then why not? I remember probably it was the matchup of team Godlike versus Inglu on Bind, especially Deathmaker was playing the Sky. Like, who expected that he's gonna come up and play the Sky? But that's just them. They come up with different varieties, and here they are. They're in the semifinals battling it out against one of the strongest teams in India, Team Mahi, in front of us.
Yeah, it's actually a really interesting point, because just in this last series where Kubrick's one of the better aiming players for TempesT, picks up the Sky, we got to talk about how, even though the Sky in a whole is a supportive agent, just like you imagine the battle stage, the Sky needs that perfect aim, because her abilities support her team, doesn't really support herself. So on players who have just insane aim, she becomes a very potent agent where she can contribute to the team, but also with the aim contribute to her own frags. So on a player like DM, I definitely understand the idea. But as you said, for Godlike, as Haiwan suggested, it's more about enabling the entire team, with each player giving in their due course to help the team become a better unit. At the end of the day, though, it's going to come down to that sort of experimentation, that sort of versatility to surprise TM, because they're going to come in this match with the vengeance. They want to take Godlike down as soon as possible, because as you saw, Global, they didn't have to reveal much in their 2-0. So if Godlike or TM are able to get a 2-0, they get to save these pocket strats for the grand finals.
Well, that's true. And what are the players playing for? Well, they're not just playing for the ESPL Valorant PowerUp Season 1 champions. They're also playing for that huge prize pool that we have. 7.5 lakhs at stake. All the teams that have made up to the semifinals have secured themselves 75,000 each. But that's not it. Second, third and fourth place will be having 75,000 each. 2 lakh rupees will be given away to the runners-up, which we are going to find tomorrow, 4 p.m. onwards. And talking about the first prize for the champions, it has to be the largest share in the prize pool. 4 lakh Indian national rupees. You can possibly dream about a lot of things if you're winning that amount of money, and it's an open tournament. Like, who would have thought, underdog teams coming in, performing so well, stepping into the semi-finals and competing against one of the top teams in India? Well, I believe it is what it is. Open tournament that's coming in with big surprises. And now, at this point, we have already had one team qualifying into the finals, Global Esports. They have been absolutely a powerhouse of performance, of skills, of utilities, of whatever you want to claim in their name, and they have done it. They're now sitting there chilling in the grand finals, whereas now it's going to be a challenge for both of the teams, Team Mahi and Godlike. Personally, I'd say that this can be a 3.3 rounder because, Godlike, they're not just any team. They have probably the best players in India. Deathmaker, such a humble guy, one of the insane jet players. So I believe, yes, it can be a 3-pointer. Don't you think it? Say.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think it's very likely that we end up seeing all three. As you said, like, both of the sides have these insane players. On one side you have players like Deathmaker, Hewan, Scargod, Shivi and Whitehorse, but on the other side you have this team that has been a juggernaut for so long. In Team Mahi, they've been together, and with players like Anti, Amaterasu, Excali, Hellfighter and Right to Ace, it's just a spicy affair altogether, and I'm excited to see what does come out. Now, besides the action that the viewers are going to get, as you can see on the screen, there is a chance for you to participate in a giveaway, get some free goodies for yourself, so make sure you do that. Check out the links in the description below. Besides the one you see on the screen for the free peripherals, you also have a mini giveaway for some Ghana subscriptions for yourself, so check that out as well. But like, coming back to the topic of the matchup, Captain Price, I think I'm just excited to see the veto, because before we get into the action, I want to see where the teams are attacking each other before the map even starts. Like, on the side of GodlikeEsports, you might want to take away that Haven map that is so strong for Team Mahi, and on the side of Team Mahi, I think you might want to take away that Ascent, because Hevan on Breach just looks really good for GodlikeEsports.
Well, it's going to be very interesting if we find Bind and Haven, because I believe since the start of the tournament, we have always seen Team Mahi coming on Haven and just fragging out. They have been absolutely dominating on this particular map. I believe on one of the former tournaments that was played between, a Team Mahi versus another team, this particular map, they were almost down at a 6-point differential. They came back stronger. They took the map in their name, and now here they are. They need to perform to the best of their abilities. Talking about Team Godlike here, Godlike, we all know how powerful the combination of Hevan and Deathmaker is. These two players, Hevan's flash is coming in as a breach, then it's going to be, Deathmaker just rushing in. Well, that's something we are going to have to wait for. However, there's now another giveaway going on. 20 winners, all those 20 names on our screens here. Congratulations, you guys have claimed yourself 3 months Ghana Plus subscription. Kalpesh Surve, Ashish Parihar, Karthik Patil, Krishna Singh, Soyash Yadav, Samarth Pandya, Shubhan Thakur, Hari Vikram Makkar, Akash Deep and Aditya Tanpure. These will be the top 10 people who have won the Ghana Plus subscription. Well, the rest of the 10, CA, over to you.
Yeah, Vidit Shah, Ghost 376, Shri Prasanna B, Kamal Pokarel, Sage Kumar, Vasan JK, Siddhant More, Arkit Saha, Arnab Kar, and Utkarsh Kumar. Make sure you claim your prizes by contacting ESPL India either on Facebook or Instagram, and you have to do it before the end of the stream, or else we'll have to select a new winner. Just to keep it fair, make sure that the people who are here are getting a chance to get the same. Do get that though. It's always nice to be able to, win something in general, but the fact that you're getting such a nice goodie is just an extra bonus. Now, I think besides this mini giveaway, there is still time for the main giveaway. So if you have not found your name here, quickly go make sure you participate in that. Maybe you didn't win the mini giveaway because the big goodies are to come to you.
Well, yes, the big goodies. Well, talking about the big goodies, I believe all of us really want those, professional gaming headsets. We need those professional keyboards and mouse probably to perform. And if you have better luck than all the casters out here, then definitely you're going to win something or the other. And if you really want to, help out the casters as well, you can drop an Instagram DM onto CA Kanav or me. And if you're willing to give them to us, well, just feel free. However, jokes apart, let's focus on what we are about to witness this particular evening. Team Mahi versus GodlikeEsports. Both the teams here, they are now having a challenge. Team Mahi, they have a point to make. They need to keep up their performance in the tournament. I believe they have had their ups and downs in this particular tournament. They had gone down in a particular match against Team TempesT, but now they have secured and they are facing off Godlike. Godlike, however, this team, they first of all did not play in the first three qualifiers. Coming in the qualifiers 4, they qualified from there, and now they are going to face off against one of the top teams in India. Well, after this, we will be getting the winner after this set of 3 that we are going to have, and then, well, it's going to be Global versus XYZ. I don't know who's it going to be. Well, what will be your predictions, CA? Like, which team has the better capabilities and the potential? Maybe it's just one team is better on the paper, but we might be able to find something different when they are playing on the screen in front of us.
Absolutely. I think in the moment, in a particular day, especially in the game of Valorant, the way it is, any team can pull out a surprise and just sort of, come out strong. And for, like, as you said, like on paper, Team Mahi is the more experienced team, so you expect them to go forward. But Godlike, the key factor for them is the idea that, hey, they're coming in with a fresh mindset. Like every strat they bring to the table, they're doing so because they want to get better. So that sort of fire, it's not something you can just get for free. It only comes through when you are in that position. So they are in a prime position to take them down. So I know it's going to be really, really close. And honestly, too hard to tell which team will take it down today particularly. Now, there is one other thing to consider, which is that idea of the revenge story for Team Mahi. They want to get to that matchup against Global Esports to take them down. But for Godlike, it's about proving themselves. So on one hand, you have a team that really wants to make sure that they reestablish their name on the scene. And on the other hand, you have a team like Godlike, who's just trying to make sure that all of us here understand that with the addition of Heaven, they're going to be a team that upsets the balance of that top 2, as we've seen before, and try to take them down. Now we're noticing and actually Haven banned out by Team Mahi and split by Godlike. A very interesting veto here.
Well, I believe it's something that they are planning to do, because I look at it in a different point of view. Particularly, I believe both the teams here, since they didn't ban Ascent or Bind or Icebox, I believe they are pretty comfortable playing on these particular maps here. However, Split got like a very, very wise decision. This is one of the strongest maps that Team Mahi has always, come up on top of. However, talking about Haven, quite shocking that Team Mahi actually banned it, where they have had a clean sheet over all the maps that they have played in this particular tournament. Ascent, this particular map, it's so like common that we have seen. This is probably one of the most commonly played maps in the tournament. Godlike will be starting off as the attackers, Team Mahi on the defenders. It's going to be definitely a very interesting match to watch. But then Bind and Icebox, well, I believe we are going to see some sort of variable agent selections, if not Skies and then maybe Vipers coming in from Amiterasu onto the map of Icebox. Like, is that the probability and the situation what's going to be when we are facing off in the map against both of these teams? What do you think, CA?
So talking about the bans, first of all, I think Haven, the ban, particularly towards DM, right? It's one of his strongest maps. Every single time he's able to get onto that, he does bring out a huge show. Like throughout our past tournaments in the community, he's the player who's sort of just been able to flourish on that map, picking up upwards of 30, 40 kills in many instances. So I think it's more of a target ban combined with the fact that them having recently lost their map a couple of times. They don't want to risk it. Take the stage to a map where the rest of Godlike are not as experienced or comfortable. Like if you look at Ascent, that double initiator composition, while it is a strength for Godlike, the lack of a sentinel, maybe Team Mahi has something in store to try to punish that lack of a sentinel. But it is Godlike's pick, so I think they will be comfortable. Bind, as you said, like it's that Sky pickup gonna come in for both of those teams, and the players that are able to execute it better will be the team that comes out on top. I think Icebox, once again, being that third map, is gonna be the extremely spicy affair, but I'm not gonna get my hopes up about getting that first. We'll just focus on Ascent for now.
Well, I'd say, the most important map that we'll be watching, it has to be Ascent, because of the fact that both of the teams, they really like to play they have an aggressive play style. Like, I admit that Deathmaker yesterday on the talk show, he admitted he doesn't know what his play style is. He actually cannot recognize himself, whether he's going to be the initial fragger, whether he's going to be the entry fragger, or just, watching off the flanks. He does what he does best, just fragging out whichever be the situation. But this particular map of Ascent, it has to be what both the teams will be coming in and showcasing in front of us. Both the teams, they have an aggressive play style. They will be coming in hard, be it on the defender side, be it on the attacker side. They will be playing for the picks. But however, I personally feel that the first pick, whichever team gets it, that team will be having a lot of advantage, because then the rotations are going to come in. You have the mid on this particular map. Mid control is going to be a very, very viable location to watch out. Personally, I feel the agent selections coming in from the side of Godlike, probably the Breach, it's going to be Haivan, then Deathmaker, he will be playing the Jet Shivi, maybe the Sova, Scargod on the Raze, and the Omen is left out there. So yes, there will be the Omen as well. Omen, however, we have talked about this quite a lot about this particular agent here. Omen or Brimstone, what is your opinion about this particular matchup of controllers? Like, which is the better choice on this map here?
On Ascent particularly, I think it really does come down to what the other players are picking up, because Omen, it gives a lot more flexibility to the team, because then they can rely on having non-flashes in other areas. But if you pick up the Brimstone, if you have that Reyna in your squad, you get so much utility in terms of that. So I think Ascent, one particular map where both of the controllers are quite equal. So we'll see who comes out on top. But now I can see Excali picking up that Phoenix. Not a look we've got to see a lot. Amitarasu going on to that Omen. This is a switch up from the general identity of Team Mahi, and it's an interesting look. For Godlike, though, it should be that double duelist with Deathmaker and Scargod and Jet and Raze. Heavan should be picking up the Breach and White Horse on that Omen.
Well, Haivan is probably, trolling us on the desk, because he always comes in with this kind of things here. Well, there it is. We just predicted it so far correctly. Deathmaker on the Jet, White Horse on the Omen. Shivi is going to be the Sova there. Antidote, the usual picks coming in from the team of Mahi here. They're so chill, they're so calm. It is a challenge, however, for both the teams. Whatever be the scenario, whatever be the scoreline in the first particular game, they need to step up their game in the second one. This map, as we all know, it's one of the mostly played maps. Everyone knows it by heart. Everyone knows probably what's going on the opponent's minds, and they're going to absolutely have to outplay their opponents more than engaging in those duels. Scargod, Deathmaker, White Horse, Haivan, and Shivi, all five of them fully focused, not having any kind of distractions coming in from them. They are going to stick around. They are going to present us with a beautiful and amazing competitive evening.
Absolutely. This is going to be a really exciting matchup, starting us off on Ascent with two very different compositions. On one side, you have that Jet Phoenix with the Cypher filling in for the Sentinel role. But on the other hand, you have the Raze Breach composition for the side of Godlike. Now, this Raze, she offers a lot of utility, especially on the defensive side of Ascent. So it's going to be up to the side of Godlike to really start off strong, using the power of the Breach in the attack, and then look to Scargod to close it off for them on defense. For Team Mahi, it's going to be a similar approach on both sides. They're going to rely on Excali's prowess on that Phoenix, try to use the utility to just create space for them on both the attack and defensive pull it through. Now, an aggressive push coming in for Godlike. It is them taking control of this B-side area. The market door going down. Now they're looking for the side.
Well, 1 minute to go, and there's already the first frag coming in from the side of Deathmaker. Right to Ace is going to be shut down. Watching out for the flank. Excali coming in from behind. Will be taking down White Horse. That's a beautiful frag coming in. 4 versus 4. The retake situation is just building up. The Antidote, however, not aware of the position of Shivi, will be getting taken down. Hellfighter is going to be there in CT. Excali gets one. Hellfighter will be taking down one. Only one defender stand. It's going to be down to Excali. He has already secured 2. He needs to take down 2 more. Deathmaker, and it's going to be Heavan. The deadly duo coming in from the side of Team GodlikeEsports now have a job to do. However, Excali, we know how precise, accurate his aim is. We know what kind of a situation he can handle. He can probably pull off this insane 1v2. His HP has been dented for. Haivan now surviving on 41 HP. The Phoenix is going to try and come in. It's going to be Deathmaker to do the job, as he will be pulling off a 3k. And the first round will be claimed by Team GodlikeEsports.
Deathmaker with the 3k. and he's gonna be able to upgrade his weapons fully. He's actually not going for the buy, going for only a ghost that signals an operator likely to come through in the next round from him. This will be the bonus for Godlike. They'll be able to get the buys, and Team Mahi likely to go onto the eco. Considering that Team Mahi were able to down 3 members, though, they have the option to go for the first buy, but there is no need to do that just yet because it's just the first round. So they're gonna go for the eco, just like Scally, who picked up a couple kills, using that money to get himself a sheriff. Now you can see Team Mahi, the setup spreading themselves out, using the camera from Hellfighter to control B main while they hold mid side down, expecting their breach with the weapons to push in. But the drone coming out for Shivy, spotting out Antidote in that cubby, meaning Team Mahi, they're forced to make the most and trying to push in. The rush for Team Mahi working out really well so far. It's a 2-for-2 trade, 3-for-3 make that, as Team Mahi in their eco able to keep the playing grounds even. Now Scargot, they're pushing it from the flank through smoke. He's gonna find one, take down Hellfighter as well to secure that quick round for Godlike Esports.
Well, that had to be a quick round. I'd say the force buy always comes into play whenever you're securing the pistol round, and that's exactly what Godlike wanted to do. They have now secured 2 rounds. However, the full buy is going to come in from the side of Team Mahi now. The full buy coming in against those Spectres, that is going to be a challenge for Team Godlike. Now, talking about the replay, as we all saw, ScarGod, he had to do the job. He had to run down 2 players. He did it absolutely brilliantly, not making any mistakes and securing that particular round. Right ways, he had secured 2 frags for himself already. Amaterasu now playing the Omen has to be more and more careful. I was really expecting Amaterasu to come up with, some sort of a different agent, but it looks like he has to be the Omen in this particular map. Well, he's versatile, I'll give him that. And now the push is going to come in onto the B side once again as the players are slowly trying to walk in. The breach is going to flash up forward. SkyEsports is going to come in. Deathmaker is going to come in. Deathmaker is going to be caught off guard and he's going to get taken down. He was caught in that tripwire there. Right to it, he's trying to go for another frag here, and it's going to be a 1v1 coming in. Whitehorse will be having the Spectre. An insane level of a weapon at close range will be taking one more down. Right way secures one. Haiwan will be trading him down, and now it's a 3 versus 3 retake as the spike gets planted and time has started ticking. It has to be a quick retake, otherwise you will not be getting a second chance to come in and step forward. Excali will be getting one. With that, only 2 players stand from the side of the attackers to defend the spike and win the round securely.
This B-main hold by Haiwan is going to be huge. He's causing a lot of pressure, already able to help his teammate take one down. Haiwan needs to win this duel, and he's going to do exactly that, taking down Antidote and holding the site so well, refusing the push onto the B site itself. But with Amaterasu taking down Haiwan, the time is running out. It's Omen versus Omen, and Amaterasu realizing, I don't think he has enough time, going for the exit frags here, going to end up saving his gun. But hey, amongst all of that, despite the fact that Amaterasu was able to deny the gun from Whitehorse, it was Godlike Esports picking up the round. A really nice quick rush to get the spike planted, and then a beautiful B-main hold from Haiwan, causing so much pressure in that post-plant situation with his fault line and his flashes that the B-side retake never happened for Team Mahi. And it's 3-0 now for Godlike Esports.
Well, Godlike, they have definitely started out strong, and it's no surprise. I told you, we were talking about this, off cam, that it's probably a 3-match coming in. Maybe Team Mahi secures 2, maybe Godlike secures 2, and the other secures 1. Well, we are not going to know it until all the 3 maps are over, or maybe just the 2 first maps are over. Deathmaker now will be coming in with a mid-execute along with his best friend, the Breacher. Haiwan is going to come in and try flush out any player sitting down there in Ekobi and causing a perfect distraction with the Aftershock. Now, we can see this is an eco round coming in from the side of Mahi. They are going to go in for those close frags with those sheriffs now. All 3 players from the side of Godlike Esports are trying to come in and take them down. Deathmaker will be taking 2 down, and it's down to Right to Ace, who will be taking down Deathmaker. That's a beautiful shot from the sheriff. However, Shivy will be closing things down with the shock dart, and it's another round in the hands of Godlike Esports.
Godlike Esports making quick work of that eco from Team Mahi, doing so really well, able to pick up the win. Mid control is the name of the game, and you have a breach in your composition always. And like on the map of Ascent, if you're able to take mid control, it becomes very difficult for the defenders to hold on to the side, because having mid control allows you the ability to bypass all of the advantageous sight lines that the defenders have normally. So you can see Team Mahi now with the operator online on Antidote, they're going to start prioritizing mid control on that Sentinel. Anti with that peek, he's going to pick up one. And with that peek, he's going to make sure that this position of Excali undetected. Excali find one that wastes the second shot, meaning a trade coming out for Whitehorse and a 3v3 on the map for Godlike Esports.
However, if you notice properly, it's going to be Haivan just having 2 HP to work with, and now Amiterasu has some information as to the players might be rotating from spawn. 2 of the players actually very near to spawn from the B lobby. Now we'll be trying to come in Hellfighter's camera. It's going to be there, the spy cam. This is a very, very important location to watch out for now. Thus mid is going to be a very viable position that Godlike would not be wanting to go because of that low HP on the breach. The breach just needs to be, probably thrown with a needle, and he's going to get taken down 4-0. GodlikeEsports, they need to take this round, because this round, if Team Mahi gets it, I believe they're going to just step up a notch in their gameplay, and they're going to come in. Haivan, he's going to come in with his ultimate. The Rolling Thunder is going to get deployed as one of the players will be tagged, and he's going to take him down. Hellfighter will be taking down Whitehorse, and Hellfighter is doing an absolutely massive workout here. The spy carrier, however, is still stuck there onto B main. He needs to be careful. Amiterasu is coming in from behind. Hellfighter is just trained his Phantom onto the position where Haivan is hiding. He has been taken down. It's down to the Sova. Shivy has to pull off a 3K. He has his Hunter's Fury ready. He has, I believe, 1 shock dart. Okay, he doesn't have a shock dart, but that recon bolt is going to be it for his team, as he's going to get taken down. And it's the first round that Team Mahi have claimed for themselves.
A really nice round picked up for Team Mahi. That aggressive B main hold between Antidote and Excali working out really well, despite Excali not being able to pick up more than 1 kill. As you noted, Hevan was taken down really low by him, and with Hevan on just 2 HP, it became very difficult for them to force a particular site in that 3v3. In that situation, when you take away that option from that breach, it becomes much simpler for the defenders to just hold a particular angle, be patient and wait for the push, and that's exactly what Team Mahi did. Now, once again, having that up on Antidote, they're gonna use him as a pseudo sentinel of sorts, prioritize this B main push, leave the Omen and Amiterasu on his solo hold in this A site, and go for the push to this B main. Working out huge for them. They're able to pick up a couple of kills. Combined with the Hunter's Fury coming out for right to ace, they just obliterate any approach from Godlike in this mid-side area.
Well, looks like it's an amazing rush that came in from the defenders. However, right to ace, he's gonna... Oh my god, I'm sorry about that. Antidote, he's gonna secure one. Amiterasu will be securing another, probably moving on for a flawless round. The last player, however, will be lurking around mid. He's trying to get into cover. He's still there, looking for the Sova. Antidote will be taking him down, and it's going to be a flawless round from the side of Team Mahi. Team Mahi, they have done absolutely a fantastic job securing the previous 2 rounds, but now it's going to be a challenge for Team Godlike not to let them take any more rounds, because if they take more, it's going to be a troublesome situation. We know that this is a defense-oriented map. If you secure 4 to 6 rounds on the defender side, you just need to be careful and just hold your corners, let people walk into your crosshairs. However, we know both of the teams, they have an aggressive play style, and they are absolutely trying to keep up their pace. Now, it looks to be an eco round coming in from the side of Godlike, as they will be having Stingers, and the Jet, however, Deathmaker, will be playing all this ultimate here. Bladestorm, he's gonna come in, he's gonna go rushing in. Probably tree is going to be the location from where the execute is gonna be done.
Very fast eco rush coming in here. Deathmaker moving in aggressively. The flashes to help him out. It's going to be his first kill picked up for GodlikeEsports. But right to ace able to trade out, throwing out the shock darts to delay the push. But it will not happen. Deathmaker, a man on a mission, comes in aggressively, picks up another kill. Nice Scally, he found 1 trade, but 1 too less, as it's down to Hellfighter. Hold it down. 1 kill and a nasty flick to pick up another. Hellfighter under heaven to pick up a triple. Secure a very slippery round for Team Mahi that almost went in the wrong direction. But the fact that Hellfighter able to be consistent, pull it out, is going to be huge for them, because they are able to deny that Thrifty. Like, coming back to the conversation of the map, right? Yeah, in general, as you said, a more defense-oriented map. But for Godlike, with that breach in the composition, without a Sentinel, it's going to get very difficult going into that second half. So they need to try and push their advantage as much as possible right now in the attack, wherein Mahi, you can see they're adapting to the flow, trying to punish them for the lack of that flank control without a Sentinel. Without that flank control, you can take aggressive control on A main and B main and try to punish on the basis of that. Now, Team Mahi, they realize that this is the buy for Godlike, which means they're likely to play it slow, looking for the mid control. And Antidote, with threading the needle barely, picks up a huge first blood for them, sets up the stage for the rest of this round.
Well, I'd say this is a very good start because Antidote, when you need him to get that initial frag, he will be getting it for your team. And now they're just 1 point away from having that equalizer onto the scoreboard. Antidote still peeking up mid. This is a very, very important location to hold on. He has got the information that there might be a player walking up mid market, and that position is being cared for. Right ways, however, he's going to be sitting there up in logs on B side. Deathmaker has been dented off a lot of HP, 29 HP still left on his bag. And now White Horse will be taking down Hellfighter. That's a very good on. He's coming in for the flags. He will be sent back immediately to the recent point. The run it back, it's not going to be any productive at all, as Antidote again gets one onto ScarGod. This man is absolutely being a beast now on the defender side. Hellfighter, he's trying to be careful, but however, White Horse, he had not left the position. He's trying to go for one. Deathmaker will be taken out. That's a very important flag. Shivi will be getting one. Excali gets one more, and it's down to just 2 players. Hevan standing in along with the Omen, and he's just surviving on 50 HP. 3 players still surviving. White Horse and Hevan to do the job from the side of Godlike. This might be another equalizer coming in, as the Omen will be using from the shadows and teleporting right onto A Heaven. He has cleared it off for himself. He can initiate the plant as quickly as possible. However, Right to Ace now has to do a lot of work here. White House, he is not aware of the position that team Mahi is occupying at this moment. 2 players stand, and one of them is very, very low. Godel Hevan, he can stay outside. He doesn't need to commit to the site here. He can just wait it out there. But Excali and the others from the team side of Team Mahi, well, they are in a much better position.
Excali with the 4K. Those mid kills at the start of the round were so huge for the team, because with that with Hellfighter going down on A side completely open. If Excali had not picked up those kills, it would have meant that Godlike would have gone for a pincer approach where they look to take mid control as well as A main control and push into the B main control and push into this B side on the basis of that. Like Excali with the double, and then on the retake with 2 more, able to equalize the scoreline once again to 5-5 for Team Mahi. On point, making sure that Godlike don't run away with any sort of a lead here. Now, at this point, you want to be able to make sure that your eco is not getting hurt as much when the rounds are so back and forth. But you can see for Team Mahi, when they win rounds, they're able to survive with 3+ members. But the fact that Godlike are losing 4 members in their wins means that now their eco itself is hurting, and they have to go for the eco. This is the chance for Team Mahi to take the lead. And Antidote with the catwalk peek. He's going to find one.
No!
Misses his second shot though, and I think messes up his dash a little. I think he was going for the left or right dash, but instead ended up going for a forward dash, taken down, and White Horse picking up the operator. He picks up 1 kill and then hands it over to DM. A huge lead now for Godlike Esports in an eco round. They've done brilliantly so far.
Well, that's true. 4 players still surviving, and ScarGod, look at him. He's just going to be very, very cheeky here, playing a lot more passive than he's, expected to. He's playing on the raise like we expect him to go up forward, use those utilities, use those, double satchel boosts. But now looks like this is going to be a B execute after all. Shivi will be trying to get recon onto the B side as to catch off any player who's coming in. Hellfighter will be taking down one, evening down the scores here. And it's going to be the pain shield that has been dropped on top of him. 64 HP to do the job. ScarGod, he does not have the information as to any player who's going to be there.
Extra kill with White Horse getting a pick on towards that A3 area. That advantage translated into a B-side push worked really well for them, because now with a 6-5 lead, it is Team Mahi with a slightly down eco. They will still be able to afford full buys almost across. I think I saw 1 light shield, but hey, nevertheless, it will be GodlikeEsports once again trying to make the push. They have the Rolling Thunder online, and with this 5-stack onto A, it is going to be the aggressive A-side execute. You can see Hevan ready in that ult-top copy to pull out the Rolling Thunder. The rest of the team getting into position. The smoke's coming out. The Rolling Thunder to start us off. It's the dash from Deathmaker to back it up, but the running back ready for Excali here. If he'd done any damage, it would have been huge, but he is able to delay the push. Now, on the other side of the map, you see Hellfighter. This flank hold by Shivi going to be important. He's going to take down Hellfighter, open up the A site as well as the post plant for Godlike, and put them in a commanding position to take a 2-round lead.
I believe this is going to be a very important round for, Team Mahi. However, they have evened up the scores. Deathmaker, he's going to get one. Now surviving with just 12 HP. He's trying to come in forward. Godlike Esports versus Team Mahi. This particular round is an absolutely madhouse, as it looks to be. There's going to be only one from the side of Team Mahi. It's down to Antidote. Well, it is what it is, and he's going to just take one. Deathmaker closes up the deal, and it's going to be the 7th round in favor of Godlike. 7-5 on the attacker's side. Godlike not having that Sentinel and still doing so big of a work. I believe it's going to be important to hold down the lines, because now they're on the defender side, as rightfully said by CA here, that not having a sentinel on defense is going to be a hard one. How they plan to make it work, well, we're going to find out.
Yeah, they're just gonna have to be a lot more proactive with their approach. Like, you can circumvent the idea of not having a sentinel by using your breach to aggressively get you A main or B main control. If you're able to do that, then so that sort of cuts off one portion of the map for the attackers and gives your defenders a lot more information of where to expect. Like, the sentinel, the biggest advantage he gives to your team is the ability to hold down one part of a site, and so to allow that advantage to come through, you have to be aggressive on one side and then be able to stack your team on the other. And you can see Godlike, they're doing exactly that. Even in the pistol round, a 3-man stack through this A main. They've taken A lobby control, and now they're going to push in. Now the team knows that this B push is going to come in for Team Mahi. So they're going to have to make it quick, because otherwise the flank will reign supreme for Godlike Esports. Team Mahi now with the pincel execute from Market and B main. It's TM Antidote with the dash. He's going to find one, and Hellfighter chiming in with another. It's B-side control, easy picked up for TM.
Spike planted.
Well, I'd say this is a very beautiful round that TM has secured. Now they are aggressive. We know that they have a sentinel to work with, and looks like Kaivan is going to come in from the side of B main. Deathmaker accompanying him along with Chivi. They have to do a lot of work here. Antidote, he needs to be careful as he's positioned. It's a very, very predicted one. He's going to get pinged by the Sova Recon Bolt, I believe, and now it looks like Deathmaker, he's going to just spam bullets, and Chivi will be getting this better off onto Antidote. The shock that is going to get dropped, and there's going to be more HP lost onto one of the players. Now 3 defenders still stand. This is quite a possible round. Deathmaker gets another. Amitraz will be taking down Chibi. It's down to just 2 now. Deathmaker and Heavan. Heavan still surviving. Will be getting shut down by Excali, who cleans up the round and will be securing another point for Team Mahi. 1 more point, and they will be again on that equalizer. Team Mahi, they are not letting Godlike Esports get way on ahead, because now it's just like it's so much of a I'd say competitive match to watch, just because of the factor that once Godlike gets 1 or 2 rounds, there always is Team Mahi stepping in and getting another round. 1 more point, and it's going to be forced by coming in from the side of TM.
Right here.
Yeah, TM not giving up any ground. They're going to go for the 5 Spectres, making sure the Antidote also picks it up, because they're not going for the Operator buy in the 3rd round. Against this breach, it's all about that aggressive push. Like, while that breach is pushing one side of the map, you want to be able to take control of the other. And that's exactly what TM do. Now, Altop control being taken by Excali. They make a bunch of noise towards his A main, but look at the presence that Hellfighter is creating towards this B main area. Lurking in the smoke, waiting for someone to come down, means that he has Altop control over here too, and getting that over to Excali, if possible, could mean a huge push. Now, another weakness of the lack of a sentinel for Godlike is that usually you saw for Team Mahi, they would drop a trap fire here, or if you have a killjoy, you drop an alarm bot down a mid, and that gives you a lot of control over mid. But with no sentinel, it's easy mid control once again for Team Mahi, punishing Godlike and making their way onto B side. A similar situation to round 1, but this time Team Mahi with better weapons.
Well, I believe now with the weapons, they have more viable way of taking away this round. Excali, they have the Spectres to work with. We all can see that this round, it's looking to be very probable from the side of TM. However, once again, we find the Breach, the Sova, and the Jet still left alive onto the side of the defenders. The defenders, they can make it happen. They don't have the weapons. They will be having their Ghosts and Classics, whatever they had when they started off with the round. But I believe it's a storybook, it's a textbook, you know, a strat now coming in from the side of TM, just not letting anyone walk into their side, and this is it. Just one player stand. It's going to be Haivan, who is coming in with the breach flash. He's going to flash up, he's going to use the concurrence, but he's going to just jump up from the top of that wall and take down Haivan. Attackers secure another round, 7-7 on the scoreboard.
We're only losing Wong gun over there for Team Mahi. It will mean that that round went through almost perfectly. They're able to carry over the guns into the next, get a bonus round for themselves where they don't have to invest any money. Where in Godlike now, with the eco in the loss, will be having the full buys here. This round is going to set the tempo of the rest of this map, because if Godlike do end up losing this, the eco is going to snowball heavily away from them, and it removes any chance of Deathmaker picking up an op for at least a couple more rounds. You want that op on Deathmaker as soon as possible, because that op on the Jet can function as a pseudo sentinel with the way she's able to close down one side, peeking that angle altogether. So for Godlike, this round extremely crucial. They need to pick up the win, get that eco stabilized and then look for another in the next to have that ops with the snowball eco on DM. For the side of TM though, it's going to be a very similar approach once again. Just pressure Godlike all over the map and try to take control. But Godlike, the aggressive push, the flash is coming in. Is Deathmaker with a double and Skargard with another? They're taking the fight to Team Mahi.
Well, I'd say this fight, it's going to be a very, very one-sided round coming in from the side of Godlike. They needed to secure the round. Amiterasu still having the Spectre to play with, and he's just going to be there in spawn. They know his position. The Sova Aldrone is going to come in, probably scan all possible locations, and as you can see, the smokes are going to come in from either side now. Both the Omens are trying to find each other as they are looking forward to probably end this round as quickly as possible. GodlikeEsports on the hunt will be coming in. Shivi will be taken down. Amiterasu, what are you doing now? He has already taken down 2 players with much better weapons than him. Haivan has crept on from behind. He's just waiting out on the sides of spawn here. And there's just 1 player standing. Amiterasu falls. Another round in the hands of GodlikeEsports. I believe it was a quick round coming in from the side of Godlike because they had full buys. When you are having those Vandals and Phantoms to play with, long range not at all an issue for you. When you have those Spectres in your hands, well, you should be careful before you use them from mid to long range. However, in close range, they're an absolutely beastly of a weapon. Team Mahi now, they can be having an equalizer coming in once again. They might be going in for a full buy. Let's find out what the 16th round of this particular match has to provide.
See, Excali picking up the Sheriff Antidote goes for the full buy. I'm actually not a big fan of that, considering the fact that Antidote has his Bladestorm ready. Like, you can use that Bladestorm as a pseudo weapon wherein you give your other teammate a weapon and then have them shift it over to you if the Bladestorm does run out. But that's really important as well to be able to sort of facilitate the eco for a team. So we'll see if they do end up doing that. But at the end of the day, it could just be Excali being confident like, hey, I will handle myself with the Sheriff. I will get the one taps. And that's really what comes down to the comfort of the team as well. Now, I see a tactical pause. You can see Amiterasu detailing out the strats of what they want the team to do. And it gives me a second to really talk about the pressure aspect of facing against a no Sentinel team, right? You need to be able to pressure multiple sites at once because the way you see the last round went, they're going to be aggressively pushing. For Godlike, it's all about taking control of parts of the map. And if Team Mahi able to deny that, then they just instantly win the round, because without that Sentinel, it becomes much easier in the later aspect when the breach has run out of utility to force a particular side. So I want Team Mahi to play more for that mid control in the early stages of the round, then go for an execute in the late part, looking to just sort of force Godlike into wasting their utility and then bringing them onto the fight.
Well, burning utilities is certainly one of those strategies as Team Mahi has to, work out more with, because I have seen Team Mahi using multiple utilities, like probably using the Tailwind from the side of Antidote, then those Recon Bolts and the Sova Owl Drone from the side of Right Ways. They need to work out on that. However, now this looks to be a very slow A execute as TM. They're all going to stack up. They have the Sheriffs in hand, and now giving away the position along with the Sheriff is probably going to be the signal for Godlike to tell them that yes, they might not be having full buy coming in from their hands. Skargard, however, he's just defending B side on his own. There's no one else to take it out. However, Whitehorse will be coming in from mid-market, trying to come in. The Pain Chill is going to get dropped. Antidote, he's just going to come in. He does close down the switch. He's going for those early flags here. Antidote gets one and will be traded off by Skargard. Very, very beautiful trades coming in now. It's going to be 4 versus 4. The spike gets initiated. Right to it successfully pulls off the plan. And now, Deathmaker, he's looking for those flags. Amiterasu, he is in a very cheeky position. He can just get 2 players off guard. Amiterasu is there. There's going to be Excali as well. They're looking to be very calm and confident. They might be just coming in from behind, taking on multiple players, but let's find out what TM has as the post-plan situations. I believe Godlike, they were really great, but talking about Team Mahi, the post-plan needs to be much, much better from what they have seen, or what they have been able to give us in the previous 2 rounds.
Godlike pushing aggressively. They're able to kill out the B main hold though, and taking out Hellfighter. Over there, taking out that B-main hold for Excali and Amiterasu was so key, because if you don't do that, then the runner back also ready for Excali would have been able to use that to just sort of delay that retake for longer. The fact that they have the breach to play on the retake to just sort of clear out B-main works perfectly in their hands. They're able to take out both Excali and Amiterasu, and then in that 3v1 situation, just push into the side, secure the retake as well as the round. Back-to-back rounds going over to GodlikeEsports means Team Mahi's eco right now in tatters. Like they have to go for the eco, and this is the opportunity for Godlike to pick up that double digit. 21 kills on Deathmaker. He is on fire right now, and they're looking to sort of just prevent that. Like you see, Antidote, he's pulled out that Blade Storm, smoked out that catwalk area. Mid control, like as I was hoping for, is the name of the game now for Team Mahi. This Blade Storm, if you can get this first kill, it'll be huge. Get the right click, easy. Going for more. Does not land all of them. Instead, Hevan with a nice play gets one, and through the flash able to get another. Fighter there for the backup, though his hat's gonna come off. He's know exactly where everyone else is hiding, and he will also be rewarded with a gun to his name. Now with all the information in the hands of Team Mahi, they realize that A site is completely empty. With the breach down as well, they can comfortably get the spike planted and then play for that post plant.
Well, remember one thing, that the defender Sova still has the ultimate to work with, and now Right to Ace pulling off that plant has successfully got his Hunter's Fury ready as well. He can play post plant, he can be very careful with the positions that he's willing to hold. The post plant positioning we have seen from coming in from the side of Team Mahi have not been so very strong, as 2 retakes have already been possible. Amit Rasu, however, will be pulling off the Paranoia, trying to get the Paranoia to 2 players. 1 player from TM is going to be down there inside, and one of them is going to be under Heaven. Now, Hellfighter is going to come in. He's trying to go in for the frag onto Heaven, and it's going to be down to Right to Ace. They're looking for him. Right to Ace, he just needs to get it delayed a little more. Well, he's going to come in. SkyEsports, he's going to close things up. Right to Ace has not been given the chance to use his Hunter's Fury. SkyEsports, absolutely phenomenal guy, stepping in now and making it work out once again for the hands of Godlike Esports. I'm telling you repeatedly, CA, that Team Mahi needs to work out on those post-plant positioning. They are choking out. They are choking out on those certain positionings that they need to hold down, and that's the only reason that they are not being able to secure any round since they have stepped in after the pistol round into the second half of this match.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the post plant's not on point for Team Mahi, especially considering that the breach was not alive for Godlike. That should have been a comfortable post plant hold for TM, but they just end up taking a peek too many. Going down that early, when you have the Hunter's Fury post plant, you need to buy as much time as you can for the Sova, so he can just sort of be able to close out the round with the Hunter's Fury and delay the diffuse. The fact that you go down really early, meaning that that's just not possible. Scar got allowed to push into A main and pick up the kill. Now this is 10-7 for Godlike Esports. Now, amongst all of that, that was the eco for Team Mahi. So they're going to look to this buy round to start a comeback through. But Hevan, he's ready for this mid push. A very defensive angle and holding through a thread in this mid-market area. Looking for Team Mahi to push into him completely dry without a flash. We'll see if they end up making that mistake right now. They're instead gonna set up the firewall, go for the push. The spam comes through for Hevan, but he will not take them down. Does a decent bit of damage, and the Boombot not being taken down. Amaterasu taken down really low, and White Horse and Deathmaker holding down from B side. They mow them down. It's a bloodbath down at B, and it's just Amaterasu, last man standing. A flawless round picked up for Godlike Esports. The eco in tatters for Team Mahi.
What is happening? Godlike, you have been so phenomenal since you stepped into the defender's half. Well, having no sentinel and still being able to hold down sides, make those retakes possible. My oh my, Team Mahi, you need to be concerned now, as they're just 1 point away from match point. Team Mahi, they need to step up their game. They need to secure 4 rounds at a stretch without giving off any for the hands of Godlike. As you can see, this is going to be a force buy coming in from the side of TM. TM now are looking for those rounds here. Deathmaker, he's going to step in the position of one of the players. It's going to be the Phoenix who has been spotted. Deathmaker, he makes no mistake, takes down Excali, and that's a very, very important frag coming in into the hands of Godlike. Godlike now trying to step up forward. Shivi will be coming in. He's trying for those frags. He's just stepping in. He's going to take down one more. Deathmaker gets antidote. Shivi will be getting Amit Rasu. It's going to be down to 1 player, possibly another flawless. Well, it's not going to be a flawless, as his fighter will be taking down ScarGod, and now it's going to be match point for Godlike. What has this team done? Team Mahi, where are your insane level of gameplays coming in? And look at Deathmaker, look at Haivan. They are basically just chilling in the moment. They're giving those call outs so loudly. They're probably yelling into the mic that, do this, make it happen. It's our round. Let's make it happen. Let's get the first match right into the bag. And that is the story for Godlike. Match point for them. Anything can happen from this point on. I have no clue as to how Team Mahi tends to even try and come back from it.
Yeah, this is a very bad situation for Team Mahi and Godlike in full control. They're feeling their plays and they're pushing in aggressively now towards this B-side angle. Team Mahi though, they're expecting it, waiting in the corners, able to punish Deathmaker and ScarGod for pushing in dry. There was no breach to enable their flash, so that was a bit of a mistake from the side of GodlikeEsports. You need those flashes to enable your push, because then if the other team is expecting it, then you get punished severely. And with those 2 kills, B-side completely open. Now Team Mahi, they realize that match point is on the cards here, so they don't want to make any aggressive plays unless necessary. Despite getting those 2 kills, they haven't pushed in yet, but now with the kill going down in A main, they realize that they need to commit fast with just 50 seconds down. The cloud burst comes down to control that CT, the flash for Excali to enter. And now with those skills and B-side control, they have the running back and Hunter's Fury to play for the post plant.
Well, it's not just that. If you notice on the defender side, there's going to be the Rolling Thunder and also the Hunter's Fury stepping in. And if they can play it well, if they can play it nicely, I believe this is going to be a very, very important round. At Excali, he's going to step in. He's going to delay onto the Sova as he takes down. Oh, he is not going to be able to take him down, as it's going to be the Hunter's Fury coming in from the side of the defenders. He's going to get it initiated. He's going to try and go for those frags here. Now, Team Mahi, they are stepping in. They are willing to take this round as Godlike. Probably they're going in for that save, as they do not want to commit for it. They have 5 rounds lead, and looks like in the next one they might be coming back stronger, but Team Mahi, they definitely will be securing 1 round. However, Shivi looking for those exact kills, will be getting 1, probably for a double. Well, there's going to be 1 standing, and Team Mahi secure 1 round once again.
12-8, Team Mahi able to punish Godlike for their aggressive dry peaks. That thing is not going to happen once again though, so they're going to have to rely on some proactive peaks to be able to get lead. But the fact that they won this round does give them the opportunity to stabilize their economy, look for proper buys in the next few rounds, and then look to just go play for overtime. Now Godlike, they have full control though. All they really need to do is play a slow, poised playstyle, because right now, when you have that Rolling Thunder online on the breach, you have 5 ultimates ready for your team. You can play easily for the retake scenario. All you really need to do is allow them for the push, but instead they're going for the proactive ultimates. Shivi with the prediction, Hunter's Fury getting the opening kill, but instantly Excali utilizing the pressure that Hellfighter is lost over at A-side to push into mid. Now Excali and Antidote are taking control of market into this B-side area, looking to clear out the side and then have the rotation, but with right to Ace caught out in this mid. Deathmaker turns away at the wrong time, and right to Ace able to sneak through from the mid lobby into the B-side area from B main. Now with the door for market closed, no, the market door actually open. Right to Ace should be able to make his way onto site now. Deathmaker, he's going to take down Amaterasu. That's the advantage ready for GodlikeEsports. A Rolling Thunder online. This post plant going to be very difficult for TM, and they're trying to deny it by moving in aggressively, but Deathmaker finding the return. 3v2, now they're going to Rolling Thunder their way in.
Well, I believe that's a little bit of a frisky situation, as Excali will be getting on to the Haivan here. Haivan gets taken down. Deathmaker, he's going to be there. He gets 1 more. Chevi will be getting 1. Right to Ace will be getting 1. It's a 1v1. Right to Ace versus Deathmaker. Deathmaker makes it happen. He may be able to make it happen, as it's going to be Deathmaker. He secures 1 and will be pulling off that diffuse. Godlike. Haivan looks to be so happy, as they have secured the first match against one of the best teams in India right now. Shivi, ScarGod, Deathmaker, White Horse, and Haivan, the men of the hour to do the job. TM, they are looking in despair. They are looking so unhappy, but very, very confident, as they will be moving in for the next game shortly. What do you think went wrong here? See, we have seen this match throughout. There was no Sentinel on the side of Godlike, but still they were able to come up stronger. I believe that's because of the initiators. They had the initiators always surviving, and they were playing A-side. TM, they were just committing to be over and over again, and overall it was Godlike with the victory.
I mean, it's just that proactive approach, right? TM not actually able to convert that into, like, as we were talking about, when you're getting pressured on that defensive side on one particular area, you need to convert that pressure into your own pressure on the other side of the map. You need to be very spontaneous with the way you're pushing in, and try to just force Godlike in a situation where if they split up, then you punish them on the other side of the map. But that didn't happen for Team Mahi. Instead, they kept ending up getting punished by those plays. And even though they were able to get the plants down with a breach, it's almost like he wants you to get the plant down, because a Breach not as comfortable playing on the defense, but on the retake, it's like he's back on the attack, back with the flashes, and very, very strong. I mean, at the end of it, though, it was Deathmaker, man. That prediction wallbang, as soon as he saw the shoulder of right to ace, he is the MVP in this matchup, and rightfully so.
Well, if you want to stay charged up like the audience, if you want to stay charged up and always as proactive as the players and me and CA right here on the desk, well, why don't you get yourselves a Red Bull? You can scan the QR with your Android or iPhones that you have if you're rich enough, and you'll be able to get some just by scanning this QR. So head on forward if you want to get yourselves wings and stay charged up throughout the remaining stage of the tournament, or henceforth, well, this is the job you are got to do. But talking about the match here, Godlike, they have made something phenomenal. I don't recall, Team Mahi actually ever losing the first game in this particular tournament. Like, I remember, there was the matchup in group stages where TM were playing against TempesT. They won the first game. TempesT, however, due to one player getting disconnected from the sides of TM, they were able to get one round in their hands. That was, I believe, split. But then the third match, it was again in the favor of Team Mahi. And now coming in, Godlike, they have done something never been done in the tournament. They have taken down TM, and TM, they are going to be concerned. But I believe, when under pressure, TM functions a lot more when they are just, calm and chilling. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, this was Godlike's pick, so they did really well to make sure this map comes out. But going into the next in-bind, they're going to have to be just as confident, because TM in their own pick will be looking to find that comeback happen. But hey, Godlike, especially Deathmaker, it does look like they're playing like a unit. That Breach with the Jet, we talked about this before the match even started. We're expecting an Ascent ban for TM because of this reason. It just perfectly suits Godlike's playstyle, having the setup for Deathmaker and Heaven. As the IGL being in the frontline role, it suits his playstyle, like as he talked about, right? Even though his particular role is not exactly decided, he likes to lead his players from the very front, and that Breach is just perfect for him. So TM not banning out this Ascent, it did end up costing them at the end of the day, because Godlike show that Sentinel or no Sentinel, when it comes to where they are comfortable, there is no taking them down. Now, going into bind, I'm curious to see if DM actually ends up playing this guy, because given his current vein of form, it might just be him sticking to that Jet.
I don't know, probably they are willing to go for some fun, maybe something more, because like I said in the beginning of, when we started off this particular BO3, that Heaven, he does like to lead the team, but not like, every IGL does, just commanding or you're telling them every moment what to do. Ivan is a very open-minded IGL, and that's what's keeping the momentum of this team going. They are playing free hand. They are being able to do what they are supposed to do, getting those frags, getting the rounds. That's what matters, and in turn, you will be having it in your favor. Well, I believe there were multiple mistakes done from both sides, which needs to be corrected, and I believe if those are not corrected, the results might be something different, both from the sides of Deathmaker, I mean from the sides of TM and from the sides of Godlike. If you talk about particular plays, I'd say Antidote, Xkali, they have been phenomenal, but when they made mistakes, they made horrendous ones, and Godlike, they were just capitalizing over those mistakes. Chivy, however, this particular player, he has been quite significant. He had those Sova recon darts coming in. He was giving away information onto his teammates, and then that's the reason that Deathmaker was able to do the job and secure the 13th round for his team. Well, it has to be down to this scoreline. 8-13 is the scoreline that has been created, and that's it. I believe that's going to be the scenario coming in. 13-8, Team Mahi will not be able to pull this off. However, Godlike, well, I believe Godlike fans, you can seriously just shout out in the chat. They'll say Godlike, as they have secured the first map in the second semifinals.
Absolutely. Show your love for the team. Show them that support and make sure that they will be able to pull it through. I want to hear from you guys too, like looking at the scorecard, right? 377 ACS, 27 kills, 5 first bloods. This is exactly why, like, you see why this breed setup so good. Like, I noticed Antidote himself has 8 first bloods, but it's the question of what those first bloods give to the team. Like, while Anti was able to get so many kills, every single time Godlike actually able to force into him and pull off the pressure. Despite that success it was not translated into an actual advantage, wherein on the other side, every single time that maker is getting a first blood, it's because the setup is there for him. It's because he's being allowed to get into this aggressive role where he really thrives, and using that space that he creates, Godlike able to push into a particular area. Like, I want to see a much more controlled playstyle from Team Mahi, wherein they actually focus on one particular win condition. We talked about this for TempesT as well, right? You want to be able to rely on a particular win condition and then try to break that down in the game, adapt to what the other team is bringing. Because if you don't have that win condition, it becomes a lot more like a thread being frayed and very hard to catch up. GodlikeEsports, they are on top tier form right now, and it's going to be a tough task for Team Mahi to pull it off. But hey, they are one of the best teams we know, so a tough task, definitely not as a big order for them.
Well, if I ever get the chance to once again, get into a conversation with Deathmaker, I'd probably ask him that you were confused about the playstyle, right? I believe it's an aggressive one. I believe the entry fragging is the, particular thing that you like to do. And Deathmaker, he should be probably renaming him as the clutch maker, because whenever you needed him out there, he was there. He was just absolutely melting people left, right, and center, getting rounds off the board into his team's favor. And that's exactly why we are going to be having this particular team as the victors of the first map. I'm really excited to see what the remaining two maps are going to bring in, because I think in the next map, TM, if they pull it off, I believe they will pull it off, because otherwise where's all the fun in having a BO3? If they pull it off, and which they should pull it off, the third map, it's going to be far more interesting, because it's Icebox, and one of those maps which no team, I believe, will be going on and picking on firsthand.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I want to see that Icebox. I think everybody in the chat knows how big of an Icebox fan I personally am. That combined with, as you said, like, it's a BO3. You want to see all three maps because you know how good all these teams are. You don't want to miss a single speck of action. So yeah, absolutely. I hope that we get to see the three. But at the same time, I know all Godlike fans will be looking to see if Deathmaker can pop off. Maybe if he's playing that Sky just as much, because for them, they will try to close it off as soon as possible in this second map. Because going into Icebox, it becomes much harder to have that communication. Breach, a very unlikely pick. So it becomes, once again, a question of where you fill in what agents. And you don't want to be in that position when you already got a map lead. Don't give the opponent team a chance to come back at all. That's going to be their mantra coming into this second map. But Bind is going to be really interesting, because I think these are the sort of teams that sort of just change the way you look at a map. You expect Bind to be a very defense-oriented map, with the fact that there's no mid to control and there's only a particular entry points which are easy to hold. But when these teams come into picture, when the mind games start coming out, suddenly a defense-favored map becomes an attack-favored map, and you don't know what's going on.
Well, I'd say this particular map here, White Horse, he's not going to stand up with the Omen. He's probably going to just come in and play the Cypher. Yeah. I have seen Team Godlike play for a long time, and this map, they will be needing a Sentinel whatsoever. They have to have a Sentinel. Otherwise, holding down this particular map, it's going to be difficult. I think Haivan, he's going to be playing on the, Sky, and maybe not on the Breach, because the Breach on this particular map, it's no use since the sites are so wide open. You won't be able to use your, ultimates, and there are no specific corners that the players like to usually stick around. However, I want to see how versatile Team Godlike can be once again. I want to see what Team Mahi is planning overall. I want to see an up-close battle once again, because at a point, remember, CA, it was just comebacks happening once and like it was going on. It was quite monotonous, and then it was just Godlike stepping in, switching over to the defender side, having those retakes come in every round. Well, that's Godlike for you.
Yeah, exactly, right? They play to their strengths, and that is what is really important. Like, as a team in this competitive scenario, you always don't want to be playing a sort of to your opponent's weaknesses, rather playing to your strengths, because that enables you to be much more comfortable with the playstyle you're at and much more flexible if you ever have to go for the adaptations. That's where Godlike was at their strongest, as compared to Team Mahi, where you saw that despite, like, we saw a lot of good moments from them. We saw a lot of good picks. Like, as I noted, Antidote, he had 8 first bloods, but there wasn't actually a particular, like, hey, we are good at this and we want to do this, as compared to GodlikeEsports, where they had a fixed plan and they were able to continuously execute that plan to get themselves the win. Like Team Mahi, I think they need to find a win where they're able to just sort of, be like, you know what, forget the first map, just reset ourselves. This is now a best of 2 series, where to win the series you have to win both maps, and just go into it trying to just get that double map through, because otherwise Godlike, they're gonna set their date with Global Esports tomorrow.
I believe phenomenal, IGLing coming in from the side of Haiwan. Every round when we were moving on to the players camp, you was looking at Haiwan. He was just, waving hands left and right, instructing his players that, we can possibly do this, we can possibly do that. And that's so amazing to watch. I want to see how Amit Rasu actually does the IGL. Well, he has definitely, turned off the camera. Probably he's, not in the mood of showing his angry or sad face, whatever be it. But yes, talking about the prize pool here, 7.5 lakhs at stake. We have already got one team who is going to be securing that 75,000 from the semi-finals. That's going to be Team Tempest. They played well, but now coming in, these 3 teams, Team Godlike, Team Mahi, and Global Esports, they are fighting for that first position and the champions title of Series 1 of the ESPL Valorant PowerUp. 7.5 lakhs, 4 lakhs for the first place. Second place gets 2 lakhs, 75,000 for the third place. Well, that's just a prize pool. That's how it is.
Yeah, exactly. It's not just like the idea that, hey, we are in the top 2 teams of this tournament. It's the idea that you basically get about like a 130% boost or so. That extra 1,25,000 from 75 to a minimum of 2 lakhs. Like you can even get 4, which is again doubled. It's a huge motivation for teams. So I'm sure that like they will give it all of they've got and try to just, for Godlike, close it off here, or for Team Mahi, take it to our map 3. Either ways, I think the winners at the end of the day are us, the spectators, because with 2 teams giving it everything they've got, we get the best action we want. And hey, that's absolutely brilliant. But talking about the spectators being the winners, there are some amazing giveaways. You can see like the Alloy Origins keyboard, the Cloud Core 7.1 headset, the Pulsefire Core and Fury Ultra RGB, all amazing things. And that's just one set. Like there's the Cloud Core 7.1 in the tier 2, there's the Raid mouse in tier 3, and then the Fury S Speed mousepad in tier 4. All of it you have a chance to win. Go check out the links in the giveaway below and take a chance. Maybe test your luck.
Well, definitely, like we, like me, Kanav, and Sia on the deck here, we do not have so good luck, so we aren't even enlisting for the giveaways. However, we are not, eligible for that. That's something different. You guys, you definitely need to check it out. And whoever is winning it, what you need to do, just head over to ESPL.India and message them on Instagram. Well, the giveaway winners will be announced publicly on the Instagram handles of ESPL. So do follow ESPL.India and ESPL.Official on their Instagram handles. And one more thing, wherever you're watching the stream, like be it SkyEsports, be it ESPL, be it PFG Esports, be it LOCO, be it Facebook pages of PFG, then there is I don't know how many streams we are going on. Probably we are streaming live at 12 or 13 different platforms in 3 different languages. So yes, wherever you're watching the stream, leave a like, share it with your Valorant friends or your Valorant community that you have, and do subscribe and follow if you're watching it on YouTube and Facebook respectively. So talking about this particular match that we are going to have on Bind CA, I believe it's going to be a lot more fun. But I believe the fun is more for all the winners of the 3 months Ghana Plus subscription. Well, congratulations to them too.
Yeah, they're gonna have a blast of it time checking out the tunes in, with that extra bit. No ads for them, and that's always a bonus affair. So like, hey, these guys already got lucky. For the people who did it, there's still one more giveaway. And for us, I guess, well, we're not lucky with respect to the giveaways, but if you do want to give us something, you can check out our socials as well. But hey, Captain Price, coming back to the conversation, right? Godlike and Team Mahi. I'm curious about how the mental aspect for Team Mahi will work. Like, all of us here know that they played a marathon of a series yesterday, and having lost map 1 today, I want to ask you, do you think they're the sort of team who will just be like, who start feeling the demoralizing factor, start feeling the fatigue? Or do you think they're the sort of team who's just going to be like, you know what? We're done. I can't believe we lost map 1. They'll get super fired up and just come back blitzing in map 2.
Well, I believe I have 2 particular theories for the question that you just, put up. One theory is that what Team Mahi has shown us. We have seen when they have gotten downed and out, they have usually come up stronger. They have probably drank in buckets of Red Bull and stepped up their game, and they have been just absolutely fragging out hard, like no one has been ever trying to catch up on them after that point. The second theory is, however, what Euphoria told us on the talk show at ESPL Now. Well, Euphoria had told us that whatever be the team, they always move on and consider them as just their opponents, and that I believe is a very important factor. Plus, he also was able to tell us that this particular team, when they are in a pressure involving situation, they are actually able to perform more, and I'm really expecting that Team Mahi is able to secure this particular map. As you can see in the brackets, Global Esports, they have secured the first semi-finals in a 2-0 in a best of 3 and have been qualified successfully into the grand finals. That's going to happen tomorrow at 4 p.m. and one more team will be getting there after we are done with this current set of best of 3. Team Mahi versus Godlike Esports, where Ascent, it has already been claimed by Godlike.
Yeah, for Godlike, this map is going to be the series closer if they can find the win here. And for Team Mahi, it's about keeping themselves alive in the tournament. If they lose, they will still get the 3rd, 4th place match. But that's more bragging rights and not really like actually giving you a push forward in the tournament. So this is do or die. Like right here, right now, they have to pull through. And as you said, like the evidence does suggest from the past that when they're down and out, they do come back stronger. But hey, Godlike Esports, they look really good. So let's see if they are able to do that. I mean, at the end of the day, like Global Esports though, the fact that they won 2-0, I think Godlike will be trying to replicate that to make sure that they have the same level of fear going into the finals, winning a 2-1 as compared to a 2-0. While it's still winning, it does give that extra edge to the team that had a 2-0. Be like, hey, we breezed through our semi-finals. Let's see you do the same. Like, so Godlike will be trying to make that impression and Team Mahi trying to stop it. Now, DM on top quality form. I'm going to ask you, who's your player? I think for Godlike, we both expect DM to be the player to look at. For Team Mahi, who's your player to look at for this next match?
I'd say, I cannot personally vouch for a single player for Team Mahi because all of the players, they have capabilities to pull off a clutch, be it a 1v3 or a 1v4, and that's exactly what makes up Team Mahi. Why they have so many, hundreds and thousands, probably lakhs and if not, probably crores of fans. That's Team Mahi. They don't have individual, picks there. They are supporting the entire team, and I'd really like to stick on with that. However, if you talk about that one person who's making all that difference happen, I believe it's Amit Rasu. Amit Rasu with his insane level of IGL coming in, and then he's there when you need him to just perform on his own. With his mind games, he does that absolutely on a fantastic level. However, now it's going to be the second map that we are going to witness in a short while, Bind, where Team Mahi will be starting off on the attacker side. We know that this map, it is defense oriented. It is quite a big map, but you don't have a mid. You don't have a mid to work out for. You can just hold sides. Probably, the Sentinel and another duelist on a particular side, the other 3 agents on another. Well, that should be the ideal setup from the defender side. On the attacker side, what you can do, you can make insane rotations happen. You have the teleports to work with on A short and B long. Just rotate immediately and move on to a different side, step in, plant the spike, hold the post plant positioning. But yes, talking about the post plant, I believe Team Godlike, they have had an immense run when they were on the attacker side. They had insane post plant positionings. Team Mahi, they need to work it out on this particular map. They had done it previously, but will they be able to do it once again?
Yeah, absolutely, right? Like talking about just that, like I was a little disappointed, I would say, by the Cypher pickup for Team Mahi, because on one hand, while we talked about why Ascent should not be given to Godlike at all, if you are willing to give that map to Godlike Esports, you want that Killjoy, because compared to the Cypher, the damaging nanoswarm grenades of that Killjoy do so much work against that option for the dash. You're able to delay it for so long. So that not being there, as well as not having the Killjoy for post plants, was a big factor. But now, hey, Team Mahi going back to their default composition. It's the Sky picked up for right to ace, the Killjoy for Hellfighter, and the Brimstone coming out for Amit Rasu. Godlike, they're going to do the same. Brimstone for Skargod and Race for Shivi. Expected. Hevan on the Sky and DM on the Jet. As we expected, right? He's on too good a form to put him on the Sky. They're going to keep him on the Jet, and Hevan going to pick up the initiative.
Well, I want to see TM get away with this match. It's the usual picks coming in from both of the teams. We really predicted the Brimstone on this particular map just because of the fact that the Brimstone has the orbital strike to work with. That is the I consider utilities in two ways. Once that's usual to hold down defensive sides, and the others which are preferable as I'd say explosives, or which can be damage inflicting. As you have the nanoswarm grenades from the Killjoy, you have the orbital strike, you have the Brimstone Molly, you have the hot hands. Then there's going to be the Blaze Wall and all those, damage inflicting utilities that you have. Talking about the Brimstone here, a very, very important pick. Any player probably is, just peeking up from A short and trying to get back into lamps. The Brimstone Orbital Strike is ready. Open up your iPad, hit it up, and probably someone's going to get deep fried inside U-Haul. Well, that's exactly why the Brimstone has been chosen for. I want to see how these teams have evolved, whether Team Godlike is able to keep up their winning streak. They have started off at 1-0, and whether they are going to keep it up, or is it going to be Team Mahi, when suffering, when getting taken down hard, coming up and performing as a better team? That is what we are going to watch in this particular match out here.
Yeah, if I noticed correctly, that was the cipher for Whitehorse, right? Coming out for Godlike Esports, and I think that's the only difference in the compositions between both of these teams, the Cypher versus Killjoy. Personally, I am a big fan of Killjoy in pretty much every single map. I think she's much more fluid with the way the team wants to play, and the lockdown compared to the neural theft is just not really a debate at all as to which ultimate is better. But, and I will say this, the Cypher, he offers a lot more just freedom for the team to play the way they want to. You can leave your utility on one side, and that's something the Killjoy can never do. She has to be in that one side all the time. So that flexibility that Godlike have, I'm excited to see how they are able to explore it, because if you're not able to use the rotational aspect of the Cypher, right? If you're not able to sort of find the advantages on the basis of that, then there is no real advantage. Actually, scratch that. It's Whitehorse and the Killjoy as well. So I guess both of the teams do prefer that Killjoy, and rightfully so.
Well, is it a mirror composition? I think it's a mirror composition coming in from both of the teams, and that's amazing to watch. Like, it's going to be a even thing to watch. I'd say if both of the teams, if they are quite familiar with how they play, they might be able to pull off a 6-6, finishing off on the first half, and then when they move into the second half, we might be expecting an overtime too. However, starting out on the attacker side, this time it's going to be Team Mahi. We know that Team Mahi, they're usually aggressive, and talking about Deathmaker, he is going to peek up front. We know that he is always going to be, just walking up ahead, probably looking for an important frag here. And now this is the second map. Let me just remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that the first map, that was Ascent, it has been secured already by Godlike. They made it happen. And if you want to check that out, do move into the replay later on. But now, this map, it's the second one. If Godlike wins this, they are into the grand finals of the ESPL Valorant PowerUp India. And sadly, it's going to be a go-home situation for Team Mahi. Well, that's the bitter truth. And I believe there's no simple way to put it, or a much more humble way to put it out to the audience. But yes, now the first round is going to get initiated. One ghost, two ghosts coming in from the side of Godlike. And Team Mahi, well, the usual picks, the usuals coming in, classics and light shields. And there's going to be antidote on the frenzy.
You can see that both, as you said, mirror composition, right? It is going to be, it's not really now anymore defense-sided or attacker-sided. Both of the teams have to be good on both the sides, and it's going to be Team Mahi starting us off on the attack. Going for the hookah control, the boombot and the grenades to slow them down though, but the counter grenade from Excali taking down Deathmaker. Now the green lights going up, they hear the blinded, but they don't check the corners. Shivy holding down the copy, picking up the triple kill with just a classic. Hevan chiming in now, Shivy doing some massive work with just a classic too, isn't it?
That's true. I didn't know that it was Shivy, holding down in that corner. I probably thought that the Pain Shield was going to do much more from the side of Excali, but however, now it's the last player standing. It's going to be the Killjoy. The Killjoy's position, it's a predictable one. As you can see, Shivy will be pulling off a 4K. What a guy. He secures a 4K, and Deathmaker looks to be so very appreciating onto Shivy here. A 4K in the first round with just a classic. Well, that's a classic play coming in from the side of Godlike.
Shivy on point, shifting to that duelist role, playing really well. Him picking up the 4K will allow him to get a Phantom and a full shield in the next round. So that's going to be huge. He's actually going to go for the Ghost. playing for, once again, I think full utility with the Ghost. So a very interesting approach, because TM, they're not going to make the mistake of not checking that corner once again. So Shivi, a bit of a weird buy here, but hey, it's not going to come into the picture, as now TM, they're trying to go for the push onto this A side, but burning them down is Whitehorse. The setup towards that lamps to take down Antidote, and then the setup towards the default plant took down their health, and now with the spam, he's gonna take down a spike planter and bring right to ace really low. Get another kill. Whitehorse with the 4K.
Whoa!
Will be denied the ace by DM.
Well, I don't want to actually I don't think the players here also want to focus on the ace now. 2 rounds, Shivi with a 4K, and now Whitehorse with another 4K. Godlike, they definitely have had some insane level of grinding to do, because by the looks of it, they are looking so very strong. Setting up default, playing the mind games with Team Mahi, absolutely outplaying them when they needed to. Well, that's Godlike for you. 2-0 now onto the defender side of Bind. Team Mahi, they will be having a full buy coming in. However, Shivi, he's still gonna stick up with his judge, and I really want to see him judge something.
Yeah. This is basically a free round for the side of Godlike Esports, using the flash to get B-Long control, but Deathmaker doesn't actually wait for the flash to pop, so he gets taken down. The buy round for TM starting off very well. Excali gets the first blood. Now with this B-Long control gained by the Trailblazer going out, the heal now going to come out from that Sky. The regrowth to bring back Excali's health back to full. They're going to make their way onto hookup, and this is where the judge is going to come up huge into the line of Shivi. He finds one headshot, but that's not enough, because Judge headshot versus Vandal headshot, it's the Vandal winning every single time. Now with the skills on Hookah and B-Long, it's going to be the B-side control for Team Mahi.
Well, Hellfighter, however, secures one. There's just 2 standing here. Amiterasu will be securing Scargod, and that's just down to Hellfighter. The Killjoy from the side of Godlike Esports. Whitehorse, he's looking for more. He's trying to get something done here. A 4K now. Well, it's going to be very, very phenomenal for not just a 4K. If he pulls this off and also a defuse, it's going to be an ace for him. But will he be there? He has, however, been spotted. Whitehorse, he's trying to go for those flags here, and he has been dented with some HP. Hellfighter will be ending things from the side of Godlike, and he will be cleaning things up. 1 round once again getting given to Team Mahi. Team Mahi now probably has the buy to work out with. I want to see what the economy looks onto the side of Godlike, because Godlike, I believe they carried on with their weapons in the previous particular round, and they can also pull off a full buy in this particular round as well.
Yeah, a full buy picked up for Godlike Esports, likely in this round, because as I said, last round was that bonus for them where they're able to carry the Spectres. You see, right to ace though, he's not going to be able to wait. He should have been able to afford the buy. His teammates had the money, but I think a last minute miscommunication. I'm not sure if that's a spectator bug or right to ace doesn't actually have a gun, because if he doesn't actually have a gun, that will be really unfortunate. Yeah, he doesn't have a gun. So this is a sticky situation for Team Mahi, where instead of using the win to be at a similar firepower level, they're actually 1 gun down, and Godlike can try to use this to their advantage. Now, given the fact that Whitehorse picked up that 4K early in the second round, he has his lockdown ready. So for the side of Godlike Esports, they can play very defensive in this round, use that lockdown to then facilitate a delay of the plant and retake with the help of the Sky. They're doing exactly that. Scargod holding down in lamps. It's the side of Whitehorse in the side, but now the Molly coming out to deny Scargod his position. He gets taken down a little low, but they don't check the lamps. He picks up first blood, and Whitehorse hanging around in the corner with 2 more. It's Godlike with a huge advantage.
Well, it's a huge advantage as just 2 players will be standing. I believe a weapon has been, given out to the attacking Sky here. That's going to be right to ace, and it's all down to him. He's going to come in. He has a bandit to play with. However, Haivan will be denying the round to Team Mahi, as it's going to be close up. 3-1 now on the defender side. Godlike, they are really trying to get this done as quickly as possible. Team Mahi now in despair. You can see those wrinkles coming onto the forehead of Amiterasu. Amiterasu is really worried. He probably is tense by the fact that they have already lost this the first game here on Ascent, and now coming in, they need to be more careful. But look at ScarGod, he's smiling. I have never ever seen this guy smile, and he smile. Well, I believe it's just because of the fact that he's just pulling off rounds, and that's exactly the scenario. 3-1 moving into the 5th round. It's going to be another similar hold coming in from the side of Team GodlikeEsports, and I don't know why Team Mahi, they're always trying to go up in a similar strategy onto B, and that's probably the reason they are being so very predictable at this point.
Trying to get the hookah control, the grenades coming out as well as the flashes from both of the sides. The Seekers to start it off, but Deathmaker taking a peek before the Seekers come through. He finds the first blood now. On the other side, Hellfighter winning the duel against ScarGod, meaning it's still 4v4 on the map. And all of Godlike spanned down really low. Hellfighter opening up A side, gets the pick onto Whitehorse, and with that control gained, Amaterasu can now go for the plant while the rest of his team has to back away from this hookah angle. Now Deathmaker and Godlike, they're trying to chase them down, punish them for being here, but the amount of time bought by Antidote is huge. Now he's going to be able to hold down this flank angle. They're not going to check his spot, and Antidote in a sick position here. Amaterasu as well, holding down that angle, looking for the molly. They're going to find the kills and pull back this round.
Well, I believe it's a very smart work done out here. Probably they intended to do it, and there's going to be the Molly lineup coming. The Brimstone Molly is so annoying. I believe 8 seconds of fire getting rained down, that's enough time to lose the round. And now Hevan, he decides to save his gun, and I believe it's a smart decision, because now coming in when you have no time, the spike had been initiated around 10 seconds before you were even able to rotate from that particular location. Team Mahi, they will be securing the second round for themselves. Well, I believe a good work has been done. 4 rounds, maybe 6 in the favor of Team Mahi on the attacker side should be the ideal scenario when they're switching over to defense, because as I already said earlier, it's a defense-oriented map. You will be able to hold down corners, let people walk into your crosshairs. But yes, Godlike, now they need to be more careful, as they have successfully been outplayed by Team Mahi. Team Mahi exactly thought that there's going to be probably all players now stacking up B, and that's exactly what happened. They bought enough time, the plant was initiated, and now it looks like another... Okay, it's going to be a split execute coming in. They're playing for picks here, and as you can see, this is going to be an eco round from GodlikeEsports.
Going for the eco rush on both sides of the map. B-long push as well as Showers push. But Team Mahi expecting it, waiting around the smoke. It's going to be right to Ace to pick up one, Antidote with another. Now, Showers cleared up. They realize that they can push into A-shot, and they're going to do exactly that. The Ace side completely open for Team Mahi. But Hellfighter on the look gets taken down by Shivy. So a gun picked up for GodlikeEsports. Nevertheless, Team Mahi now in a 4v3 situation. They'll be able to get the plant down, play for the post plant with the ultimates in their favor. The showstopper as well as the orbital strike ready, meaning it's a very tough situation for the side of Godlike. But Antidote playing a bit too aggressively, gets caught out and taken down. That's another gun to be picked up for GodlikeEsports, and in a 3v3 they could push for the retake.
One dead.
Ooh.
Well, it looks like right to Ace will be making things difficult for Godlike, as there's going to be only Haivan and Shivi surviving onto that race, and they need to be careful. Now Haivan is going for those exit kills. He knows that there will be players walking out from Shahs here, and this is a position that no one will probably be able to predict. Haivan being so very cheeky here, trying to hold down corners, and I believe both the players, they're just sitting out on either side of the box here, and he's going to come in with the spray down. Haivan, however, much more frisky, will be getting the frag on to him. Team Mahi walk away. Another round. Well, I believe echoes from the previous game on Ascent is being rolled out here, as it's going to be 3-3 on the scoreboard. What a match, what a day, what a semi-final this has been. Guys, if you are enjoying, be sure to hit that like button onto the streams. Be sure to subscribe and follow the Facebook pages, because the entertainment is just going to continue all year long. Well, moving in now, an equalizer already pulled off. Full buy coming in from both of the teams. However, onto the defender side, if not mistaken, 2 of the players didn't have any shields to work out with. Like, is that a game bug, or did I notice it correctly? See it.
I guess we'll find out soon enough. But Godlike, they have those light shields as well. So it's not entirely a full buy, but Shivi's like, I don't care. I have my grenade ready pulls it out, gets an opening kill, and Shivi with another, holding down Hookah brilliantly, has his grenade refresh from the 2 kills he's picked up, looking for more, knows exactly where Antidote is trying to find his head. Now Antidote doesn't actually know Shivi sneaked into this right side corner, so if he ends up peeking, he could get taken down, but it's actually Amaterasu finding the kill onto Deathmaker and forcing Shivi to back off. Now Antidote going for the challenge, it's Shivi taking him down, and one by one, they go into the hands of Shivi. TM, they just end up facilitating Shivi's huge round, like completely disrespecting the hold from that race on that hookah angle, one by one peeking him, really not working out.
I believe they need to go in for those double peaks because Team Mahi, I think I saw Team Mahi doing it once or twice on Ascent, but now coming into this map, you need to be much more careful as the defenders. They need to be holding out corners, and they are doing it absolutely brilliantly. Talking about Team Mahi, they need to be careful on checking corners. They didn't check the corner onto Shivi once, they didn't check the corner onto Shivi again, and with the paint shell and his mechanical skills with the Vandal, he did secure off another 4k. Now it's a points lead in the favor of Godlike Esports. Team Mahi, they need to be careful as the Sky's flash is going to come in. However, Excali magically just dodges it, and there's going to be no information given out that there are players still holding out on to B long. Now, it might be a very, very slow push that's coming in from the side of TM, as all the players are playing split, playing for picks here, and one of them, whichever side be it, will be trying to secure that first initial frag. 5 and 5 standing from either sides here. 1 minute on the clock as Antidote will be sneaking up onto Showers, securing, I believe, the ultimate from the Sky here. Now, it's going to be 56 seconds on the clock. 5 and 5 stands from either sides. Mahi versus Godlike Esports.
This duel is going to be huge. Deathmaker finding the kill onto Excali, opening up that flank for his team, forcing TM to reconsider their approach here, because now they're not really sure where they can go, given the fact that they haven't got any information over at A side, and they have to be fearful of Deathmaker's position possibly in that B long. Now, actually, Deathmaker actually backed up entirely, made his way now into Hookah to hold it down. TM, they're running out of time with just 20 seconds left on the clock. They're going to use the Seekers to enable a push through. It was Amaterasu taking that A push before taking the TP. The Seekers coming out to give them the information. It's the orbital strike to deny the CT angle, but Deathmaker holding down under the Hookah. Picks up a 3k, now a 4k, looking for his ace. Deathmaker in this Hookah angle, it's going to be up to him to take down Antidote. For Antidote, he makes a smart move. He's going to go for the save. And Deathmaker cashing Team Mahi completely off guard to help Godlike Esports pick up the win.
No one predicted Deathmaker to stay in that position. We see when I've been playing, I haven't been able to see so cheeky plays. But look at Deathmaker. He is absolutely a madman with the weapon, and now he just rushes onto players, uses the tailwind, moving on, secures the right to ace. Antidote had to move in for a save, and now it's going to be a 2-point lead in the side of the defenders. Deathmaker, he's looking for more. The flash is going to come in from the Sky, trying to get some information, but however, no information is going to get given off as Antidote. He's going to come in and try and sneak up onto A side. This position, still getting held down by the Killjoy, is going to be a very, very hard one to breach through.
Yeah, you can see Godlike Esports, they're very comfortable just holding on as much as possible. This round going to be very important for both of the teams, because TM, they're trying to use their utility to force through a round for themselves. This is their, I think, last buy on the cards here. If they lose this, they're not going to have the buys. You can see already Excali, he's just on that Sheriff, able to heal himself up to full HP though. Now TM, they have the lockdown and the showstopper to work for them, but Godlike with 4 ultimates in their hands, despite the fact that they're 1 man down, these ultimates basically nullify that disadvantage, and they will be able to use them to ensure that they can pull off this round. So TM, they're going to have to be very smart with the way they approach this, and they're doing exactly that. They backed off from A side after creating noise, but now a slow push onto A from Showers, not letting Godlike realize that they're actually going to make their way back into A. The flashes come out, it's TM making their push. Shivi from the off angle, he picks up 1, but it's Antidote able to get the trade. Now Lamps being cleared out by Hellfighter. The plant going to come down for Amaterasu, and with Showers and Lamps in the control of Team Mahi, Amaterasu will be able to comfortably off into a post-plant situation. Now the Seekers coming out for Godlike, they're trying to go in for the retake, but Antidote ready with that Blaze Storm. Deathmaker, he takes one down, spams through, brings Antidote to 33 HP, but he's being so sneaky here. Antidote in the flank, he's gonna take down Deathmaker. Look for Hevan here, and Hevan just stuck in the middle of the site with nowhere to go, being hunted from multiple angles. Antidote looks like a man on a mission, but Hevan, he's finding one kill. I don't think he'll be able to pull off the ramp, but if he can take down the weapons, that eco win itself would be absolutely huge. Now Antidote, realizing just that, not gonna give him the opportunity. Instead, going for the TP, and now for the flag, Hevan expects it though. He's gonna take him down. But hey, Team Mahi, they're gonna be happy they picked up the round in a situation where the eco is really hurting.
Well, I'd say it was a beautiful round for TM. They made it happen. They firstly, created a perfect distraction, then just slow walked on from Shaz, and then Antidote with that Blade Storm. Well, he absolutely did a good job. However, I'd personally say that Antidote, if he had been, I believe, half a second more careful, his teammate would not have been taken down, who initiated the round with the entry onto Shaz. However, now it's going to be the 10th round of the game, a possible equalizer from the side of TM. Now it's not their eco, now they have a full buy coming in. I want to see TM pull off that eco, this equalizer, because if they do it, then it's going to be a very, very interesting second half that we have. The paint shield is going to get dropped onto Hookah. The left side of Hookah is going to be completely cleaned, as they know that the paint shield onto the left side, well, no one's going to survive from it. All the corners are being scanned for, and the paint shield in return is going to get dropped out from the side of Team Godlike. Godlike now, they have everything they need for a possible retake, as Deathmaker will be taken on. Amit Raj is going to be the guy coming in. Right to Ace will be securing one to Deathmaker as well. It's going to be Haivan securing the other on to right to Ace. This is going to be a really, really frisky play. Shivy gets one, and now it's down to just two attackers, Hellfighter and the Jet Antidote, to make the play happen.
Last player standing.
Hellfighter gets caught trying to set up his turret, and now with the alarm bot revealing Antidote's position, he's in an impossible situation. Gets burned down really low with the Nano Swarm. Wall banged by Shivy. It's 6-4 for Godlike Esports. With 2 rounds left in this half, Team Mahi need to try to find at least one of those 2 rounds to be able to pull off a win, to be able to pull off a content first half here, because going into the second in their defense, they can then look to that 5 or 6 round mark to be able to pull off that second half win. Because right now, Godlike, they are in control of their defense. Like, you see that they're not even being forced to use their ultimates as much, rather playing a much more proactive base. The number of times we've seen Deathmaker push in from that B-long area, enabled by that Sky Flash to get multi-kills, is just absolutely insane, and that's something that TM need to try to shut down. You cannot allow DM to just have free reign over those sidelines, because when you do, he's going to be able to take down at least one member, and even that one kill creates so much space for his teammates to follow through. As you saw in the last round, he got one kill, but he got taken down. Instantly Hevan there ready to back him up to get the advantageous trade for Godlike Esports. Team Mahi need to find a way to punish this right now, because otherwise DM, he's going to keep making the aggressive push happen.
But do you notice something interesting about TM here? TM, I believe, since Amit Rasu's cam is off, he's probably doing all the talking that he needs to do as an IGL. But Antidote stepping up and also supporting him as a filter, or maybe a second in command, if you put it that way. And all the other players, Hellfighter, right to A6 Kali, they're listening as to what the strategy is going to be. Deathmaker, on the other hand, he has been absolutely a madman since the start of semifinals 2 in the previous game of Ascent. And now, as you can see, all the players from the side of Godlike, they're performing. They're being phenomenal. Haivan doing an excellent job out here, carrying this entire team as a whole and moving on forward. You can see the scoreboard here. Skargod with just 1, Whitehorse with 7 from Haivan, Shivy 12, and 12 from Deathmaker as well. I believe now it's going to be another A execute, as there's going to be Shivy. He needs to hold down Shaz as players will be walking in. Deathmaker holding off a very, very frisky angle. His angle has been given off. His position has been weighed off for. And now the players, they are careful about what they're going to do. From the side of Mahi, they're looking strong. They are still willing not to commit on to ASAT as a full-on rotation begins. I believe the rotations have been started, and yes, you can see it on the mini-map on the left side of the screen here. The rotations has been done, and it's going to be Haivan there on B side. He has to hold it down along with the Brimstone to do the job, and it's going to be a B execute that's coming in from the side of Mahi.
I believe this is the eco round for Team Mahi. So they're gonna look to just cause some damage, get that spike planted, and try to take control of the site. But for now, you see the showstopper coming in, but he doesn't check the back of the site. Excali being taken down, and not knowing the position of White Horse, does miss those shots though. So Antidote coming in, able to equalize it with his own Sheriff, picks up the kill. Now another for Scargod, it's the orbital strike coming down to deny the plant, forcing and funneling Amaterasu into the corner. Deathmaker takes him down, and before the plant even goes through, Godlike ready to push through for the retake. Take a 3-round lead for themselves. Now 7-4. TM, they have one more round. They ecoed for this last round, so they need to try and pull it off here to make it 7-5 and keep the lead minimal as possible.
I believe they will be looking forward and securing this round as well, because if they secure one, then on the defender side, since they have Hellfighter, a very, very phenomenal player onto the Sentinel, will be a very I'd say a very beneficial factor. However, I talk about the team Godlike. Now, Godlike, you have seen them. Deathmaker. Okay, this round is going to be interesting. Deathmaker has finally decided to pick up the operator, as he's going to probably try and secure more than at least 2 frags, because we've seen him whenever he comes up with the operator, he's usually going on fragging hard. Now, probably attack pause coming in from either sides of the team here. They need to make this round count. If it's a win for Team Godlike, they're going to get a 4-point lead, a 4-point buffer when they step onto the attacker side. But if TM get this point, then on the defender side, they can be very, very confident on holding down. You can see it's much more of a very even gameplay and even scoreboard coming in from the side of TM, 6-6-4-4-4. However, Godlike, Deathmaker Shivi doing the heavy lifting along with Haivan, White Horse and Scargod yet to step up. Well, that's just I believe the scoreboard. You never know what kind of information is being given off cam, what kind of communications are being carried out. In the end, it's a team game and the team will be winning as a whole. Deathmaker now will be holding on. He has to move up onto A Shards, trying to go in for that early peak. However, the smoke is gonna come in. He's gonna pull off blind shot there. Nothing getting done, only surviving with 10 HP. Find the Sky, find his best friend, and get healed as quickly as possible.
Now just 10 HP on Deathmaker. This guy is actually on the other side of the map, so he's not going to get a heal, because going for a rotation just for the heal would be detrimental to the side of GodlikeEsports. Instead, the ult op gained for the Sky on TM. It's right to Ace now, pulling out the Seekers, the cabbages as many people like to call it, moving in, but instantly destroyed by the spam. They don't really get much information. The smoke's coming out for TM, though they're pushing into this site, using the distraction created by the Seekers to push through, but they don't check this off-angle corner for Shivi. Shivi takes down the spike carrier, but Hellfighter with the trade. Now it's going to be up to a 3v2 situation for them to take it down. The lockdown ready for White Horse, but it's not going to be much of an answer, because the counter lockdown already ready for Hellfighter. He's going to put that down and disallow any sort of a retake from the side of Team GodlikeEsports. Now, Excali, they're not expecting him to be there ever, but he's able to hold that because he has his own lockdown. Despite him getting detained, he knows that nobody can push into him without them getting detained as well. So picks up a kill, and now with this really nice position, will be able to secure his triple as well as a 7-5 for Team Mahi.
7-5. Come on, man. We saw this in the previous game. I believe since the quarterfinals, I have been seeing a lot of 7-5 first halves going on. And then in the end, everything falls apart and one team comes out as the victors. But 7-5 is such a scoreline that on the defender side, you can come out of it. And now, Team Mahi, they need to come out of it. Previously, on Ascent, Team Mahi, they were on the attacker's side, they were on the defender side in the first half, and from then on the defender side, the post-plan's positioning, getting hold on from Godlike on the attackers, they were able to secure rounds. However, now, it's going to be a challenge for Team Godlike to secure multiple rounds, as it's just 2 points separating the two teams on the scoreboard. You can see Ghosts coming in, you can see one Frenzy coming in from the side of the defenders. Slow push is going to come in, probably onto the B side.
Godlike on the attack, a very different approach from Team Mahi. They're almost expecting Team Mahi to play the way they did, expecting them to push in aggressively and holding their spots, trying to punish them. For Team Mahi, disciplined as ever, refusing to do that. Now look at Hellfighter's setup. The turret for the shovels control with the nanoswarm grenade setup for the lamps control. He's trying to hold it down, allowing for a 3-stack by Team Mahi onto this B side. long control gained a huge crossfire right now set up between Excali and Antidote. It's exactly where you see Godlike moving in. Antidote gonna go for the peak, find a really nice double shot onto Skargod, take him down for first blood, dash out of the way and come back to this Sky for her to delay this push. Now Godlike, they got caught, but they got caught in a position where they still have to commit, so they're going to go for the B side. It might be a disaster.
Well, it might be a disaster. As you can see, Godlike, they're already one player down, and this is going to be it. Antidote, however, will be secured. Whitehouse at a very important plant. Excali gets two. Wait, what just happened there? Excali right to ace. They absolutely melted down the entire team of Godlike in just, I'd say, 2 to 3 seconds and secured the round for themselves. A force buy round is almost imminent coming in from the side of TM. And you can see the players are still very calm and confident about the gameplay. I don't think the facial expressions on the players of TM have ever changed. However, Godlike, they're looking to be confident. Deathmaker communicating with the entirety of the team along with Ivan is going to do some job. Well, I have, something for the audience here. Well, if you like these kind of tournaments, if you are a big Valorant fan, well, why didn't you check out ESPL.gg? You can definitely find out, more tournaments coming in into the later part of the year, and who knows what you're going to be able to do. Maybe you are the next, Team Tempest, or the next Team Inglu, or some Team XYZ who's going to come in and compete against these strong Goliath-level teams. However, now it's going to be the 14th round of the game, as a force buy, as I said, is going to be eminent from the side of Team Mahi. They're looking strong. They're looking to defend this round at any cost and secure the equalizer from their end.
Now this is the expected buy from Team Mahi coming in. Amaterasu smoking the showers angle. They're not expecting him to be right around the smoke. He picks up one kill and his position still unguarded. He's going to be able to pick up another. Excali and Hellfighter mowing them down. And even though right to ace was taken down, it leaves Shivi last man standing in a 1v3 situation. Now he's trying to find the rotation happen. He's trying to make his way towards the spike. But with shot covered as well as showers, this is essentially impossible. He's going to walk in straight into the crosshair of the side of Antidote here. Picking up the ult op, a smart move. Even though it reveals his position, it's all about trying to get as much value as you can from your eco. And he knows that it's very unlikely he pulls off the round with just a classic. So at least getting that ult off for himself is a silver lining of sorts.
I believe it's indeed a very, very good work out here done by Team Mahi. Now they're looking happy. They're looking very, very consistent about the performance. But look at Godlike. They're not taking any pressure at all. They're also very committed to the fact that they need to win this map here. On the attacker side, it's going to be very difficult on this particular map here, as we are now stepping into the 15th round of the game, as a full buy is eminent from both the sides here. However, carry on weapons coming in from the side of Team Mahi. 3 players are going to come in with their Spectres. And as we all know, Spectres in close range are absolutely beastly. You can actually run and gun with them. However, now Excali has spotted one of the players. It's going to be a jiggle peek that's coming in from the side of Godlike. Skargod will be taking out one. Whitehouse going for another. The Killjoy and the Brimstone will be absolutely combining together and securing 2 early flags for themselves. However, the Brimstone is going to just walk into the process of 1 player and getting a double. Tamitrasu doing a hefty work here. Trying to go for a triple. Maybe a 4. No, he gets denied. Godlike Deathmaker will be taken down too. And it's down to the Killjoy from the defender's side to hold it down. Hellfighter, he's gonna come in. Both the players, they are lurking in. U-Haul is going to be the position which is gonna get held down. He goes for 1, maybe a double now. However, Hellfighter, how does he do it? No, I don't know what happened. See it. Just say what you want, man.
I mean, it's nuts, right? So if you look at it from the technical point of view, like for me, the first push from the side of Excali and Antidote, they're trying to break down the difference between the Phantoms and Vandals as compared to the Spectres. Indeed. Trying to reduce the range of the battle as much as possible, because you see one of them has a Spectre, but they actually end up getting caught out because GodlikeEsports, they're expecting that. But what GodlikeEsports is not expecting is what you see on your replay right now. Amaterasu last round as well, he was lurking around his smoke, this time lurking inside it, picking up that double kill, and with a nasty flick to get the third. Absolutely huge. Deathmaker almost turned it around himself, but the fact that Hellfighter was able to clutch it out is humongous. Now Team Mahi with a huge eco lead as well as the scoreline lead, pushing their advantage aggressively into this next round. They're taking B-long control as well as Showers control, not giving Godlike a second to breathe.
Well, I don't know what Amiterasu has been, feasting on, but looks like Shivi is going to be the only one who's still surviving. He's going to jump around using those satchel boosts, trying to go up long. He's probably trying to go in for a save, maybe just a distraction. Who knows what he's up to, but he's going to jump around and he's going to go up onto a B garden, and he's just going to be there. B fountain is the position he's going to get holding down. He's just staying there, probably trying to go for those exit kills as the spike. Well, it hasn't been planted. I believe they are on the hunt here. Team Mahi, they really want to take down the last surviving player from Godlike. 35 seconds on the clock. They are not at all worried about, whether the spike gets planted or not. And Shivi, look at him. He's just being very sneaky, coming in from B shot. This position, it's a viable one. Shivi, will he be able to clutch out this particular round? I don't know, because by the looks of it, he's just guarding the spike. The spike has been given off. And now Godlike, they are on a very, very tricky position, as it's going to be Hellfighter closing up things and securing the 9th round for his team. TM now on a 2-point lead. Look at Deathmaker. He's just going on, just pinpointing the mistakes that have been done. He's trying to be so very accurate with what can be done, what could have gone differently. And that's Godlike for you. They're coming up strong, but Team Mahi on the defender's side proving out to be much smarter of a team. And Amiterasu, well. 3 rounds, 3Ks coming in. It's massive.
Yeah, did Brimstone, a much more aggressive Brimstone compared to how Skagor is playing it, right? Skagor, he was much more of a controller Brimstone, like how you expect him to be. They're playing his role properly. He was just staying in the back shadow, allowing his team to play much more aggressively. But Amiterasu, he's the entire team of Team Mahi, it's like they're taking it a step further. They're using the sky very proactively and enabling players like Amiterasu to push up. He's showing off some sick aim today. Those kills in the last few rounds were just absolutely nasty. For Amiterasu having done so, like in this situation now, this next round is so important. You can see that GodlikeEsports, they realize that they're feeling the pressure with this next round. If they lose it, the eco advantage going to be so huge for Team Mahi. I think the operator might come online now itself, but if it hasn't, then with that next round it would, and then it would be for Team Mahi just a matter of closing it out. Actually, we got a sneak peek at Anti's screen, and I saw that operator picked up by him. So already TM, they're in a very comfortable position.
Well, I believe now is the time that Andy needs to show up. And we all know that this guy, when picking up the operator, he usually goes on for those initial first bloods. And that's exactly his scenario. However, now I want to step up. I want to see TM actually step up the game. You can see Excali and Right to Ace, they're not at all worried. They're just playing their game. They're being calm, cool. I believe one guy that we should really focus on is Hellfighter. Like throughout the match, I have been always focusing on this particular guy here. He plays well. He just doesn't play well. He plays great. And then there is no kind of a facial expression change. Like he always knows what he's doing. And now attack pause coming in. I believe Godlike, they are discussing what they can do differently to secure the next round. As if they lose this one, it's probably a force buy or an eco round coming in. And then I'd say Team Mahi, they're on a very good spot now to secure this particular map for themselves.
Yeah, as you said, this round is so important. They need to pull it off one way or another, because losing this round just destroys any hope of your eco being stabilized and puts a lot of pressure towards that overtime battle in that later stage, because it doesn't give over like Team Mahi match point here, but it just sets up the eco in such a way that it becomes very hard for to deny them multiple rounds back to back. Now you can see Hevan, he's wondering where exactly they should go. Reached a decision right now and is giving the instructions to his team or making the suggestions as to where he wants them to go. We'll see if it does end up panning out. Now, I'm going to actually take a second to talk about something else that I'm noticing on the screen here. Captain Price, do you see what that is behind Hevan? What is that?
I don't know, man. I really don't know. Probably some, showpiece of an item. Yeah, is that food? Because I'm really hungry right now. But I don't know. I don't know what that is. I don't know. What do you think it is?
Can satiate your hunger, Captain Price. The really cool Red Bulls that we have, they may not be literal food, but hey, they'll give you wings, and maybe you can use those wings to go get some food for yourself. But hey,
that's true. That's true.
At this point, though, I think the team's taking a tech pause right here, some sort of technical issues Probably for Excali, as you can see from his camera, a bit messed up there. Though we are back in game now. Okay, so perfect.
Oh yeah, back.
We are back in game. We will be able to get the opportunity. As you can see with the eco, the scorecard shown, the eco for Godlike really hurting a bit. The AWP picked up for Antidote. The flash taken down on time. This is huge because they don't know the Antidote is pushed into the showers. If they peek, they're going to be taken down. Antidote, the trigger control to not shoot at that jump peak could mean another one to come out right here. But instead, he has the backup. Now you can see Team Mahi's rotations coming through. They anticipate an A-side push and they're going to try to hold it down.
Well, you know, the good thing about A is that if you're not willing to commit to it, if you're not willing to actually step in on site and just let on and pull off a rotation, there's a teleporter right on A shot on entry. So if you're not willing to commit to it, step into that and get over onto B. Now Hellfighter, you could be very consistent about his game. He had placed up the alarm bot very, very smartly, and the position has been given up onto A Shahs here that there are players still present onto this particular location. However, now Antidote, he's looking for a frag. Deathmaker is going to be the one probably peeking up, but a rotation seems to be imminent as all the players will be rotating from Link and Caves onto the B side. B side yet not being given away. 3 players to hold it down. This is a viable approach coming in from the side of Godlike and Mahi as well. Mahi, they are not committing to anything as there's going to be the peek coming in. Ivan, he's going to get shut down. He's going to get served. Antidote has opened things up and it's going to be right to ace with the Seekers ready to make a push happen. The flashes is going to come in and there's going to be the it's going to be Excali taking down one more and the orbital strike delaying the plant even more. 10 more seconds. I believe it's very, very impossible at this moment to pull off this round. But Team Mahi, they're on a very good point at this moment because, yeah, the timer hits 0 and the round will be given away to Team Mahi. 10-7. Weapons are saved from the side of the attackers, but they have given away the round to Team Mahi.
Yeah, the round picked up for Team Mahi. A couple of weapons saved does mean that they keep the hope alive of being able to get the full buys through next round. They had about 1,000 credits each in their bank anyways. So with those weapons saved, they will be able to buy their teammates that have been down the weapons and get full shields as well. So they get one more opportunity. But with double digits picked up for Team Mahi, the defense just way too strong. Like it was 7-5 from the first half. Since then, Team Mahi have run 5 rounds back to back. Not a single round lost on that defense. And now you can see the setup. They're going to stack up this B side. Godlike, they pushed A side multiple times in the last few rounds. So because of that, I think Team Mahi, they're expecting a B side push. But Godlike actually gonna run it back onto this A side with Hellfighter on his lonesome to hold it down. This could be the round that Godlike pull it back. But hey, Hellfighter's already clutched once. He could definitely clutch again. Now the alarm bot revealing the jet push into Lamb's. Hellfighter needs to find the kill. But with Hellfighter going down, A side completely open.
Well, that's true, and now the plan gets initiated. It can be a very successful round. Deathmaker, he's looking on to U-Haul. He's being very calm and confident about the position he's going to hold down. Now, we all know that Team Mahi, they were holding the exact post-plan situation in the exact post-plan moments there. And now in a scenario where it's a 4v5 retake, it's going to be a hard one as Right Twist is going to step in, and there's the lockdown coming in. 2 of the players have been spotted here. The Seekers are going to get popped off from the side of GodlikeEsports. Team Mahi, they're going to blind someone, and it's going to be Shivi who's going to step back, and the Molly comes in. White House will be securing one, and now 3 players. Okay, it's 2 players who get detained. And look at Deathmaker. He's going to go for the frags. He's going to get punished as probably it's going to be a save round coming in from the side of Team Mahi.
Yeah, this round will end up being a save for Team Mahi. They want to not drop the operator, and that's exactly why they're going to do so. But that save from Godlike in the previous round working out for them brilliantly. They run it back onto the A side, and I believe this is a result of those mind games, right? You think Godlike would understand that Team Mahi, given the fact that they're expecting a B side push, will likely end up stacking that. They're like, no, I know what you will expect and I'm going to punish you for it. Go for that aggressive A side hold and are able to take them down. Very well played from Team Mahi here. Now, for me, Captain Price, at this stage, the save coming in from Team Mahi does mean that they will be able to afford, and they have the eco to lose a couple of rounds too. But right now, the game is really going to start become about those alt points control. The showstopper being online right now, for example, if you're able to leverage your ultimates to translate into round wins, I think that team is going to end up winning the map.
Yeah, I personally feel it because I don't recall that this particular map here has seen so many ultimates getting used, and that's one of the reasons that both of the teams, they are still playing this map. If one of the team was using them to the fullest abilities or the fullest capabilities, then it would have been a little bit different. Now Havan, he was once served by Antidote's operator, and now he is again in a possible duel against this player. As you can see, the Sky Flash is gonna come in, probably even blind Antidote. The positioning has been given up. Deathmaker, he's playing a very slow, sneaky approach onto A side. 3 players stacking up A short. It's going to be Shivy. Okay, the Killjoy also steps in from behind, and it's going to be an A execute final roll with Shivy having his showstopper ready. Hellfighter, he can play a possible retake. He has his lockdown to work with. Deathmaker, they have been given away the side. Godlike, I'd like to put it this way, that yeah, his position has been given off, and now it's going to be a retake situation as the lockdown might be getting initiated as soon as the spike is planted.
Spike planted.
Yeah, that Killjoy lockdown ready, meaning that TM denying the side control instantly, and right to Ace with the double. With Excali's grenade, they spam through that short angle and pick up kill after kill. Now the showstopper coming out for Shivy. He's trying to deny the plant. Instead, doesn't see anyone there. Goes for the heaven shot. Does not get much. Gets taken down. And TM able to pick up the round. Unlike the last round, this time when they leave that Killjoy alone in the A side, she's backed up by the fact that he has the lockdown ready. So if they do end up aggressively pushing him, Hellfighter no longer in a position where he has to contest the push, rather give it up to be able to set up the lockdown for his team's retake, because in that position, as soon as they get the plant down, they want to get into post plants, but because of the lockdown, they don't have the space to do that. And with no post plants, the retake becomes a very simple thing for Team Mahi. Now the eco broken once again for Godlike. They're actually going for the forced buys here, as they rightfully should. So if they lose this round, it's going to be match point and eco advantage for TM.
Well, I'd say personally that the previous round, it was a very, textbook written round for the sides of Team Mahi, placing that Killjoy lockdown. But we're going to get time to discuss about what happened in that particular round here. Antidote getting flashed repeatedly, not being able to do anything with the operator, now surviving on 2 HP, has to fall back to the sky. The heal is going to come in. The regrowth will be helping him to heal up to 100 HP. And now it's going to be a B, full-on B execute that's coming in. Shivy, he's going to sneak up onto Hookah. The players haven't yet left side. As you can see, the Hellfire, the orbital strike is going to come in, and look at it. Oh, Antidote, he gets a collab onto the sides of Godlike. Whitehorse, and getting one more from the sides of Godlike is going to be absolutely beastly of a play. Shivy still there up in Hookah, and it's going to be Scargod with the plant. A 4v2 retake now coming in from the sides of Team Mahi. I think it's quite possible that Team Mahi will be securing this round as well.
One enemy remaining.
It's Scargod getting a kill, but Amatrasu instantly with the trade. 1v3 with just Scargod left. He finds one kill, and his position revealed. Hellfighter able to push in onto him. He'll take him down, and that's map point picked up for Team Mahi. From 7-5 down now to 12-8. They've only lost a single round in this defensive half, and they've made Bind their fortress, refusing to allow Godlike to push into them. You can see the frustration on the faces of Godlike. They're not content with the way this half is going, but hey, with 12-8 and the eco broken, Godlike, they have the first map cushion in their back pocket. If they do end up losing this map, we will go to the third map. But this shot, Captain Price from Anti, that collateral double kill was just insane.
Yeah, for a second, I really thought that I believe it was right to Ace on site there, just holding down, pulling off that headshot onto Deathmaker. I really think that moment everything changed, because that particular shot, it inflicted some damage onto another player who was playing up in Garden. However, now it's going to be an A execute that's coming in. Antidote still has the operator to work with. He's going to be there. It's match point for Team Mahi. They need to make it work, and it's going to be everything poured out from the side of the defenders, and the attackers, they are also being very confident about the game. Well, it's going to be 3 shots, 3 knives that gets missed, and now Godel Shivy, he's going to come in. Antidote, he's going to get one more. Well, what's happening here? Shivy just sneaked up behind him. Hellfighter gets one, and it's down to Shivy, who's going to get shut down. Hellfighter with a 3k, securing the round for Team Mahi, and Team Mahi level up the scores on the board once again. One match in favor of Godlike, Ascend getting claimed by them, and now Mahi returning the favor onto OMG, what a semi-final is this turning out to be? See.
We wanted to see the 3 maps, and that's exactly
Yeah.
what we're going to get. I'm excited, man. Let's go. Give me that ice box. It's gonna be a hella intense series now. But hey, coming back to this particular map, before we get to the actual discussion though, I'm gonna tell you guys, I know we need the energy and we have our Red Bulls. I know the players need their energy and I know they have the Red Bulls, but you guys will need it too, because I know how excited you all are now and you want to be able to be there for map 3. So scan that QR code, get yourselves a Red Bull, and get yourselves all excited and pumped up for this map 3.
Well, I was noticing quite a lot of people actually, asking that casters are rapping. Casters, do you have lungs or not? Well, I believe that's, getting, I believe it's getting balanced out by the wings that have been given to us by Red Bull. So yes, if you are willing to have wings like we do, and if you are willing to stay charged up the entire day, watch these intense matches happen, do scan the QR and get yourself some Red Bull. However, now talking about this particular game, it was at a point that we really thought the champions were going to get taken down. Like, there were discussions going on back end, and there were multiple discussions going on that what's happening here? What's Godlike trying to do? They're being absolutely phenomenal. But somewhere, like I said, when they are in pressure, Team Mahi, they come out as the victors. And here we have them. Victors, on the map of Bind.
Yeah, Team Mahi coming out, winning Bind here is going to be huge for them. And at this point, like, you need to go into Icebox with a completely fresh mindset. You can't be thinking about the way this map went for both of the teams. Despite the fact that Team Mahi won, like, Icebox is going to be a very difficult process, and it's going to be down to very different strategies. Like, we saw a mirror composition in this game. It's not going to be the case in Icebox. But before we get to talking about the compositions and the third map itself, like, I want to bring back the conversation to this map. The difference between both of these teams on defense was very obvious. Like, I think for me, the way Godlike approached defense was to try and enable Deathmaker's aggressiveness, and that worked out really well. But it did end up meaning that Team Mahi had an opportunity to find a way to punish that aggressiveness. We saw in multiple rounds, they were playing back and waiting for the peak, or contesting that aggressive push with their own Sky and able to get the kills. Because of that, they were able to equalize the score, bring it to at least a 7-5 against them. Godlike, they had the lead, but then going into Team Mahi's defense, the way they were able to hold down the site, they did not push as much as Godlike did, but they refused entrance into their sites. And that is what ended up being the difference, because on Team Mahi's defensive side, it was, I believe, a 7-1 scoreline to get them the win.
Well, I believe it is what it is. Team Mahi, they definitely do a better work out here on this particular map. Once losing the game is not all over for them, they come in strong, and they have come in much stronger in this particular map here. Icebox, a very, I'd say, disoriented and a very non-played map in this particular tournament. I want to see what the results are, as if Team Antidote, I'm so used to call this team as their IGNs. If Team Mahi, they come up more and more with insane performances, they need to be careful. But they need to be careful about Team Godlike. Godlike on the defensive side are never ever aggressive. They stay in the corners, they hold out, and Team Mahi just walk into their crosshairs. But on this particular map, we saw something phenomenal happening. That is the fact that every player, whoever it was coming out as a better one, they always had a 3K or a 4K in those particular rounds. Shivy, this guy, he has been so transformative, playing the Sova on his end, now coming up, stepping as the Raze, and still been able to frag so hard as he supported it with the information that was given to him in the previous map there. A phenomenal play from both the teams. However, as the victors, this is going to be Team Mahi walking away, and the scores are leveled at 1-1. One map getting claimed by each of the teams.
Yeah, at this point, as you said, right, like,
30 seconds
it's gonna come down to just both of the teams resetting themselves, because Godlike, you could see the frustration in their faces when no pushes were working out against Team Mahi. A couple of rounds did end up coming down to those 1v1 duels, and the fact that they lost them, I think, added on to that pressure. So they're going to be feeling that pressure a lot, because I think both of the maps actually had the exact same scoreline. for both of these teams.
Yeah.
So it's insane how close it is between both of the teams. Ascent was Godlike's pick and they won 13-8. Bind was Mahi's pick and they won 13-8. Icebox is no one's pick. It's that cold map that you go to try and find your best shot. So I want to see what, first of all, strat Godlike comes with, because I don't think it's going to be anything like we've seen them before. For Mahi, there's two possible routes for this. I've seen them play the Sage Killjoy combo. I've also seen them play the Viper Sage combo. So they have both of those options. It can either be Battle Sage Excali or Reyna Feast Excali. Either ways, I'm going to keep my eye on him because he usually pops off when it comes to that map of Icebox. Now, on the other side, I think it's very questionable what we're going to see from the side of Godlike, and maybe they can use that surprise factor to their advantage.
Well, I haven't personally casted any match where Godlike was playing out on Icebox, but I do remember I was watching probably the stream of Deathmaker himself along with one other player. If not correctly said, it was probably Haiwan. Both of them, they were playing together and they were playing the map of Icebox. Well, we all know Deathmaker, he's going to be the Jet, and Haiwan certainly likes to play this map as a Sentinel. I don't know what he's usually up to. He might be coming in with some unusual, work out there. But the Sage on either side, on Mahi and on Godlike, that's going to be very impressive. There's not going to be a mirror combination. Let's, say that for sure, because Amitrasu is probably going to come in with the Viper, because the Viper, it has such a difficult, way of approach when you're playing up against it. You will be having the Poison Orb, you will be having the Viper Spit, you will be having the Viper Spit there as the ultimate. And if you plant your spike and get the Viper Spit initiated, nobody is going to be having an easy time in that particular retake position. So I want to see what both of the teams have been planning.
I just want to see both of these teams give it their all. We talked about how they would do that because, the jump in terms of prize money, or the jump just in terms of the pride you feel about being able to get to the finals in such a big tournament, it is a big motivating factor. But right now, I think it's going to come down to the camaraderie between the players themselves. They're all friends amongst each other. So at the end of this series, to be able to go and be like, hey, I beat you, not the other way around, that's going to be a big motivating factor. And I'm sure the players going to take it into consideration. It's going to be a really exciting affair, and it's on my favorite map, so I'm just pumped. Let's go.
All right, and let's just talk about predictions, because I have seen that it has happened all throughout the tournament. Whichever team who is not able to secure the second map after winning the first one, they usually turn up losing the entire set. Now is a challenge for Godlike to beat that particular legacy and come up forward. Talking about team Mahi here, they once upon a time had lost the second game and still being able to come up in the third game. That's, something that has been only done by TM here. However, now they need to pump up and they need to put out the best today that, they can possibly offer and still keep their strategies enclosed for probably the upcoming grand finals if they qualify for it at all. And Godlike, well, it's a do-or-die situation for them. They need to take TM down if they are willing to go on for it. I was, on the talk show, if you would have been watching there, I asked Deathmaker personally, what if you win tomorrow and what if you move on and face off the finals team? What's going to happen then? Well, I believe it's just because of the fact that it might be a great opportunity that this team is entirely getting. Well, I think we're back.
We just had a bit of technical issues, but hey, we're back. You were saying you asked Deathmaker on the talk show about how he would win. And
I did ask him about how he would win, and secondly, I also asked him that if he is able to take down TM, what's going to be their approach? Because then it's basically, you secure one win. If you are not able to secure the win in the finals, then that's something I'd say will be the most disappointing, because if you lose now, it's still not, such kind of a depriving factor coming in. That's just going on in the back of your head. But if you win this one, if you win over, and if you move on to the finals and win that one too, well, I believe that's going to be something new we are going to get out of this tournament. It's going to be a different champion that's coming up after all. However, it's not going to be easy. We all know what Team Mahi is capable of, right? See, it's a dragon that you need to slay, and Team Mahi, they are one dragon that is going to be a very hard one to slay down. And for Godlike, I don't know, they need to be playing absolutely Godlike.
Yeah, that's perfectly put. Like, Godlike, they need to be on point, because I think, in my opinion, like, amongst all of the maps, Icebox is one of the hardest maps for them. But for Team Mahi, they've got a lot of experience playing against one of the best teams on Icebox, which is Global Esports, and they took them down recently on that map. So they're going to be feeling extremely confident, especially considering that they have those two compositions. Now, this is one map where there is no particular meta as such. There are two really strong compositions. One is that Viper-based composition where you play with two duelists and you're using the Reyna as an anchor on one side and a Viper as the anchor on the other. You have to have the Sage. The kitchen wall, if you don't have the Sage, it's almost a GG well played, because that Sage is just too strong in a map where you have so many sightlines. Being able to deny one altogether or even use that wall to get boosts. Dr. Dang mentioned this earlier today. It's absolutely insane. So the Sage, a must pick for both of the teams. Now it's just a question of which controller and which controller and duelist you go towards, because the second meta composition is that solo duelist. You pick up the Jet and then you play the Sage Killjoy with an Omen. And that's where it gets a little interesting, because that composition actually doesn't have any flashes. So I do wonder if Team Mahi end up going for the Viper composition once again, or if they go for that. But on the side of Godlike, I'm just interested in seeing what Hevan plays, because I think he's at his best when he's playing an initiator for the team. But it's just a question mark, because you can't really play Breach. I don't think he plays Sova. So is he going to bring out that Sky in Icebox?
Well, I think he might be able to bring it up. But one more thing that we should be really concerned about is this particular map. It has so many ways of approaching. We can divide the map actually into three particular sectors. We can divide the map onto a closed A site where you have only one point of entry on from A mains and just walk it down there. You have 2 points of entry onto B here. You can just walk under tubes, maybe go up on kitchen through tubes and go on to B side. Or if you want to just have a wider way of approach, you might be just going on through kitchen onto the CT spawn and then onto A side. That's different. However, B side, it's completely open. Imagine one player just holding down on default behind the boxes and you're just planting the spike. You're going to get taken down. The spike carrier is going to be down. The spike is going to be in a very, very tricky situation or a very difficult position to be getting taken back onto the attacker side and maybe play off for a possible retake. That's something that this map has to offer. It's a very, very defender-oriented map. But yes, on the attacker side, if you are careful, if you are smart, if you know what you're trying to do, you have multiple points of entry from where you can pick up those frags and possibly empty out an entire site for yourself.
It's the idea, I think, for me, when it comes to pure theory. Of course, in solo queue, I'm going to be telling my teammates to be like, guys, we just need to pull off a few rounds in attack, then we go into defense, you play your individual angles. But that's not the case in esports. In esports, the communication very much there between the teams. So that's where, as you said, if you're a little smarter in your approach, you can turn the map around, make it a much more attacker-oriented map. Because in such a big map, we see this in Haven as well, right? When you have so much opportunity to decide where you want to go, Icebox is like Haven squared. The size of the map, not just bigger in terms of the horizontal approach, but also in terms of the verticality. You're then able to stretch the defenders really thin and pick them off piece by piece to then translate into the round win for yourselves. Now, as you said, B side, very open area all around. So we regularly see teams stacking the A, leaving B for the retake, because then it becomes a very simple prospect. But the other option, and this is why the Viper is so strong, is you can play the Viper towards that B side, both on attack and defense. The Viper contributes amazingly to the B, because on attack, you have a wall that can split the B side into two, make it one mini site where you're able to get the plant down and play for those lineups on the post plant. Or on defense, you can have that garage mid wall where you just completely deny the entry from green and then have that Sage to wall out the kitchen and then look for the mid approach. So I am excited to see if either team pulls out that Viper.
Well, is what are we playing for? Like we all know that there's always a prize at the end of the tournament, but I believe, like I always see, the teams really don't worry about the prize. They worry about winning. They worry about claiming the champions title. And as a whole, the prize pool is going to be 7.5 lakhs for your information, FYI, ladies and gentlemen. And the shares, it's going to be the first place walking away with the largest share from that 7.5 lakh prize pool, 4 lakhs from their into their bank accounts, and also the second place getting 2 lakhs. Third and fourth place will be claiming 75,000 each, and that is going to be 7.5 lakhs. Well, do the math if you do not trust the graphics that showing up on your screens. Well, it's exactly 7.5 lakhs. Well, jokes apart, I think claiming the championship title is now the utmost thing that all three teams are aiming for, because money just keeps coming. It'll be coming in, it'll be going out, you'll be spending it, probably upgrading your system, probably on a holiday vacation. But if you are willing to enlist on a title onto yourself for the rest of the time that you're going to live, well, that's exactly what you should look out for. The championship, however, there are not just the players who are going to win something. The audience, ladies and gentlemen, are also allowed to enlist themselves for something as their own rewards. What is it going to be, CA? Please tell it to the audience.
Yeah, so you can get yourselves some amazing gifts. It's one full set of the Alloy Origin keyboard, Cloud Core headset, the Pulsefire Core mouse, I believe, and the Fury Ultra RGB mouse pad as well. So you can get the entire set with the keyboard, or that's just the tier 1. You have the option of then the piece by piece tiers, where in the tier 2 you can get the Cloud Core headset or the Alloy Core RGB, or in tier 3 you can get the mouse, tier 4 you can get the Speed mouse pad. It doesn't really matter which one you end up winning, because it's a giveaway. It's completely free, and the ability to enter also completely free. So just test your luck. Give yourselves a chance to win anything, honestly, because right now I could use a mouse pad, but hey, Captain, our luck is just too meh for us to get anything. But that doesn't stop you guys and the viewers from being able to do that. Do make sure, if you end up winning though, to tag us in and just be like, hey, thank you for reminding us to enter. We got the prize.
Well, and one more thing, just that reminds me of tagging us, is that be sure to also DM ESPL.India all the winners, those who have walked away with the winning of the 3 months Ghana Plus subscription. What you guys need to do, head over to ESPL.India. All these 20 people who have been chosen as the Ghana Plus subscription for the next 3 months, head over to ESPL.India before the stream ends, and you need to DM them with your credentials that you are Kalpesh Surve, or you are Suyash Yadav, or you are Akash Deep, or some random XYZ guy, Utkarsh Kumar, that's the 20th winner, and let them know that you are that guy, and they will be absolutely checking your credentials and handing you over with those Ghana Plus subscription. Although one more thing that I'd really like to point out to the audience is that ESPL and all the other partnering brands like Paytm First Games, then there's SkyEsports coming up with a production partner, then there's LOCO, PFG Esports, there's TalkEsports, then there's Akamai Technologies as the tech partner, HyperX pulling off insane giveaways, then there is Ghana, and what else? I really don't recall, as there are so many brands here. So many people working together, coming in, setting up such a big platform, such a big tournament for you. If you guys really want to step up your game, if you want to step up into esports, head over to ESPL.gg. They are coming through with excellent tournaments throughout the year, and you'll be able to participate in it. Now, let's get back into the brackets here. Well, the brackets, it's definitely telling us that the teams Mahi and GodlikeEsports 1-1 scoreline has been secured amongst them, and they are looking forward for the third and probably one of the biggest maps or matches they have ever played coming into the Valorant scenario.
Yeah, it's now or never for Team Mahi and GodlikeEsports. Both of them, it's their tournament lies on the line. I mean, the loser, as we talked about, will go to that third, fourth place match against TempesT, but will not be able to, upgrade their standing in the tournament as such by trying to get to the grand finals, being the winner. So, hey, this is the last opportunity to be able to get to that grand final stage, which is tomorrow, by the way, guys, at the same time we started today. So make sure you're there as well. Subscribe, get your notifications on. You don't want to miss those matches. You saw how intense the semifinals were today. Imagine now this was the top 4 teams. Tomorrow is going to be the top 2 teams. So it's going to get even more intense. So I think we're just about ready to get started. And I'm just excited to look at the compositions because I think Icebox, as we were talking about, right, it's one of those maps that is much more based on how a team chooses to play it. It's like an open book. You can go towards it with however you want, as compared to like a map like, for example, Bind or Ascent, where there are these agents that you almost have to pick. Like, for example, on Bind, the Raze, the Brimstone, the Killjoy, for example, all of these very strong. On Icebox, this is not the case. There is no fixed proper meta, with the exception of the Sage. I think the Sage is the only real meta agent, but with the exception of the Sage, maybe even the Jet, there's no real proper style or composition of play, and no real definition of whether like teams are likely to be more defensive or attacker favored. So it's all up in the air. It's up to the teams to show us what they've got.
Well, I'd say, this particular map here, Icebox, I believe it's a very new way of approaching into the competitive, because all the maps, Ascent, Bind, Split, and Haven, we have certain strategies, play for picks, or be it just, rushing in from Garage on Haven, or just pushing in mid onto Split, maybe just walking up B main onto Ascent, or just pushing up, A short on from Bind here. Leave all those four maps aside. Icebox, this particular map, there is no textbook strategy that comes in, because this map is one of the it's the recently added map into the game. I believe most people, until qualifiers 3, didn't actually want to play this map. They would just come in, and when the map veto was going on, Icebox, ban it, we're not going to play it. Like, I don't care, we are not going to play Icebox whatsoever. But over time, it has evolved so much that the players are actually not willing to ban it and step into this and find out for themselves as to what results they are going to pull through, because they are also looking confident. They will be, using their mechanical skills over the utilities and trying to do a bit more than the other team. And whoever does it better, they will be coming out as the victors, not just of this particular map, but also the semi-finals too. And stepping in, they will be competing against Global Esports in the finals tomorrow, 4 p.m. onwards.
Yeah, as you said, right, this map wasn't really the priority of teams. It's because of the large size, and the teams not really used to the verticality aspect. They try to avoid it as much as possible. But hey, at the end of the day, if you want to be the best, you're going to have to pick it up. So we'll see if the teams are able to do just that. Now, at this stage, it's going to be Godlike starting on the attack and Team Mahi on the defense. And even this, I think, to a certain extent, will influence the picks from both of the teams. So I want to see where exactly they're going to find their edge here. The first half so important, even though, of course, a comeback possible on the second, the way we saw Team Mahi pull it off in map 2, it does give you a huge tempo shift if you're being very strong on that first half. If you have the lead, it gives you that confidence to take that extra peak. And on a map like Icebox, one peak can just completely change it. Now, talking about peaks and long ranges, my mind instantly goes to those two Jet players, Antidote and Deathmaker. The Operator is the most lethal weapon on Icebox. You can carry it on attack as well as on defense, because of the fact that you have such long angles to peak and you have such good angles to peak, considering the verticality of the map as well, the way the Jet able to maneuver herself around and get into these nifty positions. I'm excited to see which Jet player is just going to steal the show and just set her team up for success.
Well, that's true. I believe the two most important agents that you can possibly play in this particular map is the Omen and the Jet. There are positions that, these two agents can actually reach, although you can also count the Raze in if he has the satchels to boost him up forward into an elevated position. But the Jet and the Omen, the utilities that you have on these two particular agents, they will be helping you to stack up on such uncertain locations that people usually don't want to check up. Let's talk about the entry onto mid. Someone might be just waiting on top of tubes, just teleporting onto it if it's in case of an Omen, or just updrafting onto over tubes if in case of a Jet. And that's the position, people like to hold in a post-plan scenario onto B. Just catch him off guard and you're going to take them down. Well, there are the agent selections coming in. As you can see, Scargod will be onto that Omen. A Sage coming in from the perspective of Whitehorse. Hellfighter on the Killjoy. Excali, well, I believe it's going to be a battle Sage. Well, that's very rightfully said, CA. And Hyvan will be playing a Sentinel. Like I told you, it was discussed. We were just discussing this as to what Hyvan was going to come in, whether he's going to come in with the Sky or, as I said, I have seen them play Sentinels and I have seen Hyvan play Sentinels and he's coming in with the Killjoy. So what do you think? Like, we are seeing Killjoys on either side. There's going to be the Sovas, Jets, and I believe it's a mirror composition. Once again, what can be the results here, see?
Yep. It is going to be that mirror composition, and it's going to come down to, I think, the stages. Like, the last time I got to see Excali on this stage, it was a heavy stage-like look. So, for either of the teams, being able to pull off the aggressiveness of the stage is going to be key, because when you have only that one duelist, you need that other player to really step up and carry the chase. And we'll see if Whitehouse is able to do the same on the other side. Now, what I find really interesting though for both of these teams is the lack of a proper flash, right? Besides the Omen, there is no direct flash, so it's going to rely heavily on those peaks or those dual peaks if the team is playing together. So it's going to come down to those communication, like the idea of being able to know where you want to expect someone coming forward and where you want to go for those double peaks. And then secondly, the idea of getting the operator online as soon as possible. With Godlike starting on the attack, if Team Mahi are able to get anti on that operator by the third round by winning the pistol and the second, it's going to be a huge boost for their success.
Well, that's true, and as you can see, Excali on the stage here, trying to be a battle stage here. Antidote will be climbing up top. As I said, the utilities on top of these two agents, the Omen and the Jet, are so viable that you can possibly get up onto any position that you're trying to hold down. The Frenzy, after that nerf that it received, they are, jumped up a notch onto 500 credits. It's going to be very, very significant for the Jets and the Omens, who really like to, buy those shields and frenzies together and step up forward and get those frags. Now, it's a 5v5 situation as all the 5 players from the side of Godlike are going to stack up onto a forward as they will be coming in. Excali gets the things getting started here. Hyvan will be taken down, and that's the first blood coming in. However, the siege has been spotted. Well, he's going for the double here. Hellfighter will be taking one, trying to go for more. It's going to be the Jet Deathmaker taking down one. He's trying to go off, but he's just surviving on 4 HP. It's such a close battle up out here on A, as it's down to Deathmaker surviving with just 4 HP.
1v3 situation for Deathmaker. As you said, not much health left for him, so it's gonna be basically impossible. It's Antidote taking him down, and as we were talking about, the pistol round win, really important, because now while the rest of Team Mahi can go for buys, it will be Antidote going for that save and looking for the operator buy in the third round. Very likely, if he can get that operator online as soon as possible, he can be the perfect anchor onto the A side, wherein then you can move that, play that Killjoy on B to hold it down. Her nanoswarm grenades to delay the plants work absolutely beautifully. So this approach from Team Mahi already really nice. You can see Antidote gonna do exactly that. 4 Spectres for Team Mahi, just the frenzy for him.
Well, he's going to save up for the operator, and that's, the exact scenario that's coming in. Hellfighter, however, unaware of the position of the players that's going to just come in. There's going to be 2 coming up onto A here, and 2 going up on B. And I believe the Omen, okay, it's going to be the Sage who's trying to go in forward onto mid here. Well, a very, very important position to hold down, and it's going to be the Sheriffs coming in from the side of GodlikeEsports. They're trying to go for more. As Antidote, he's looking strong. He's trying to hold down A side. A perfect distraction onto B will be creating an opening onto A here. Antidote will be trying to sneak up through the smoke and trying to go for a frag as well. Well, he gets one. Antidote will be getting one and immediately falling back. It is Whitehorse down. No more heals coming in from the attacking stage, as there's going to be still 5 players standing from the side of Mahi. Now, right to Ace, he has moved up forward. He has kind of a position onto mid area, onto the Jet here coming in. Deathmaker, he's going to try and come up and stop up forward. But as you can see through the smokes, the sprays are going to come in, and it's going to be one more down from the side of Godlike.
Now 5 versus 3, you can see that Team Mahi in a very comfortable position. They have control over inside area 2 with Excali on the flank, and Godel, they're just getting pincered from both the sides. Excali, he's going to move in aggressively. He has the Spectre to his name. Will be able to find the peaks here, but Deathmaker, he spots him out first, and with the Sheriff and the Jiggle, he's going to find the one tap onto Excali. Excali, he has to be feeling that ends up slipping back down. But hey, it's still a huge advantage for Team Mahi. And Antidote with that frenzy, he's going to make short work of the other team, take them down, pick up a 4K for himself, and get that operator online in the next round.
Antidote, what were you thinking, man? Like, we all know that the Spectres are better weapons than Frenzies, but with just 13 bullets in those magazines, I think he did definitely make out a play here. And that too, he was on 72 HP. He would have been getting taken down, but he did not mess up any shot, and he was absolutely doing a madhouse of work. Now, it's going to be the third round of full buy coming in from the side of Team Godlike Esports, and as you can see, it's going to be the operator getting picked up by Antidote, trying to go for a frag here. The Killjoy turret getting placed will be distracting one of the players, as it's going to be a false intel coming in, and Antidote will be messing up that shot. Deathmaker gets one out to Xcali. That's mid area cleared for you. You can now walk on the tubes, as right place will be leveling up the things. Scargod is going to get taken down. No more smokes coming in from the side of Godlike, and no heals will be coming in from the side of Team Mahi.
4v4 situation on the map. You can see Godlike Esports are making their way on to B, looking for the plant there, but the nanoswarm grenades, if you notice on the minimap, already set up to deny that post-plant default plant position. So if Godlike do go for that default plant, the nanoswarm grenade will buy a lot of time for Team Mahi. Now with the cloudburst coming out to deny that snowman angle, as well as this default wall, it will be the plant likely going down for Godl, but Team Mahi, they're contesting it hard. You can see, even though Shivi takes one down, the plant delayed. It's Antidote with one, and right to Ace with the spam down to take down that spike carrier. That nanoswarm grenade getting so much time for TM, putting them in a huge position. But now Shivi's trying to pull it back, but that operator, this is why it's so lethal. The long range, just absolutely amazing for that gun, and now Antidote wielding it so well. He picks up that one kill, makes it a 2v1. You can see for Godlike Esports, it just have one in a very hard situation to clutch it, but he finds one kill, and that kill is going to be huge, because now against the operator, he can go with the beat, but Antidote, what was that quick scope? Antidote finds the kill, and a 3-0 for Team Mahi. A sigh of relief you can see coming out from them.
Well, that has to be a sigh of relief, like a 1v2 situation. And if, Ivan was able to do the job out there, it would have been definitely a dent on the economy and on the scoreboard as well, as a 3-0 will be coming in from the side of Team Mahi. First time now we are seeing that Team Mahi is leading on the first half of the game. But I believe that's just, stepping up a notch, and the Team Mahi, they're doing it absolutely brilliantly. Antidote now will be having a 8-0 scoreboard. We never saw this coming, see. And look at him. Now, Team Godlike Esports, they're on an eco round, and no one from Team Mahi should be going up forward and peeking onto anyone, because if they are on eco, those sheriffs, they can only pull off headshots at 30 meter and take one player down, even if they are having full shields.
Yeah, you can see for Hellfighter, made a very nice peek happen, taking up that first kill onto that Pipes player. And now Amitarasu with the mid push of his own, taking down a very aggressive detonator. Now 5v3 for Team Mahi. They know exactly where to hold it from, and it's another kill picked up by Hellfighter. Points out exactly where the other is, and with the alarm bot revealing one more, it's full control for Team Mahi. A flawless round picked up for a 4-0. They're in just sheer control of this matchup. The smiles coming in. You can see Hellfighter, he's happy about the way this is going. You can't say the same for the side of Godlike though. They're tense, and they are like a bit like just worried about the way this is going so far. But they have this one next round, the buy round coming through here to try and pull it back, because if they don't pull it back here, Team Mahi, there is going to snowball out of control.
Well, that's true. Fully, I'd say 100% perfection coming in from those wards there. 4-0 now. Team Mahi with a brilliant lead. And as you can see, there's going to be a peak coming in. Antidote is going to mess up that shot once again. I believe the initial shots, that Antidote does, it's quite magical to watch how he does it, how he makes it happen. But then when he messes it up, it's so painful. It seems like probably me or yourself, CA, or kind of is playing that initial frag from the operator. It just doesn't keep coming. But now Xcali, you can see him. He's been an aggressive stage here. Is going to be a battle stage or not? As you can see, he's going to be spotting one, getting the frag onto Scargod. Means that no more smokes. Deathmaker will be, however, taking down Antidote. Well, operator against a Vandal. Deathmaker with a Vandal will be pulling off that victory.
The Hunter's Fury ready to trade out that lockdown, though. That means the lockdown instantly destroyed. And I think with the last, he did not find a tie, actually. So it's still 4v4 with the same health for both his teams. But Shivy with the casual push, he's able to take one down. Now Hellfighter with the instant trade will be able to set up his turret to cover his back while he tries to take down the planter. But with no nanoswarm grenades ready this time, they're gonna have to rely on this lockdown to try and pull it off. Now Hellfighter's turret did reveal Heavan's positioning, so they know where Heavan is, and they know that Deathmaker had to push out towards the green, so they can just go for an easy defuse here, and that's exactly what Right to Ace is doing. It's gonna be a free defuse picked up for Team Mahi. And it's not really a team ace because it was not all 5 kills, but 1 kill for 3 players each, meaning they get a pseudo team ace. And Godlike, even though they were able to get site control, they were too spread out to stop the diffuse.
I don't know what Godlike is planning, but 5-0 now. Since when has this started going against this team? Team Mahi, they're looking so very consistent and so very confident about this map. 8-1-0 for Antidote, right to a 7-1-1. That's good business getting done here by this particular team. Team Mahi now will be stepping up along with Godlike, and they are trying to go up forward. Team Mahi will be coming in and probably trying to get the better half in this game. 1 minute 27 seconds on the clock. It looks to be a slow mid-rush coming in from the side of Team GodlikeEsports. Team Mahi, however, all consistent. They are holding down corners. No one's going to peek forward, as they know their accuracy on the players from the other team as well is also on an insane level. And as you can see, Deathmaker, the possession onto Kitchen needs to be breached forward, but Right to Ace somewhere. The frag onto Shivy.
Once again, first blood goes in the favor of Team Mahi. The wall going down now, and they're going to look to try to take mid-control. Deathmaker catching out an aggressive-looking peeker in Right to Ace will mean that Godlike now trying to make the push happen towards his A side, but a small gap in the wall delays the plant for too long, and now another gap. It's Whitehouse trying to peek through there. He gets one, but gets traded out. That's 3v3 on the map with Cali on the flank and Antidote's Op still alive. He's gonna pull out that Blaze Storm, going for the push here, for Deathmaker in that 5 spot. Spots him out, takes him down. Now Heavan with another kill. This could be the first round picked up for GodlikeEsports here. You can see, I think, yeah, Excali doesn't have the ult ready, but with 1 kill he could get the resurrection, but since all of the bodies are on the other side of the map, it's just up to him in a 1v3. And in that setup, Godlike doing very well. You can see they're gonna bump the fist to acknowledge that, hey, we're still not out of it just yet.
Well, I'd say, Excali did dent the Omen by a headshot, but I believe the range from the Phantom, we all know that the Phantom at range, it just inflicts 145 damage onto the head, and that's just it. After that, you need to hit another shot if it's at range, and that's exactly why people don't like using the Phantom, where in place of a Vandal, it deals 160 damage if you hit it on the head. And now Deathmaker, he has opened up things for his team. Godlike, now they have 1 round in their bag. 5-1. It's a very decent score as Antidote is going on for an aggressive peek here onto the Sage. The Sage, however, needs to be careful. As you can see, a little bit of peek, and that's it. As I said it, a little bit of peek. The job will be done. Antidote will be securing the frag onto the the attacking Sage. Now it's going to be the Hunter's Fury coming in, as Right to Ace will be skillfully dodging one. Deathmaker gets the better onto Hellfighter. Well, the revive can still be coming into play. As you can see, this is going to be a very, very quick execute coming in onto B side.
But Scargord, he's alone here. If he gets taken down, the diffuse likely just going to come down for Team Mahi. Scargord, he gets the plant, but does end up going down. Team Mahi, I guess they're not sure of exactly where the other players are, so Excali going to make the more cautious play, going for the resurrection onto Hellfighter to secure now a 2-man advantage for his team. Now, Godlike, they're throwing out all of their utility, the nanoswarm grenades, as well as those shock darts, trying to delay the diffuse for as long as possible. But Team I, they're just pushing in. It's Shivy holding down from a very aggressive angle to get one, but Hellfighter Antidote able to get the trades. Now 1v3 with just Shivy left. He knows with just 30 HP and no shock darts to his name, that delay is just absolutely impossible. He's gonna go for the save, and that will mean Team Mahi, they're able to pick up their win.
Well, I'd say shock that didn't really, matter if you have just 30 HP. Like, it's quite difficult to actually pull off a clutch on 30 HP, and a smart decision taken by Shivi. Now he needs to be careful because they have given up enough rounds already. Team Mahi, they are on a very, very important and a very good lead at this point. And Antidote just coming up forward, using unpredictable locations every moment. That's exactly what he's doing. I believe it's quite been a factor that after two players fall from the side of Godlike, they are usually unable to, function well and take away with the round. But Team Mahi, even though they do not have the numbers advantage, somehow they step up and take out the round. Like, I don't know how they make it happen, but that's just Team Mahi for you. 6-1 already on the scoreboard. A 1-1 map getting claimed by either of the teams here. And now it's going to be a slow B execute that's coming in. Antidote's operator will be getting the better off onto Shivi as Deathmaker is playing on the blade storm.
I really like this setup from Hellfighter. He acknowledges that Godlike, they really like taking the pipes control right here. So he's placed that alarm board right on top. He does get taken down here. I think he did pull it back so that he could use it for a more defensive angle. So he will have that available. Should be able to pull back his turret too. But with GodlikeEsports having lost a man already, they're heavily committed onto this A side, but they can't get the push through. A Hellfighter in this sneaky angle, this wall leaving a small gap could be disaster for GodlikeEsports because they're not going to check this corner. Hellfighter, he's able to take out White Horse. Now Hevan, he gets a counter kill, but Hellfighter just holding down strong with the help of his swarm grenades. He finds one kill, and with that alarm bot set up, 1v2 for Hevan. Impossible situation because he's getting pushed from both angles. It's going to be Amitarasu to take him down and secure a 6-round lead for Team Mahi.
6-point lead on the defender side. I believe Team Mahi, they are having a dream come true once again. Like, this is the team when under pressure, they really pull out multiple rabbits out of the hat. I say multiple because Bind, it was definitely a magical performance that came in. And now on Icebox, a 6-point lead after 8 rounds. Well, that's important. However, now there's still 4 more rounds yet to be played. And see if all things go well, Godlike can also be able to, secure the remaining 4 rounds. That brings us to 7-5. Now on the defender side, on a defenders oriented map, it's going to be a very, very, I'd say, easy hold coming in from any team. But now, by the looks of it, Deathmaker, he's just gonna come up onto mid. As he's positioned, it has been given up. Right ways, he will be pinged by the Sova Recon Bolt. And now, Deathmaker's position, it's a very, very crucial one to shut him down, or he's just gonna come in and take you down and just open up the site, all for his team.
Team Mahi here. They're just trying to hold the side down. It's Amitarasu as the anchor down at B with the walls made for them to hold down the kitchen, but they're gonna hear that wall go down. But Excali with that mid-peak, a nice headshot to take down Deathmaker, will make his way back to kitchen to hold it down. Now mid-control is the objective here for the side of Godlike, but they're walking into the hands of Team Mahi. Right to ace with a double, and Hellfighter lurking in the smoke will pick up 2 more. They get mowed down, massacred in that mid area. Team Mahi 8-1 leading, just absolutely destroying Godlike right now in this matchup. And Godlike, this is why that operator becomes so good. The Icebox map, it's very, very rewarding to the players who are able to snowball their eco and maintain the operator. But on the other side, if you're not able to get it online, it becomes very difficult to hold on, and it's really plaguing Godlike Esports right now.
Placing swarm grenade.
Well, I'd say Godlike, they are looking to be very famished by the play that Team Mahi has pulled through. As you can see, the setup coming in from Hellfighter and Excali onto B side. He's just, these 2 players, they're holding down B side all on their own. Like, they do it on a different level. And as you can see, the pings will be coming in. The Sova's positioning will be a crucial one as the Jet will be dented off a lot of HP from the attacker side. Deathmaker now needs to heal up as quickly as possible. The Sova Recon Bolt will not be pinging the location of Hellfighter as the Sage is just waiting. The Spike Carrier needs to be killed, and he will be killed. Excali with a very, very cheeky position. The shock darts are going to come in, and it's going to be the Hunter Spirit from the attacker side and trying to go for a frag. Hevan will be getting one. Shivi will be getting the other. This is going south now for TM as it's going to be Godel. Skullgod securing 2, and it's just Antidote to do a hefty work into the 10th round of the game in a post-plan scenario.
1v3, he has changed his gun though, so does have his Vandal available. With SkyEsports really low, he could take him down here, but will end up being taken out by TM from that mid area on the B side. Getting that kill for Godlike Esports is the round win picked up for Godlike to make it 8-2. Now with these last 2 rounds, they have the opportunity to push for 8-4 and then look for their defensive half to make a comeback. And they could do that if they're able to just sort of solidify their approach. Like in this round, they're very decisive about where they want to go. And it ends up being a brawl fest where their trades end up going like in their favor. Like even if the trades go even, it's good for Godlike Esports because they need to whittle down Team Mahi as much as possible and then play for that. Deathmaker with the dash, updraft dash, misses it but will not miss his shot, takes down Amitarasu, and that's first blood picked up for Godlike Esports, trying to carry their momentum forward. But look at this position of Excali. He's not done the kitchen wall, instead moved in aggressively. But SkyEsports, he's expecting, he's waiting, he's gonna find the duel, but he's gonna miss his shots. Excali picking up a kill onto SkyEsports, and with Antidote holding down B site now, the spike carrier dropped, and suddenly Team Mahi, they turn the tables and put themselves in the advantage.
Well, you will not kill my allies. That's going to be the resurrection coming in from the side of the attackers, as it looks to be a very successful hold until now, as the numbers have evened and looks like it's going to be an A execute after all. CT has been smoked for Hellfighter, still holding on to side. It's going to be the lockdown that gets popped off. Now, let me just tell you that the lockdown can be popped off on the defender side as well. Hellfighter, you can see it down on their screen, and it's going to be Excali pulling off the resurrection. Amitarasu has been brought back to life, and it's going to be a 5v4. Whitehorse will be trying to get on site here, as it's going to be Whitehorse. He's going to get dented on by the shock dart. Another shock dart is going to get dropped. He's going to get low on HP. Hellfighter will be initiating the lockdown, but now the lockdown will be taken down, and it's going to be Godlike going for a frag as well. Ivan will be securing one. Now the attackers are having the numbers, and it turns out to be the Sova, the Sage, and the Killjoy need to make it happen. As the Killjoy falls, Hellfighter is in a very, very tough position. Excali getting one, trying to be a battle sage. He needs to heal up, surviving on 12 HP, and now will be healing up slowly, as it's going to be right to his, trying to bait the defuse and trying to get one more. Well, he gets one indeed. Excali coming in. Ivan will be securing one more, and it's down to right to ace versus Whitehorse. Anything can go wrong. 7 bullets onto that weapon. Well, I believe he's going to come in. He's going to get served or not. He has just a classic to play with. He's going for the frag. He needs to get out. Well, it's not going to be a defuse, but Whitehorse is going to get away. Right to ace is going to go down to the spike. Another round for Team Godlike Esports.
Another round picked up for Godlike. A very nice round as well. Whitehorse playing very well on that post plant to delay for as long as possible, not giving right to ace a peek whatsoever. And with the open plant, right to ace knew that if he went for the diffuse, he would be taken down. Like at that stage, for Godlike Esports, winning that round is going to go a long way, because now you can see the eco broken for TM. They're not going to be able to afford the operator, and this is a brilliant opportunity to try to make it 8-4 on the scorecards for Godlike. But the aggressive dash coming in is the Omen Paranoia for TM to allow for that push. But Antidote, while he gets one, the backup is there, ready for Deathmaker. The trade comes out, and it is a 1-for-1 at the end of the day. Now, while it was a 1-for-1, in terms of intrinsic value, it is TM escaping with an advantage, because they are able to get a lot more info about where Godlike is. For Godlike, they slowly push into B side, and SkyEsports with a nasty headshot from Excali secures a legit advantage for Godlike. Evan with another, Godlike in control to make it 8-4.
Well, as you can see, Amitarasu still having a very, very wide opening for his team. Well, he's going to go for one. Well, he's going to get nothing done. He's going to mess up the crosshair placement, and he's going to get served, as right to ace will be getting one. It's down to India's first variant, right to ace, aka right to clutch. He's going to come in. Whether he's going to pull it through, I don't know, as it still looks like Team Godlike, they are committing onto this particular side here. He has a recon bolt and the owl drone to work with. He has no shock darts. He will be having the Vandal and 42 bullets in his hand. Right to ace, he does not know where he's hiding, and he's gonna get served. Whitehorse, if only right to ace had the gun in his hand and had just flinched onto the left side, he would have been alive in a 1v2. Godlike, Shivi looking very happy. Hevan, although he's happy, he's confused as to what the remaining rounds are going to offer for his team. I believe Godlike, they still have what it takes to come back into the game and possibly equalize the scores, even move on and win away the match as well.
Yeah, 8-4 is definitely much better than they were looking in the earlier stages. They were able to pull off a huge comeback and get to that magic number 4 mark. So now they can try to just sort of stabilize their rounds. If they pick up the pistol in the second half here, it goes the same way for them. Operator online on Deathmaker as soon as possible and use him as your primary push to try and secure a comeback in this second half. Now TM, they're gonna realize that, so they're trying to shut it down ASAP. 5-man stack onto this B side. They're going to go for the push. The paranoia coming out to delay them though, but with that snowman smoke, another to cover the nest angle, it's gonna be TM heavily committing onto this B side. Now the dash coming in as Anti takes yellow control. It is Godlike, almost all of them ready though. You can see TM, they're going for the plant, but this is not a default plant. A plant slightly far away from the default position, meaning Excali able to get away in time, and now they have control of the site. Antidote, he picks up one, throws out the smoke to allow Excali to escape, but Excali picking up another, meaning he will get out of the way. Now 4v3, TM in control, especially with this flank from right to ace to take away the pistol.
Well, it looks like it's going to be Team Mahi walking away, because right ways he has a very, very important flank coming in. SkyEsports, he knows that there might be a player coming in as the wall will be getting broken down. Right to ace is still waiting. Amiterasu gets one. Haiwan will be securing one, and it looks like a head dink has already stepped in. Well, right to ace will be connecting another to the head as Team GodlikeEsports fall, and Mahi step one more. They just step once more closer to the finals. Well, I don't know how to actually say it, but Godlike, are they tired? Are they being, is Team Mahi being so very unpredictable? Or has Team Mahi stepped up the game? Whereas Godlike, they're not able to figure out as to exactly what Team Mahi is thinking. Well, I believe Ascent was an example as to Godlike exactly matching up on the mentality, and I believe this map as well, and even in the previous one we saw those same picks coming in. So they have the similar agents, it's just that the better team play, the better gun game that's coming into action. Deathmaker has picked up a Sheriff for himself. He knows he can, possibly take down one or more players with the Sheriff. As he's going down forward, he's gonna get absolutely massacred by Excali Spectre, as this looks to be a full-on A execution. Oh!
SkyEsports gets a return kill from the off angle and holding it down, picks up another. Those 2 kills are huge for SkyEsports because they can get those 2 guns picked up for themselves. Now Team Mahi, they realize that the stack for GodlikeEsports onto this A side, so they're making the full rotation onto the B here. They're doing it very slow, so Godlike, they will have enough time to be able to get the push themselves. But now with the snowman smoke coming out, the drone to reveal their positions, Team Mahi going for a bamboozle play, but Godlike themselves, they're not getting caught off guard. They're instead going for a mid push here. And with that mid push, they get the info that nobody has actually pushed into the B side. Team Mahi trying to make their way back into A will end up getting caught out here. This is GodlikeEsports in prime position to pull off a thrifty.
30 seconds left.
Team Mahi, they're being very sneaky, but with those guns, SkyEsports was able to get for his team. A thrifty coming out for GodlikeEsports, a huge round for the Rico.
Well, I'd say Godlike, they have done an amazing job out here, but it's not going to end here. They need to come up big time. They need to be more careful about their gameplay. Well, the lead definitely will be closing up. It's going to be just 3 points now, differentiating 2 of the teams. I believe not 3 points. Well, it was 9 and 8-4. Yeah, it's going to be exactly 4 points now. That's separating the 2 teams. And I'm really looking forward as to who's going to secure the next one. As Team Mahi, now they are on Eco. They will be committing on everything they have. But in the next round, as this round, Deathmaker will be starting things off by taking out Amiterasu.
First kill going in the favor of GodlikeEsports. They have the eco advantage here. TM, they have to go for the eco. So they're trying to play it really slow. Trying to win that long range battle. Shivi not able to land the shots. The frenzy and the double duo of Ace and Hellfighter ends up beating him out. So 4v4 now on the map. The wall gonna come out for Excali as they look to get the plant, but Hevan, he takes one down. Now Hellfighter with the trade, with the plant going down, they have enough time to pick up Hevan's Vandal here, and with this alarm bot set up for the flank, TM in prime position to pull off their own 50. Hellfighter, he's waiting in the shadows for Deathmaker, but that was too aggressive. You didn't need to push that far with your alarm bot ready, meaning Hellfighter getting caught out, the flank opened up, all of Godlike moving in for the retake. and with just Ace left with a very low health bar, it's an easy round picked up for Team Mahi. Like, I'm not sure that push was necessary from Hellfighter there. Had the alarm board ready, so could have tried to play a little more passive.
Well, he could have played anything because, Team Mahi, just look at them. They are trying to be productive, but we all know eco rounds. We don't expect them to be very, very, spontaneous. However, the way that these players have made it possible, I believe they can pull off eco rounds. They were almost on the verge of pulling out that eco. Now, Team Mahi, they are looking strong. As you see, the discussions are getting done, and we will be stepping in to the next round, possibly a round for either of the teams. 9-6, 3-point lead still standing on top of Team Mahi. 3 points for Team Godlike to make a comeback. 4 points for Team Mahi to win this round. Will this map and win this, in return, win over the BO3? We are about to find out what's going to happen as the Omen Paranoia from the defender side is going to get popped off. Antidote, he's still holding. He needs to be careful about what he's trying to do. Now, Deathmaker, he has picked up the operator. And as you can see, a very slow approach onto A needs to be carried out. Amitrasu, he's still lurking. He's going on for those lurks and he's going on for those, flanks coming in, going also for those flank frags. Looking forward, 1 minute on the clock. Team Mahi versus Godlike, 5-man surviving from both of the teams.
Team Mahi, they are running out of time, so they're gonna have to commit onto this side. You can see with Godlike, they're only left this Killjoy here onto the side to hold it down. So White House is gonna have a lot of responsibility. But with that recon bolt coming out, he's in a very sticky situation because he can't actually move from his position. Now the wall for Excali, he needs to go for the plant, but the Killjoy Nano Swarm set up in a way that he can't. Meaning now Excali has to reset his plant, will be able to get it down. Rosa to slow up to deny the screen's retake option just yet. Antidote watching the flank. This position from Antidote is huge because now he can go for a full wraparound onto the screen's angle, and the amount of pressure he will be able to create on the retake is absolutely phenomenal. Now Excali, he finds the first kill, and you can see Team Mahi, they're playing very well on the retake. It's Amitarasu and Antidote with a couple of more. Team Mahi in control. Just Deathmaker left. Knows that he needs to save up his operator, so he's going to do exactly that. Leave the site and give double digits over to Team Mahi.
Well, double digits indeed as Deathmaker. He's trying to go and save the operator, but I believe Laser's just going to come in. Well, you don't walk into the crosses of Deathmaker. He's going to get one, but is he going to get more? I don't know, because he's going to be dented on the HP. As it turns out, he's going to get a double, but Excali will be coming in, shutting him down, and the operator, well, he definitely tried to save it a lot as he took down 2 players by just the frenzy. And now, Team Mahi, they are very, very close to victory. 3 points now for Team Mahi to claim this map, to claim the day, to claim the semi-finals, and move forward in the El Clasico of Valorant in India. Deathmaker will be having the Phantom as usual. Well, I want to find out that why Antidote is not using the operator, probably because he thinks that, he's much more functional in close range with the Phantom on the attacker side. As you can see, Antidote will be leading the charge along with his teammate. Shivi will be coming in with the Owl Drone, trying to scan out the player's position and probably tag one of them and maybe take them down with the ultimate. Let's find out if he's going to do that at all. But it looks like Excali, he's just going to take down that Owl Drone right before everyone's position is pinged for.
Placing alarm bot.
5v5 on the map. You see Team Mahi, they're going for an aggressive push onto this B side, A side. They're able to take control of the side. The wall coming down as they look for the plant. But the flank is huge from Godlike here. Both Hevan and Deathmaker on the flank. The turret and the alarm bot set up though. Hellfighter holding it down. This time playing much more passive on the flank. Takes both of them down and secures a huge lead for Team Mahi. Now Antidote and a right to ace with kills of their own, leaving White Horse, even though he found one trade in a 1v4 situation. It's Hellfighter with the triple and Team Mahi 11-6 with a huge eco advantage. GodlikeEsports, they were doing really well in the first half of their defense, but right now it looks like Team Mahi, they've taken control of the map once again.
Well, I'd like to say it this way, that once Team Mahi does the homework, which they did, now it's basically them ruling over the scoreboard. Talking about this point, I'd say now it has to be an insane level of gameplay coming in from Godlike, because all that they have done in the previous 2 games, it's basically being rolled into a ball of paper and trashed down the trash can. because now, as you can see, Deathmaker, he's going to come up aggressive. He's going to have the Blaze Storm to play with. He's going to get one. He's going to come up, get a double. But Excali and Antidote, they get 2 more. And the scores are level. The revive is going to come in as Antidote will be securing another onto Shivi. Excali really wanted to get the round. 2 people stand. Whitehorse on the Sage, and it has to be Haivan on the Killjoy, trying to go up for a flank, and they, I believe, are on eco round. Well, it will not be a flawless one as the Resurrection came in, and there's another player downed as well. But yes, Team Mahi, they definitely have a good lead, and possibly they are going to claim the next round as well.
Yeah, now Team Mahi 4v1 situation. It's just Haivan left with just the pistol. They went for the eco to try and play for the overtime, and that's going to be a costly choice because with Hellfighter taking down Haivan, 12-6 now for Team Mahi. Godlike committing to that overtime play. They need to pull off 6 rounds back to back, and that's going to be a very dicey situation for them. At this point, Godlike, they need to be on point with every single peak they take. They need to find the first blood because Team Mahi, they're playing very decisive. They just aggressively push into the site every time, and they're the ones finding the first blood. But you can see Deathmaker, he has his operator online, so we'll keep an eye on that, see if we can use it to pull it off. On the side of Team Mahi though, it's going to be an A-side stack coming out once again. I think going for that lockdown play to try and take control of them, but it's actually likely a lockdown bait over here. As you can see, Hellfighter trying to use the boost to make his way on pipes. He's going to use the lockdown and bait A-side rotations for Godlike while his team makes his way to the other side of the map.
Well, once on the defender side, Team Mahi, they were looking so strong, but coming on, switching over to the attackers, I believe they had definitely done, they have done a great job out here. Now they're on match point, 6 points differential coming in. If Godlike is able to pull off this stunt of securing 6 rounds, pushing this off into OT, it's a very important round as Hellfighter is going to get the lockdown initiated. There's a counter lockdown, there is a resurrection coming into play. Well, the counter lockdown does come in. Antidote, he's going to come in. Oh my god, this is a very big and huge rotation. As you can see, everyone from the side of the defenders, they are gonna just start the rotation. Excali gets one onto Whitehorse. Well, the Sova has the Hunter's Fury. Now onto the attacker side, Excali gets another. The Swab's gonna come in. He's going for another one. Antidote is gonna come in. He's gonna dent an HP onto the player as well. It's going to be right twist with a double. And now it's all down to the Jet. It's down to Deathmaker. Godlike, they are down and almost out of the tournament. The last round in favor of Team Mahi. Possibly the match point in favor of them. Excali is gonna come in. He's gonna dent some HP. He takes Deathmaker down, and with that, Team Mahi will be proceeding on to the grand finale tomorrow against Global Esports. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be the El Clasico of Valorant in India.
A lovely round picked up for Team Mahi. This is exactly what I'm talking about, right? Like, you know that the lockdown are ready for the other team as well. So you should go for the bait there because you're expecting the counter lockdown to come out. The fact that they do that, you can see the smiles coming out. They're happy about the way that series turned out. They're going to make their way to the grand finals and set a date with GE. Like, the fake lockdown just completely throwing Godlike Esports into the lurch. And as I was talking about, like, you want to do that fake lockdown so that you force out the ultimate for the side of Godlike. Because if you go for a straight arrow push on either side, the defender lockdown for for Haivan, a lot of work in helping Godlike retain it. So you're trading outdowns and then being proactive on the push to B. You can see that as soon as the lockdown went through, Team Mahi, they were pushing on to that B side, able to get the plant down and able to secure the win for themselves. Ace with the double Hunter's Fury kill and Excali with the aggressive pushes. Team Mahi, they complete the reverse sweep in a dominating fashion.
Well, it's a beautiful work, and I'd say, in case you guys also want to stay puffed up throughout the entire remaining phase of the tournament, that's the grand finals tomorrow, which is going to be between Team Mahi versus Global Esports, or you can see it in a reverse manner since they won the semi-finals one. Well, it can be Global Esports versus Team Mahi as well. Well, if you want to stay pumped up, scan the QR on your screens and get yourself some Red Bull. Get it for tomorrow, 4 p.m. onwards. Who knows? It might be a 5-rounder, finals after all, because it can be anything. By the way, Godlike performed today in the first match, and after that it was Team Mahi taking down both of them. It's so important, and if you haven't yet liked, shared or subscribed or followed onto any of the streams that you're watching, do make it happen. if you like our castings, if you like me and CA sitting here on the English desk, you can definitely follow us on Instagram. Our Instagram accounts will be there once we are on your screen. So CA, overall, we just saw that Godlike, they played so brilliantly on the first map. However, on the second and third map, is it the factor that the pressure had got the better of, on top of Godlike and Team Mahi? Like I said, they function better under pressure, and is it that scenario that happened in front of us today?
I think the pressure was definitely a factor, but like at the end of the day, we talked about this, right? Like Godlike as an organization, they're not new, but this current roster, they're new to each other, and you can see the lack of experience on a couple of maps really pan out. Like on Bind, their attacking approach was very vanilla in the sense that they were trying to go for the casual approach, which continuously adapted to by Team Mahi, and then on Icebox, it just didn't feel like they were comfortable with the map. Whitehorse on the stage, more like a sentinel stage as compared to Excali. Like you can see on the replay, he was continuously aggressing, continuously pushing, playing that battle sage role. And in the current meta, you don't want a sentinel sage, you need a battle sage in your composition. So I feel like at the end of the day, it came down to that difference of experience between both of the teams. So I'm sure that Godlike, once they get a bit more time to figure out what is good for them in particular maps, like they have, and they play something that is not standard at all, but it really works well for them, and they were able to win that map earlier today. So I want to see more of that, like sort of try to just hone in on what is strong for you, on your identity, and just try to push forward on the basis of that. Team Mahi though, damn, that was an intense series. After losing map 1, they win map 2 and 3 to pull off a really nice reverse sweep.
Player standing.
Well, I believe there was some technical issue, but we are once again back. And, 8-4, I really thought that team, what's it called? Global, they're going to step up their game. They're going to come in, possibly have an equalizer on the score, especially by the round that they pulled off, the 5th round that they had in their hands. After that, they just had one round and it was over. Like, how does Team Mahi make it happen? Under pressure coming in, Deathmaker, he was absolutely phenomenal. But I really think that if all the players combine together and perform, then it can be a far, far better team that we have in the next tournament. Maybe if we have, another matchup against both of these teams, we might be finding a different victor. But for now, for today, Godlike has been taken down in a 2-1. Ascent was their map, but Bind and Icebox completely lost. They have successfully secured this map. 13-6 is going to be the scoreline. A huge difference coming in, 7 points. Deathmaker, look at him. He lost the match with 7 rounds and still he is the MVP of the match. Imagine the despair now stepping into his mind. But it is what it is. In the end, Excali Antidote right to a self-fighter. They stand on top of the leaderboards. Amiterasu, hello? 4 frags? What's wrong with the guy? I think he's, probably just trying to play out the support role, and that's the scenario. 13-6. Team Mahi wins the 3rd game.
Yeah, it was more of a supportive role from Amiterasu and needed to be alive to be able to place the smokes, and he was able to do that. Like, it's very important that the controller doesn't die early into the rounds because you want to be able to get the smokes through as much as possible, and he is able to do that. Like, the only thing I will say for Godlike is we were talking a lot about how you need to make sure that Hevan, he needs to be on that initiator role to really be able to affect the flow of the way the team plays. Like, he's damn good when he's sort of leading the charge of how Godlike plays. And it's not just about Hevan, it's more about how the team settles in behind that particular composition. So I want to tell Godlike, like, I understand that this Sage Killjoy composition, GE run it, Team Mahi run it, and it might seem like the meta, but the meta is not necessarily what is right for you. So I want to see more of that approach. Like, even if you want to pick up the breach in Icebox, make it your own, or even the Sky, try to go for something that fits into your playstyle a lot more and take down teams with the basis of that. But like, looking at the scorecard, man, this is what I mean by Battle Sage. 7 first bloods, 17 kills. Like, just, that's nuts.
And he's the team MVP. Like, that's Excali for you. On the Raze or on a different agent, now turning out to be a Battle Sage, that's Excali. That's Team Mahi coming into the grand finale. Well, I was, noticing a lot of people who actually commented that it's going to be GE versus TM in the end. And it's exactly that factor. Like, are you guys astrologers, like my friends out there in the chat? If you are, then definitely don't forget to follow C and me on Instagram and hit like, share, subscribe button on to all of the channels that you're watching the stream. And that's it. I believe 13-6, a great map coming in from Team Mahi, Godlike Esports. GG's, kudos to you to come out on top of the first map, but then getting lost. Well, you need to work out your differences. You need to work out on your synergy, on your coordinations, on your callouts, and then you might be coming out as the victors in the next tournament. However, till then, it's going to be a little bit of a longer break, as tomorrow it's a big day. See, what is it? Tell it out to the audience.
It's grand finals time, baby. Let's go. I'm hella hyped. This is the revenge matchup, the El Clasico of India Valorant community. And you're saying, right, about how people were saying at the end of the day, it will be Team Mahi versus Global, because it's just like that. It's like in football. Yeah. It's like at the end of the day, irrespective of what happens, it's going to be Barca versus Real Madrid. In Valorant, it's Team Mahi versus GE, and it always shapes up to be an exciting affair. We got 3 today, and they're hoping for 5 tomorrow, and I think we will get exactly that. So it's going to be a hell of a match. We'll see if GE able to be as dominant as they are, or if Team Mahi continue to be resilient and take them down.
I want to see some fights. I want to see those actions coming in. I want to see 4Ks. I want to see those, team aces. I want to see those thrifty rounds. I want to see those aces. But to see all of those along with you, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be tomorrow. So yes, we have to wait a little while longer until tomorrow. But then it's going to be on a different level. Like if Godlike versus Mahi was on level 2, I'd say we're going to see level 7 tomorrow. Maybe level 10. Who knows if it's a level 100, because both of these teams, they have matched up so many. Team Mahi has been the defending champions in certain tournaments. Team Global Esports, they have evolved over time. They have been champions in certain tournaments as well. And now the top 2 teams in India, they are going to face off tomorrow in a best of 5 ESPL Valorant PowerUp India.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be really fun. And as you said, I think Team Mahi will take it to the next level. It's like, like when Barca or Real Madrid face against like the lower teams, they tend to play good, but they don't play as good. That rivalry, when it comes up, that just X factor.
It has to be stacked
both
up.
of the teams, it just takes their gameplay to the next level, and it makes sure that we see like even better than the best that we can expect. So it's going to be a spicy affair. Now guys, remember, this is the ESPL India Valorant PowerUp tournament. There's going to be a lot more of those. So make sure you check out the ESPL website. Give yourselves a chance to get to this stage, a chance to just play against the pros. That's what, I've always wanted, but I ended up talking about them. You can take your chance to play against them. It's still an amazing opportunity, so you don't want to miss out on it.
Surely. We are going to see you tomorrow live at 4 p.m. here on the English Desk. My name is Captain Price. With me was there CA and Kanav Dang starting off. And we are going to see you tomorrow sharp at 4 p.m. Do not forget to hit that subscribe button. We are going to see you tomorrow. Bye-bye, Tata. Good night. Take care, ladies and gentlemen.
Are all against me, I'm ready to go. Burning it down, they ain't noticed till the temperature rose. Bless the energy, then we erupt in a blaze. Mama save us, I swear the baby's lately crazy these days. People dancing like they warriors, use the passion. I got my head in the clouds, intergalactic. I'm on a venomous prowl, ready to snatch it. Are you prepared for it? Then let it happen. Rise up though, rise up though. All my people, where you at? Rise up though. Yeah, let's go, let's up. One time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, let's go, raise up, that's right. Run with it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go, let's up. One time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah. There's nothing to say, oh God, nothing to say. I ain't have words, I erupted in thunder and rain. If your man's strong, then why call me running away? It's just a game, but nobody coming to play. Alright, I got this, watch out, I got this, boy. Raise up, max out, then blast the noise. A perpetual dream shattered by exceptional thieves. Forget what you think, live for you, resting in peace, bless. Rise up though, rise up. nothing to say. I ain't have words, I erupted in thunder and rain. If you're mad strong, then why call me running away? It's just a game, but nobody coming to play. I bless. Rise up, though. Rise up, though. All my people, where you at? Rise up, though. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Let's up. One time, go get it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come on. Yeah, let's go. Raise up. That's right. Run with it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come on. With each day we wake up, we get stronger and stronger. It's our time now. Yeah. Cause we warriors. Cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go. Let's up. One time, go get it. It's yours. Let's shine. Come on. Cause we warriors. Yeah, we warriors.
Every young gamer wants to become an esports professional. We make it happen. You just keep on winning.
Apply now at redbullcampusclutch.com.
Users of Roblox are all around the world, and all of them expect the same level of experience.
Well, the success of games is measured by how much can you keep users engaged.
So Red's mission is all about player experience first. Everything we do, the player is sort of core to our thinking.
ここ数年で、リッチなユーザーエクスペリエンスを提供するために
If you don't want to worry and you don't want to think about things like asset delivery and the ability to have your connectivity between your devices and your servers as fast as you can, just go with Akamai.
Akamai gets into places and markets that other providers of similar services don't quite hit as easily.
その上で、Akamai さんのシステムを使うことで、大容量のセットを高速に配信させて、いただけているかなと。
The workflow without that, I'd probably have a lot more CDN support because the amount of capacity we'd need from the others wouldn't be there. There's one less problem we have to solve.
If Akamai wasn't around, we would probably have to multiply our team by I don't know what kind of factor and understand what we would need to do to replace what Akamai provides to us.
One v2, the recon comes in. They are not going to get spotted. The recon dart will get deleted with the clutch.
No!
Chokes, he's going to be right next to the jet. And as the reload comes in, both these players are going to be running around.
और ये चीज आपको बहुत जरूरी करनी पड़ती है। कापा बिल्कुल तैयार थे, जंप शॉट देने की कोशिश, 2 के लगाते हैं, कापा 3 के लगाते हैं, कापा ऑन फायर। यही है ना कि आज ना लक फेवर कर रहा है ना उनका 24 HP Rossi on the backwood Rafa with the beautiful kill there, but एक kill मिला है, दूसरा भी मिलेगा।
Hellfighter trying to move in. Critical Jetter is able to get some distraction. Hellfighter As soon as the peak comes in, he'll be able to get that kill. He's able to get that kill onto Ghost.
The play style that Team Mahi is going to vouch for. As Antidote once again, he'll be landing a collat as he's going to be flashed here from the defending Sky. But Antidote this time will not be making any mistake. Hector will be, however, securing the frag onto right to ace. The Jet versus Jet is going to come in. Antidote secures one, going for a triple here.
Going to get a couple here. White House goes down. SkyEsports goes down as well. Pixels is changing things again for his team. Deathmaker on the other hand gets rid of Pixels. And Ditto bites Russ as well. Deathmaker gets a 3k. It a little aggressively. Ditto is going to make them pay for that as he's going to land a couple. But Deathmaker, he's looking at something different here. He gets a 2k. He gets a third one as well. Deathmaker again. Land a kill or two. Shivi it is. Who's going to go? Oh yeah, he gets the kill on the Thanos. The perfect opening which was needed. It is Pixels who finally gets that kill. But Haiwan and Shivi are going to get 1 each. And now the Sova, the last remaining player.
Slowly, if the spike is planted, Haiwan will be pulling off the plant as White Horse will be securing the frag onto Pixels. However, it's going to be orange lead with one White Horse with a triple now.
They have got 4 kills. It's down to the last player. The last player, it's going to be Amitras who gets one. Will he get another? Yes, he gets another. He gets 3 kills. Oh, Amitras who saves the day.
Let's go, yeah, let's go, let's up, one time.
Kappa on fire!
Come on, yeah, let's go, raise up, that's right, roll with it, it's yours, let's shine, come on.
Looking at something different here, he gets a 2k, he gets a third one as well.
Yeah, cause we warriors, yeah, let's go, let's up, one time.
Going to be Amitras who gets one. Will he get another? Yes, he gets another. Amitras who saves the day.
We push forth, we stand strong, we stand tall.
Having strong individuals can help us take us to the final.
No pressure, but a lot of eyes on us.
Yeah, we warriors. Nothing to say, I ain't have words, I erupted in thunder and rain. If you're mad strong, then why call me running away? It's just a game, but nobody coming to play. I bless. Rise up though, all my people where you at, rise up though. Let's go, yeah, let's go, let's up, one time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, let's go, raise up, that's right, roll with it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. With each day we wake up, we get stronger and stronger. It's our time now, yeah. Cause we warriors. Cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go, let's up, one time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Cause we warriors. Yeah, we warriors.
Every young gamer wants to become an esports professional. We make it happen. You just keep on winning.
Users of Roblox are all around the world, and all of them expect the same level of experience.
Well, the success of games is measured by how much can you keep users engaged.
Zoroark's mission is all about player experience first. Everything we do, the player is sort of core to our thinking.
ここ数年で、リッチなユーザーエクスペリエンスを提供するために
If you don't want to worry and you don't want to think about things like asset delivery and the ability to have your connectivity between your devices and your servers as fast as you can, just go with Akamai.
Akamai gets into places and markets that other providers of similar services don't quite hit as easily.
その上で、Akamai さんのシステムを使うことで、大容量のセットを高速に配信させて、いただけているかなと思います。
The workflow without that, I'd probably have a lot more CDN support because the amount of capacity we'd need from the others wouldn't be there. There's one less problem we have to solve.
If Akamai wasn't around, we would probably have to multiply our team by I don't know what kind of factor, and understand what we would need to do to replace what Akamai provides to us.
One v2, the recon comes in. They are not going to get spotted. The recon dart will get deleted with the clutch.
No!
Shows he's going to be right next to the jet, and as the reload comes in, both these players are going to be running around.
पे है और ये चीज आपको बहुत जरूरी करनी पड़ती है। कापा बिल्कुल तैयार थे, जंप शॉट देने की कोशिश, 2 के लगाते हैं, कापा 3 के लगाते हैं, कापा ऑन फायर। यही है ना कि आज ना लक फेवर कर रहा है ना उनका 24 HP Rossi on the back foot, Rafa with the beautiful kill there, but एक kill मिला है, दूसरा भी मिलेगा।
Hellfighter trying to move in, but Killjoy is able to get some distraction. Hellfighter, as soon as the peak comes in, he'll be able to get that kill. He's able to get that kill on the Ghost.
The play style that Team Mahi is going to vouch for as Antidote once again he'll be landing a collat as he's going to be flashed here from the defending Sky, but Antidote this time will not be making any mistake. Hector will be however securing the frag on to right to ace. The Jet versus Jet is going to come in. Antidote secures one, going for a triple here.
Going to get a couple here. White House goes down, SkyEsports goes down as well. Pixels is changing things again for his team. Deathmaker on the other hand gets rid of Pixels. Ditto bites Russ as well. Deathmaker gets a 3k. Hit a little aggressively. Ditto is going to make them pay for that as he's going to land a couple, but Deathmaker, he's looking at something different here. He gets a 2k. He gets a third one as well. Deathmaker again. Land a kill or two. Shivi it is. Who's going to go? Oh yeah, he gets the kill on the Thanos. The perfect opening which was needed. It is Pixels who finally gets that kill, but Haiwan and Shivi are going to get 1 each. And now the Sova, the last remaining player.
Slowly, if the spike is planted, Haiwan will be pulling off the plant as White Horse will be securing the frag onto Pixels. However, it's going to be on his lead with one White Horse with a triple now.
They have got 4 kills. It's down to the last player. The last player, it's going to be Amitras who gets one. Will he get another? Yes, he gets another. He gets a 3k as well. Oh, Amitras who saves the day.
Let's go, yeah, let's go, let's up, one,
Kappa on fire.
come on, yeah, let's go, raise up, that's right, go with it, it's yours, let's shine, come on.
Looking at something different here. He gets a 2k. He gets a third one as well.